installment of the King of the Sea tournament is about to begin. The prize pool has almost doubled. It's $50,000 now, and the tournament winner will get $17,500. The winners of the regional stages will earn steel, doubloons, and special camouflages. But most importantly, you'll win glory. Your team will become known throughout the whole world. Broadcasts of the regional and international finals are an incredible spectacle that will keep you glued to your screen. The best players on the planet will clash in fierce battles. Moreover, viewers will be able to obtain up to 11 King of the Sea containers, a permanent camouflage for North Carolina, and a Tier 7 premium ship. Don't miss out on King of the Sea. Win a prize and become a legend.
Hello and welcome to King of the Sea Season 13. This is COTS Internationals. This is the third time we have done all four regions together. Thank you all very much for joining us. It's an exciting day today. My name is Bogsy. I am the new community manager for the North American server, and I am here with you folks live from Prague in the Czech Republic to help guide you through today so that we all have a great time watching COTS Internationals. So, first order of business. This is COTS Internationals, which means people are playing for the big prizes this time. Everybody had their own regional prize pools. They varied slightly, but they were about the same. So let's see what our players and our contestants are going to be playing for today. So, for COTS Internationals, the prize pool is money. Places 5 through 8 will be receiving $2,500 of American currency. Fourth place, $5,000. Third place, $7,500. Second place, $10,000. And the first place winners will be taking home $17,500 American to split amongst their team. There will also be some other prizes. We have, for you actually, we have Twitch drops available once again. This is the last weekend to pick up COTS containers by watching the Twitch channels. Every 90 minutes that you watch will get you one COTS container per day. You can get that today, and you can get that tomorrow. We hope that you will join us back tomorrow. If you have not already, this is also your last weekend to pick up COTS-related merchandise in the Armory. You can get up to 3 COTS containers if you haven't done so yet by exchanging community tokens. I believe it is 2,000 community tokens, and you can get 3. There are also a couple of assorted bundles that have COTS camouflages, as well as some fun special COTS-themed commanders. So today and tomorrow, that's how you get your Twitch drops. Those Twitch drops help you get something very special, which we have for you this season. The camo. This is the very special King of the Sea camouflage for the North Carolina, the American Tier 8 Tech Tree battleship. This camo was made specifically for COTS 13. It is called the Bane of the Sea in its official name. And well, as always, the art department has outdone itself. We have a beautiful black camouflage adorned with golden tentacles from the sea kraken of King of the Sea. Those tentacles move forward up the bow of the ship towards the COTS emblem, which is up there. Across the middle of the ship, you have the iconic skull and crossbones in white across the black, as well as on top of the turrets. And at the rear, we have the COTS symbol, or I believe it says COTS 13, I believe. The graphic hasn't gotten there quite yet, but we'll see that in just a moment. But again, more golden tentacles, a very, very nice camouflage. Thank you to the art department for putting something that's cool out there for us to play with. We also have the t-shirt. The t-shirt. I'm not sure if the Carolina has gotten around to the backside yet. Maybe it won't. This is the COTS t-shirt, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have one yet. I want one. I didn't get my hands on it, so I'm wearing what I normally wear for streaming. But this is the new King of the Sea logo that was grabbed this season. This can be purchased. It is available at www.warshipsmerch.com. So if you want to get one of those for yourself, that's where you can get it. I think it's time to do some predictions. Maybe we should do that. I believe it is then now time to introduce our analyst. Shall we go ahead and do that? Let's do that. Please help me welcome Searaptor and Painezor, our analysts and commentators for COTS 13 today.
Good morning, good evening. I am Seraphis, the new English community manager for the EU team here in Prague, and I am joined by...
I'm Painezor. I'm somehow in Prague. It happened. They finally help. They're gonna try and they're trying to kidnap me. Send help. Yeah.
Well, these two gentlemen, Painezor and Seraphis, are going to be helping us today. They're going to be talking before and after the matches. They're going to be making predictions, and we encourage you also in chat, watching at home, to make some predictions with us. We will be having those predictions going on in chat. You can participate in them. Just keep your eye on it. You'll see how to participate there. But Seraphis and Painezor, guys, this is not your first COTS. You guys have been a part of the COTS organization for a while now.
Part of the organization now. Right. I have some changes.
I mean,
Well-
every tournament needs a mascot, Painezor. So
Yeah, and I mean, you've been doing our streamer tech support for a
Oh,
while,
yeah,
so
yeah.
we'll call it even.
But, so gentlemen, this time around, maybe we should make a mention that there are some familiar faces in this COTS Internationals. A lot of teams we've seen before, the absolute best teams in the world. Why don't you talk to us just for a moment, real quick, about some of the teams that have been here or that are here now who have been here before?
So some recognizable names. We'll start with our home region here, EU. We have Band CV representing EU. They are, I think they have now 4 regional titles, and they also won the first official international title. So they're definitely a very experienced clan. We also see Smile from the CIS region. I think they have 5 domestic titles. Also a very strong clan representing CIS region. And we also have Vor, who picked up the last international King of the Sea win. Why don't you talk about KSC and NA?
Oh yeah, because I am the expert on the NA region. Well, one thing I know about the NA region is that they do have a mainstay of the international tournaments. They have 07, who unfortunately didn't come first place, but they did manage to come second place. So they have made it through the internationals. They'll be facing off against Magic. I don't think we stream that game today, but if they win, we will be streaming them against Ban CV. So that'll be a fun one, won't it?
That would be a very interesting matchup if later today 07 does triumph over Magic and goes on to face Ban CV, two very, very well-established teams. I can speak for a moment about the first place winner from North America, KSC, if you'd like. If you want to punt that one over to me. KSC is not a newcomer at all to the competitive community of North America. They are a mainstay of the Hurricane Clan Battles teams. And frequently place relatively high in the COTS of past. This time, however, they did something incredible, which was they went up against 07 in the quarterfinals. They lost 3-1. They went through the loser brackets up against essentially a cadre of almost all the best teams that North America has to offer to throw up. They went through those. And over 2 days, they played 25 games to get a chance to face 07 once again, and actually won 3-2 against 07. They had an incredible slog, and it made for a fantastic game of 5 on the NA regional finals. So very excited to see a new face in here in that regard. So perhaps we should go now to what I guess we're calling the International Hall of Fame, right? Oh, there's our schedule. Okay, let's do schedule for a moment. Then we'll go to Hall of Fame. Okay. So, our first match of the day, for all of you who would like to plan your day around COTS, which we all clearly have, is going to be Shaft from the from EU. Shaft from EU versus Solo from the SEA region. So we'll be casting that one first. That will be coming up here shortly. Afterwards, we'll be watching Asia's Panzervor. They were the winners of last season's COTS 12 Internationals versus the winner of Level from CIS and Paid from EU. After that, the CIS Russian champions Smile will go up against the winner of -1S from Asia and Bonks from America, assuming that Bonks was let out of preschool this morning. Ban CV will be the final match of our day. Ban CV will be the final match of our day. They will be coming up against the winner of 07 or Magic. Good luck to both of those. I think we would love to see 07 versus Ban CV, but we don't want to put any ill wishes on Magic. Yes. I believe we had a small change there. My apologies. Painezor in the quarterfinal, our second match of the day, will be up against Paid.
It's not a small change. I think that means that Paid won their first
Yes,
game.
this is
That's
actually very big.
Live results.
And there's
This is a big development actually, because the level was by most people favored to win against Paid, and to have Paid win against them 2-0 is quite a big upset, I would say. So starting off the day with already a very
yes.
very big upset, I would say.
The first excitement of the day. We
Yeah,
have our first winner. Yeah. Vor will be going up against Paid from EU in our second match of the day. So congratulations to them. It's worth pointing out right now that the first match of the day will be best of threes. And then as we move on, they will become best of fives. So for now, 2-0 goes Paid over Level. Congratulations to both teams.
Yes, and it's actually noteworthy to mention here that if you win your first match, or if you have if you won the regional tournament, then you already earn money, because the top 8 teams already get money, which means that anyone in that second column will automatically be winning $2,500.
So what you're saying is that Paid are now getting paid.
Paid is getting paid, yes.
See, that's why we bring Painezor.
Yeah, this is
right
the
there.
expert analysis.
Paid is getting paid.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so he brought up something important, which was that the regional winners, the people who placed first place in regionals, get to start one bracket level up, which guarantees them a part of the prize pool. It also means that they got themselves a T-shirt, which, let's be honest, guys, do you want a T-shirt or do you want money? I mean, let's be honest, I want the T-shirt. So
Money can buy several T-shirts.
explain how. Money can be exchanged for goods and services.
Yes,
That's it. We're just going to reference Simpsons all
and you
day.
can get it
We
at
would never do that.
worshipsmerch.com.
I think it's owned by Disney. We won't be doing it.
Okay, I'll stay away from that.
Okay, so in that case, good. We've made fun of Painezor. We have our daily schedule. Wonderful. Let's find out a little bit about these teams now that we're starting to get into more of the team information. So, you also, by the way, at home, you guys can find out a little bit more about our teams, some info and some fun anecdotes were put together for us. You can go to wo.ws/COTS13, and those are the numbers 1 and 3. wo.ws/COTS13. That's where you can find a whole bunch of information about the tournament, where to see things, and some about all of these finalists who worked super hard to get here. So go check that out, please. I believe we have now some graphics for info on the team history and the team rosters that we can go over real quick.
I think we even have one of our finalists.
Yes, we do.
That we will be interviewing in just a moment.
We will. We have an interview for you.
May I just wait?
Hello? You can't see it.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello.
There he is.
It's me. Look, quickly, I am also part of this broadcast. I'm, however, part of this broadcast in the background. I'm managing things, I'm talking to people, I'm doing things. So sometimes there may be slight delays when, like Boggy asks me to do something, to my brain processes it to go push the appropriate button. So I apologize for that in advance, but I hope we're all going to have a fantastic day today. I was just getting a few things going in the background. So what would you like to do next, Mr. Boggy? You would like to look at the team stats, or would you like to go and bring it? I think our casters aren't quite ready yet. One of them still needs to, I think, probably get dressed, and then.
That's quite all right.
But he is here.
He is here.
He is here.
He's here.
He's here.
He's here.
Let me just reiterate. So he will be here.
Oh.
So he needs 5 to 10 minutes.
He needs 5 to 10
So you're
minutes.
saying I don't need this cue card anymore?
No, we don't need that cue card anymore. But we could maybe pivot slightly and talk to our guest Blood Legend first.
Let's do that.
If you want. If Blood Legend is available and around, I think we can probably do that.
Absolutely. Let me. And I need to pull him up on my screen, correct?
No.
No, I don't. Okay.
Okay. So bye.
Yes, Mr. Conway will be the puppet master today. He will be making us all look good. So thank you, Mr. Conway. We appreciate it. Hello, Blood Legend.
Hello.
How are you today, sir? Thank you very much for joining me.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. So, Blood Legend is joining us here as representative of Europe's BANCV. I'm sure this name is familiar to many of you. So, Blood Legend, I'm kind of curious. I'm not as familiar with EU as I should be, clearly, but I understand that not too long ago, BANCV merged with another one of EU's premier clans, right? Was it Junk?
Yes, we did merge with them around winter time last year. Yeah.
I see. Excellent. So, obviously, Junk and TWA/BandCV are no strangers to COTS. So, what exactly is it like? What does it mean for a COTS team when two major clans like that merge? How did you guys decide on who was going to be on the COTS team?
Well, an important thing of the merger was that we didn't take their entire clan. We basically had a couple people joining, which made it a bit easier for us in order to, allocate people and not have an overflow of people that we now have to fill into the roster. But it's actually interesting that you asked this question, because it was kind of an issue for us at first, because there were different playstyles within BandCV, within Junk, and filling those people into the roster and making them, or trying to make them, be permanent spots on the team is not always that easy. So it did actually, mean that we had to spend a couple of months to try and integrate them fully. And I mean, you might have seen people who follow CODs, they might have seen us not perform too well in the last CODs. So it was kind of a hint at that. Not saying that it was entirely because of that, but you can't just put people from another top team into another top team and just expect it to work. So yeah, that's
Absolutely.
kind of like evidence there.
I think that anybody who's played COTS would agree that a huge amount of your skill and your ability comes from how well you know your friends and your teammates, and how well you can sort of predict what they're going to be doing without even talking about it. So I absolutely understand that. I noticed that BandCV has a very long history of success in COTS and in clan battles as well. You guys are actually, this is now your third time winning regionals, correct? And
I think fourth.
Is it fourth? Okay,
I
my
think so.
apologies, fourth. And then you have BandCV did win internationals before, correct?
Yes, we did.
That was number one, and we do have a thing for that, which we'll bring up in a moment. But I suppose my last question for you would be, if you guys, maybe this is more of a request, so let me put it this way: if you guys do win finals and you take home that nice big pot of money, will you all be willing to sign a contract saying you will not buy Painezor at Belfast? This is important.
I mean, look, buying Painezor at Belfast would be a very nice thing, but yeah, I think we'll sign that contract.
I think this
Blood
is a good
Legend.
thing to do.
I'm gonna have to jump in here.
If you'd like to be invited back to COTS 14, this is sort of part of the deal. So thank you. I'm glad we got that out there. Otherwise, I'm also sort of curious. BandCV TWA is known as one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team. Is there anybody that you're welcome. Free plug. Is there another team out in the international finals today that you think is going to give you guys some trouble? Who are you most worried about running into?
I mean, worried about kind of the wrong word there. Like, we do respect everyone, right? So we're not really worried about anyone, because obviously we have confidence in our abilities, and we very much think that we can beat anyone on a good day.
Right.
But we do tend to not have as much info on, let's say, Asian teams compared to any other region, because it's just, with the time zone difference, and they're so far away, literally, that it's quite different to follow the meta. So I would say maybe Vor, is potentially the most worrisome opponent, if you want to say like this.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, and for those of you watching at home who maybe didn't tune in to the last COTS 12, Painezor, the Asian team, actually ended up taking internationals, and they actually went into the finals of COTS internationals against another Asian team. At the time was called
FPM.
FPM, excuse me.
Yes.
They are actually here as well again. However, their clan name is -1S. So those were the two first and second place of COTS Internationals 12 last season. So that's who Blood Legend is speaking of right now, is Painezor. Well, that would be very exciting if we got to see that matchup. Other than that, I guess was there anything else you wanted to say about the tournament or your history in it before we go?
I mean, it's always been nice playing in the tournament. It's the very thing that everyone works towards, to try to be someone in COTS internationals, in COTS regionals, is it's just good time to be here, good time to still be playing. without certain classes in the game. I hope that stays this way because otherwise,
Whatever
might
do
not
you
look so
mean?
nice. But yeah, this concept is very nice. We've always enjoyed it. That's why we've been playing it for so long. You've seen clans drop in, drop out. I mean, let's just say Omni, way back they were super successful, and now no more because games ever evolving. So it's good that we have this COTS, how it is right now. Obviously the prices are a great motivation, but that's not the only motivation. Biggest motivation for me personally, and I think I can speak for a lot of people in the clan, is still this mode that we're playing in, the way it's set up. So yeah,
it's definitely a prestigious end game goal for a clan, or for even just a player, once they get their PR and their win rate up and randoms and whatnot, and they sort of go, what's next for me? And then you can participate in clan battles. You can get good at that. You can become one of the premier clans in clan battles. And then what's next after that? Well, you go up against the best clans in your own region. What's after that? Best clans in the world. And that's where we are now. So thank you, and thank you to BandCV for all the hard work that you guys have done to put on a great show for us today. We're very much looking forward to watching you.
thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Good luck today.
Thank you.
So, Seraphis, Painezor.
Yes.
I need to get a new captain for the next season of Team League. That's what I got from that interview. Yeah. Pilot season, Blood Legend, my team captain. We strolled to victory. We had an excellent time, and now I can't believe you just betrayed me like that. I thought we were close, Blood Legend.
Well, I think that Blood Legend is a hero because of that. The man said he would sign the document, so I'm curious.
Unlucky.
Are we ready?
Unlucky
to
for you.
introduce our caster?
We are ready to introduce one of the casters. We can just go talk to him.
I've given you that spare asset. We'll just have to
Well,
put
then, I feel like it's time, guys, to introduce you the voices that will be guiding you through each battle. First, I suppose, we'll introduce a familiar face from the UK, Mr. Statsbloke. Hello, Statsbloke. Do I need to do... Okay, good. We got just one. Hello, sir.
He's not muted.
I was
not
about to
muted.
point it out.
I double checked.
Now you're not muted.
Hello. Good
Before we
afternoon.
tell him that he's muted.
Wait, so
We
he's
just
not
tell him
muted,
that he's
right?
muted. No.
Lord have mercy. It's like a petting zoo in this room right now.
Oh yeah.
So, Stats, you've obviously done a lot of casting for COTS before.
I have.
This is your second or third international? This is third, right?
Third, I think. Yeah, third. Yeah, indeed.
Excellent.
Um,
Do you...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Do you have any predictions about how you think this tournament is going to go?
Oh, well, I think it literally says in the rules that we have to be unbiased. So,
You
so
can
as
show a little
as
bit
an
of
official,
bias.
as an official caster, I can't possibly comment on who I think might EU win. But I have to say, like, a strong opening from EU today already. So looking at the brackets, I think EU might actually be in with a really good chance of a good showing today, and we could even end up with, because I think you can have a same region final, right? So
Yes,
we could
that's
even have an
possible.
EU final, which is cool. However, I didn't get to watch any CIS or C, but I did get to watch a fair bit of NA. NA teams are looking pretty strong as well, so it's gonna be a tough one, I think. When the EU NA matches happen, that's gonna be really cool. Yeah.
I've been looking forward for that myself. Again, thank you for displaying your clear non-bias. I will also be non-biased against for NA because I am excited to watch them play. Excited to have 07 Bonks and KSC all repping NA. And for those of you who were watching last time, 07 had even said themselves they were feeling a little under the weather. They were not able to field the people that they wanted to field necessarily. They are much stronger this season. I got to watch a number of their games in regionals. 07 coming in very strong. KSC coming out of the dark as a very, very strong player, having beaten basically all of NA's best teams. And Bonks, of course, well, they were let out of school early and have joined us today. Very grateful to have them. I myself am really excited to see Painezor, and very excited to see you casting the games. So thank you for joining us to do that.
It's a pleasure.
Got it. And we still, our other caster is still MIA for the moment, correct?
He's technically here. I think if he spoke, we could hear him,
He's here in spirit.
but we can't see him yet.
I am. Hi.
A voice
Ladies
from
and
here.
gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it is our favorite creature from land and sea.
Oh,
Searaptor.
Oh, I can't believe you're dredging that up. That's unbelievable. I'm dead already.
You absolutely
They
can.
left me for dead.
Searaptor, even though we
Good
can't
morning.
see you yet, we're so glad to have you. Is it early there?
Yes, it is, and I apologize for my tardiness. This is entirely my fault, and more than a little embarrassing, if I'm honest. So yeah, but I mean that's what you guys get for starting these things at such an ungodly hour for those of us on this side of the Atlantic.
Did you wake up underwater and thought that you had gone extinct?
No, that is not a thing.
See, that's called improv, ladies and gentlemen. One person sets it up, the other person says, "No, that's not it."
That's not it. No. Yeah. See, this is why I'm here to commentate and not improv, because that is not my forte.
That's quite all right. It's very good to have you here. We're glad that you made it, and looking forward to hearing your commentary today, because if you had not, it was going to be me, and I was not looking forward to doing the hosting and the casting, so thank you for being here.
No problem. I think I've just about got this.
Okay, no problem. Well,
Yes.
There it is. There it is.
We have him.
hold on. The main channel, see him here in just a second. There we go.
There we have him.
Hey!
Our favorite
Sorry, guys.
creature.
That's quite
Sorry
all right.
about
Your skin looks
the mild panic there. Next time, just get Zath to call me or something, right?
We
'Cause,
did.
Yeah,
I did.
we'll figure it out.
We
No, we
literally
did.
did.
great. We literally
Are you
did.
serious? Why did my
Yes.
phone not ring? This is crazy. What is
We got
happening
it.
here?
We got him to send you a text message.
He sent a text message.
Yeah, no,
SMS.
that's why I said call me.
Well, he was
Call
about
me.
to
You have
drop into
ring
a
the
game.
phone.
I believe Lord Zath was already starting to stream.
Oh,
one of the first
okay,
games, so he
okay,
couldn't
all right. Well, anyways,
Anyway.
that's my fault. I apologize. I'm here now. How's it
Quite all
going?
right. It's going great. We're very glad to have you. So I think, gentlemen, before we get to our first match, which is coming up not too soon, thank you all for being very patient and sticking with us. We have a little bit more info to go over. We have some interesting facts about each region that we can talk about. I'm not sure if we need to say goodbye to Stats and Searaptor for the moment, and just we will do that. We'll gentlemen, we're looking forward to hearing you commentate. We'll see you shortly, okay?
Looking forward to it.
Very good.
See you.
All right, Painezor, Serapis, we have some fun info about the different regions. We have some info on the teams. Why don't we, I'd like to do just some interesting regional, not trivia.
Some tidbits.
Tidbits.
Yes.
Yes.
Well-
Would you like to get us started with that?
I would love to get us started
you.
here, as you were already talking about NA. They are the only region that are actually doing a grand final format, meaning that if you lose a game, you can still get first place. In all the other regions, CS, EU, and Asia, this is not the case. You can only get maximum of third place if you lose a single match. And yeah, we ended up seeing a great heroic story from KSC in this
Yeah.
format.
Come from like the ultimate come from behind to redeem themselves there.
To almost throw, because it ended up going 2-0, 2-2, and then back to 3-2. It
Absolutely.
was almost the reverse sweep. 07 nearly reverse sweep them in that series.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, like, all the people that I've talked to about it was like, as soon as it went to 2-0 and then it started going 2-1, it's like, this is the reverse sweep, this is the reverse sweep. Everyone's expecting it. And then no.
Yeah. KSC
After
came out
27
swinging.
games?
KSC came out swinging for the first 2 games, put a 2-point lead. People thought, oh my gosh, is KSC going to sweep 07? 07 came back in extraordinary fashion, showed why they are the most consistent high performers on the NA server, nearly reverse swept KSC, and it came down to a nail biter at the very end.
Yes.
I want to, just while we're on NA for a moment, I want to make one point to say that there was also a team that nearly made it to the round of 16, made up of all the CV mains from the competitive clan. They named themselves Yes CV, and they did exceptionally well for a bunch of filthy CV mains. Well done, guys. Hopefully next season we'll see you go a little bit further. There was also a fun, interesting moment when one of NA's best clans is the LATAM clan, one of the Latin American clans called Bien, Buenas Noches. They fielded 2 teams. When I asked which one was the primary team and which one was the secondary team, they said neither. It's both. These are 2 teams of their best players. Both went extremely far into the competition, and in the round of 16, they faced each other. It was BN versus BN. They did exceptionally well. They climbed up through the losers brackets, nearly faced each other again, but they did a fantastic job. They looked very, very strong. I think we're going to see them in the next COTS place even higher. So congratulations to the LATAM clans, and especially Yemi Mendoza, who's in charge of them. How about EU?
So on EU, we did see that the previous EU winners, Rain, did end up dying as a clan. So we unfortunately will not be seeing them again. They did actually recuperate as Alea. Unfortunately, they did not make it to internationals this time without their most prominent figures. And I think that we should be heading into the next game, as we are starting to get ready for it.
Yes, we're we're actually getting very close now, so we might want to hold the trivia for in between.
Yes.
So, oh, I see. We're going to be talking about Shaft versus Solo. Okay, so Shaft versus Solo, our first match of the day. So Shaft is Salty Hombres and Fairly. I can't read the entire name.
Trash.
Fairly Trash. Salty Hombres and Fairly Trash. There we go.
Yes.
In COTS 12, they had a third place final. COTS 11 and 10, they reached the knockout stage. They are Hurricane and Typhoon clans in clan battles consistently. Solo is different. Solo last time played in COTS 9, where they reached the knockout stage, but have been a staple of the EU Hurricane and Typhoon clan battle leagues. Going back quite a ways. Gentlemen, is there something? Remind me, what is unique about Solo? Because there was a little bit of trivia about that, right?
They are the Japanese team in the Asia region. The premier, one of the other premier Japanese teams in the Asia region, Kaxa, did actually not end up making it, and instead Solo, which was actually quite a big surprise to many Asian fans. So interesting to see them here.
And I hear they like to play Napoli. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is indeed correct.
I'm looking forward to that.
Both offensively and defensively.
love
We
the
have seen it
Napoli.
on EU, but I'm not convinced, but hopefully they can convince me.
I'm looking forward to being convinced myself.
Well, Sarah, I need to ask you something. As the resident weeb, what does the purr mean at the end of the names? It's been something that's been bothering me for a while.
I genuinely do not know.
What do we have you for? You're meant to be the expert. You're a resident
Well, maybe
weeb.
we should ask Kawaii Kukai PRPR,
I may have misspoke.
one of
guys.
our referees.
I think I spoke. I said that Solo was an EU team, but they are Asia. They are part of the SEA server, so forgive me for that.
Yeah, we wouldn't be wanting an EU versus EU this early in the national tournament.
Yeah, very cool this time, guys. We also have the actual rosters of the players, so you could see who's been a part of this team, even if they don't actually play a game today. We should probably talk about maps. We should talk about bans.
Yeah.
Should we go ahead and move on over that, fellas?
Do we have the bands? I would
Definitely.
love to see the bands.
But actually, I
I'm
will
very
bring
curious.
up something very, very short still,
Sure.
a bit trivia, that both of these teams are actually more control style. As we see from Asia and EU, they're very aggressive servers, but we see that both of these teams actually like to play a little bit more slow and more control style, so it's going to be different.
Yeah, we actually got reports that the SEA server and some of these teams have actually been using the Gudenliuf fight. Did I say that
On
correctly?
purpose?
Yes, we
On
have
purpose.
indeed seen that Liu has actually been quite prominent in Asia.
That's very interesting. People were experimenting with it in some of the earlier rounds of NA. I'm not sure about EU, but it was generally phased out.
Yeah, I know it appeared in a lot of trainings.
Yeah.
We don't see it here, unfortunately, in the
Is this
the
why
bands,
that
but
secret
hopefully
NA
we'll see it in the
Worcester
picks
strat's
here.
coming in?
I'm
Like,
looking for it.
You've been NA's been running Worcesters, and is this like some 5,000 IQ player that I haven't figured out? Is they know that they're going to be up against Golden Lose in the international?
It could be.
It's genius. Why
This
didn't
is
I
what's
think
so
of
much
this?
fun about internationals, though, is you get to see the styles and the metas from each region come and face each other.
Being
It's like,
absolutely galaxy brained here. I never thought Worcester was going to be useful. And
well, so
then-
our first bans are in. We already have that. Let's talk about that. To nobody's surprise, Shaft has decided to ban the Napoli so that Solo may not use it. I think they did their research because that
Oh
would
yeah,
be a pretty...
they definitely did their research if they have the information that they do love to play
Yes.
Napoli, and going to be fun to see.
And then, of course, Solo has banned the Marceau, as we saw last COTS Internationals. The French cruisers, sorry, not cruisers. Well, they're almost cruisers. Okay. The French destroyers, which are effectively like cruisers, were extremely popular amongst the Asian teams, and that actually could be argued was what brought them to the very top. Because of that, it's not on this graphic. There are still 2 global bans in place, which means nobody may bring them. That is the Petropavlovsk and the Kleber. The Kleber was the primary weapon that allowed Vor to win last COTS 12 internationals. And of course, the Petropavlovsk is known as Wargaming's first submarine, as it has a very low citadel, sits very low in the water. So it was universally banned by vote across regions as well. So the first matches we're going to be playing today are going to be on Hotspot, Warrior's Path, and, if necessary, on Trap. Gentlemen, Hotspot. It's new this time.
Oh,
what do you think?
We have seen a lot of exciting matches on this. It's very interesting to see how teams play here, whether they want to vie for control on the 9-10 line, or whether they play a more centralized approach towards the A, B, and C caps. So there's a lot of different styles here. The map layout is very different, also because of how the spawns are located. So
right, it's almost as if the safe cap has to be taken from a distance before you can actually call it your safe cap. Something fast enough could actually start threatening it quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, no Clubber, no Marceau this time, but we might see people making an aggressive push up the 1-2 line or attempting to swarm the D line. So we'll definitely have to see how that goes. No French DDs in this match. Oh, folks, this is very exciting. We're about to drop into our first match. I believe that we'll be throwing over to our casters here once our timer reaches 0, correct? I love a thumbs up. You can't see it. I can see it.
Yeah, so that will be in just about half a minute. We'll be dropping off to our casters. So let's do some predictions, shall we?
Yes, Painezor.
I'm going with Shaft. EU's going to win. Oh, wait, I'm not meant to be biased.
You're going with the Shaft,
Shaft's going to win.
I actually also think Shaft's going to win. Looking at their clan battle history and cost history, I think Shaft is a little bit more experienced.
Very good. Well, in that case, folks, we're going to throw it over to Statsbloke and Searaptor. Take it away for game 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, welcome to today's version. This is King of the Sea XIII, the international bracket, and we are here bringing you game 1. This is Solo versus Shaft. Spawning to the north, the green team, this is Solo bringing Double Ohio, Ripple Moskva, a Nevsky, a Gearing, a Shimakaze, and everyone's new favorite entry into the Destroyer category in King of the Sea. This is Ragnar. Statsbloke, what has Shaft got cooking on the other end of the map?
Down the south end of this 4-cap map, we'll talk about that in a second, we have Shaft, and they are bringing Ohio, Yamato, Des Moines, Venezia, Nevsky, Gearing, Daring, Shimakaze, and a Harugumo. And we also have with us, I'm delighted to reintroduce Darth Henning as our expert help here. Darth Henning is a COTS veteran, so he's going to be helping us with some little advice and just getting inside the minds of some of these players. Hello, Henning. How are you?
I am doing fine. Thank you for having me here.
It's a pleasure, as always. So can we just recap? We talked about this last weekend, but can we just recap 4-cap map? Kind of interesting. Anything that we should be thinking about?
Yeah, Hotspot in this 4-cap layout is actually very, very new. It's the first time we actually see that, like at all, I think. Because of the spawns are more like tailored towards the D side, you usually don't expect to see home cap pushers here. Most of the action usually starts at the D cap. Maybe at C if the destroyers are going for a stacked opening, which you might actually see here from Shaft.
Okay, Searaptor, with that in mind, should we go to the initial deployments?
Yeah, let's have a look around here, because like you guys, we've seen on NA, this map play tended to favor D a little bit, but we're not seeing that out of the Solo deployment here. They're sending a tremendous amount of force over to the A cap. This, all 3 Moskvas and one of the Ohios and the Shimakaze all headed over to play that flank. So 5 ships out of their 9 all headed over to the 2-3 line.
Yeah, I think maybe the teams are learning some lessons on this map because it's new for everyone, this COTS, and I think earlier in the tournament we saw a lot of heavy sort of 7, 8, 9 line deployments, and I think teams are favoring taking a bit more weight over to the AB side of the map. Some fast ships, get around, get some flanking going on, rather than leaving everything locked up in sort of a tennis battle over at D.
We're definitely seeing that here, and you can kind of see the philosophical difference between both teams as well when you look at the Shaft deployment.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the Shimakaze is capping the Shaft. Shimakaze actually got this slightly earlier, maybe a slightly better spawn. So the points will start ticking for Shaft slightly earlier, and that can be critical as we see the points start to come in one tick early. So although the Ragnar of Solo did get D, so they are going to end up with 2 caps here.
Now, one thing we didn't highlight is there is a destroyer disparity here between these two teams. Shaft making it sort of taking advantage of that. They get the Shimakaze onto A cap a little quicker, but they do have an extra board control piece nominally that Solo doesn't have on the board. Unfortunately, they've got 4 radars to contend with as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how that balance sort of plays out over the course of the match as well.
Shaft's deployment under sea is really interesting. They've got the Daring and the Harugumo, who's laid, I'm assuming that's a legendary Haru, which gives you a much longer smokescreen, and that's for the Nevsky of Shaft, which is obviously providing that lovely 12-kilometer radar, which will cover the Solo gearing. Let's see, first shots out there from that Nevsky. I think this is the first time we've seen 3 ships go to Charlie, at least as far as I can remember.
We've seen one of the NA teams do this. KSC's strategy for this map, one of the early deployments I saw them take on this map, if I remember correctly, they pushed a smoke gear, well, obviously smoke gearing, and then I think a couple of Woosters, or maybe a Wooster and a Des Moines to the top end of the sea cap. Very similar to what Shaft has done with this Nevsky here in the middle of the board. They brought a radar in close, kind of open water, but with the smoke, it worked out really well for them.
Keep an eye on Shaft's Haru in the middle. There are some torpedoes coming. I think that gap is going to be quite convenient.
Yep.
Haru is a big destroyer, and it's not very maneuverable, so you have to be really careful when you are traversing like sideways like that across where the torpedoes might be coming from. It's also worth keeping an eye here on both the 1 line and the 10 line. The 1 line has 2 Shimakazes who could potentially come across each other at some point, and then the pair for Shaft, and so Solo are going to have to be careful that doesn't turn into a bit of a flank push, and that Ragnar is going to have to be very cautious.
5 minutes gone. Solo on about a 60-ish point lead here on the strength of their early cap advantage. Shaft held out of the sea cap by that early Nevsky radar, so they're kind of looking for a way in to make inroads somewhere else. Now they've rotated Possum's Daring over to the bottom end of the D cap here. My suspicion is that they'll try and push him in, especially now that the Ragnar has vacated. They shouldn't have any problem picking up those points if they want them.
Yeah, I was about to comment it. So the Solo team have picked up 2 caps, with Shaft going for much more central presence around C, but they don't have C because they didn't cap it. So they're going to need to get a cap from somewhere, because otherwise the points are just going to keep drifting in Solo's favor. So yeah, they have to push Stress Possum's Daring into Delta now, which we're just seeing start. So obviously Solo will see that happening, and they will know that one of the destroyers has gone in there.
If you have a look at Solo's radar deployment around the board, right? You've got one Moskva, that's Selly, north of A. He's all the way in the back, kind of, well, he's moving up a bit now, but kind of, you get the sense, okay, he's going to hold this cap down. Then you've got a Kuchin's Moskva over here snuggled up on the 4 line, bow in, looking right at C. He's flanked on his left by the Nevsky, and is now his second smoke cloud. And you're starting to get the sense that they're kind of focusing their radar around this central board. Now that they've got a lead, I'm betting they're going to put ZDS's gearing in here and try to pick up C, and then try and hold it, because they've got plenty of radar to hopefully keep the other guys out.
Yeah, they've kind of swapped. So now the Shaft guys have gone much heavier on D. They've moved the Daring and the Ohio up. The gearing and the Des Moines are covering the flank. And Solo they've switched, and they're putting much more focus on C now.
There's the radar coming in at C.
Yep, that's radar out from, I think that was Kamikaze's Nevsky, yep.
Yep.
That's caught Blade's gearing in the middle for Solo. Gonna have to do some ducking and diving. Few shells landing so far, not too many. At this range, dodging is much easier than close range, but with lots of shells coming in, it's still very, very tricky.
Well, and Harugumo does lots of shells better than most.
Absolutely, that is definitely not a smokescreen you want shooting at you. A Haru and a Nevsky?
What's interesting about that is that Zill back there is in the wide open. He's not in the smoke taking those shots. He's drawing some counter battery fire from the Moskva, and also the Ohio throwing HE downrange. That's Lati's Ohio throwing HE down there looking for him as well.
The gearing from Shaft is slowly reversing up the 9 line. I think trying to make contact with Ragnar. The Ragnar is now spotted. Nanatori
Yep, they've got him now.
Yep, Des Moines will be opening up. Kimilil from the smoke there. Ragnar counter radar.
Yeah, Nanatori put his radar up, but didn't come up with anything. In fact, his radar is still ticking away and not getting anything out of it all. That's some really, really good kind of tactics there by Shaft, right? To bait that radar out.
Yeah, absolutely. You look how far they've pushed Nanatori up the map. We've got a replay here of Shimakaze just narrowly dodging torps there. Ethanol finding a really narrow gap to squeeze through. That was over on the 1 line. Yeah, look at how far up they've pushed the Ohio, who's about to take torps, by the way. Koizumi taking 1 near the bow. I think that was a flood. Let's see if that was a DCP. Yes, that was a DCP. I'm seeing lights flashing. It's hard to tell on those silver camos, actually. Okay, gearing capping C now that radar is over.
Yeah, that's the difference here that I see in the deployment, right? Solo's got kind of this radar trap built around C, whereas Shaft doesn't have that. They only have their 2 radars on the board, the Nevsky and the Des Moines, and the Nevsky radar, of course, was used to deny that cap early, but the Des Moines radar way over on the 9 line, not able to come in here and support.
So it looks like Shaft are going to move into contest Charlie and start capping. The points are neck and neck right now, 560-ish each, with 2 caps ticking for Shaft, now only 1 cap ticking for Solo. In some matches, points can become really, really important as the points tick back and forth. If you get to 1,000 first, you win, so that can become really important sometimes. Here we have a replay of, again, Ethanol is going to be dodging those torps. Oh no, taking a torp. We missed that.
We took one that time.
Yeah, we missed that over on the 1 line. Ethanol taking 1 torp down to 5,000.
Maybe. Woo! Oh yeah, I went over to have a look, and Ethanol took one right between the screws, basically. There, that was a Venezia torp coming in from who was that? Chatban.
Yeah, you've got to watch those. They're long range and they're slow, and they arrive
and they're sneaky.
They arrive exactly when you're not expecting them to. And yeah, they can be quite nasty. Okay,
11 minutes in. 11 minutes in, both teams still looking for kind of a decisive point here. Shaft, they've been trying to focus Akuchin's Moskva for a bit, but he's gone dark again. They've lost spotting because that island in the middle of the sea cap is blocking Possum's ability to spot him for his team. So he's pushed up, but his radar's down. They're not able to push Possum back off the sea cap at the moment because the Nevsky, that's Niwaka, has been pulled all the way back, way up he's in B8 up here, way up here with the Ohio. So their double radar that they held at sea for a long time has kind of broken down, and that's going to allow Shaft to pick up C and grow this lead.
We actually also see the 3-line push now coming in from Solo here, going for the home cap. They actually need to do that because they cannot hold control over C and D here.
Yeah, it looks like they've decided to kite away from D, but they've got to push this Bravo Charlie side. So we can see the Ohio and the Moskva here pushing down the 3-line, and they are pushing into a lot of ships. You've got the Venezia there, the Shima's going to be throwing torps. You've got a Yamato who's potentially, really close range. That's going to be quite nasty. The Haru can sling shells, the Nevskys can sling shells. If this Ohio pokes out from around this volcano, that's not going to be a good time. Moskva also just takes a torpedo, I think that was, or it might have been a Yamato.
Ohio's actually he's going to ground himself there. I think probably just to avoid the Venezia torpedoes. Celi's Moskva took one in the bow. But obviously he's still doing okay. He's done a really good job preserving his health up to that point.
Here we see Moskva just taking a torpedo on the back end and another one on the nose. That was over again on the 1 line. Lots of torpedoes being eaten by Solo on the 1 line.
Well, Shaft's got their Shimakaze in the right place to help deny and slow, or at least have this push cost Solo a lot of HP to take it.
Yeah, pushing into a Shimakaze is a very, very dangerous prospect. Those torpedoes are spotted from the moon, but when they hit you, they really, really hurt.
Oh, yeah.
After Ohio was shot on the Moskva in the 3 line. The side was coming in.
AP in. That is not as bad as it could have been. I think
No, it
Sully
wasn't that
lucky
bad.
there. Yeah, that could have been very, very different. Torpedoes also heading in to that gap with Selly and Lati.
The Harugumo here is in an open water gunfight with Selly, trying to get him to light. He does get the bow fire, and it looks like Selly's going to take maybe one more here on the bow. Yep, one more of those big Japanese torpedoes going in on the bow. Selly getting pretty low over here.
Selly had to push forward to try and avoid cross shots from the Ohio. Didn't want to risk that a second time. And that has forced Selly into, much closer to that Harugumo's fire. It's forcing him into Zando's Yamato as well.
Ethanol. Nope, didn't make it.
Ethanol takes another torpedo to go down. Moskva, will Moskva find the gap?
Yeah,
Yes,
his
Moskva does find the gap.
will eat the torp that would have killed the Moskva.
It's nice when it happens in random battles, when it's your teammate that's just gone down, not so much. 908 points on the board here for Shaft, the EU team, against Solo CIS.
Yeah, and it's looking like Selly's Moskva has been the pick target. He's getting really low. There he goes. 2 quick kills here for Shaft, and they are definitely in the driver's seat here because they're literally seconds from a win here in game 1.
968 points and ticking 2 caps. Shaft here could either win on points or they could just get a kill. I'm not sure where that kill would come from, although Ohio is about to take a torpedo. I think it's going to be a points win.
Yeah, I think they'll
take
take up the points. They'll take up the points before the Ohio dies.
Yeah, indeed. Shaft just all they need to do, right, is just do nothing. Do nothing and you win. Don't die. Don't do anything. 996. A couple more ticks and there we go.
There we go. Shaft looking really good today. They're going to claim game 1 here on Hotspot. So, looking back real briefly, we talked about kind of Solo's long deployment over to the 2-3 line. Do you think the time they spent sort of executing that, getting that push together, was that the difference here, or was it Shaft's ability to land those critical torpedoes and then pick up the kills?
I think it was their ability to so that the radar control in the middle didn't really come to anything from Solo's side, and they were able to just get that slightly better map control around the edges. Henning?
Yeah, I would actually say Solo went for a home camp push, but when you look at the minimap, Shaft rotated 5 ships around the home camp to defend it. There was just no way Solo can get in there. And in the meantime, Shaft can just convincingly take control over C and D, while the home camp is still ticking, letting them win on points.
Right. Well, let's throw it back to the studio, guys. We'll see you in a few minutes for game 2.
Welcome back, everybody. A very exciting game 1 between Shaft and Solo, and we have our first victory on stream of the day going to the EU team Shaft over SEA's Solo. Serapis, Painezor, would you have gotten through those torps?
Oh man, those torps. That's just like, if it's one thing that stood out this game to me the most, it's definitely those torps. It just staggered the entire push. Solo was not able to do what they wanted to do, which is take the home cap.
To be fair, I wouldn't have been in a situation where I was going to be having to dodge those torpedoes, because I was very surprised at the difference between the Asia and the EU region tactics on this map. We saw a very heavy 10-line presence from the EU team Shaft, and absolutely nothing else there on the Asian team. It was just like, there was absolutely nothing contesting the 10-line push. So they walked up, they had their home cap on the south, they had the D cap on the 7-8 line because they had full 9-10 line control, and then it was just a surround. So having to push through those torpedoes from that Shimakaze, that's dangerous.
You're absolutely right. And trying to push into even a gearing, but into any sort of torpedo destroyer that can consistently lay down screens after screens of heavy hitting torpedoes is extremely difficult to do, and you see why there. But we actually have a replay ready.
And
so
especially when it's a Shimakaze.
Yeah.
Because you bring it for the torpedo power, of course.
That's right. That's right. So we'll go ahead and get that ready here. I'm going to take... There we go. Okay. Perhaps we can go ahead and get this rolling. I believe we can draw on it too, which is exciting.
We definitely can.
Oh my god, look at that. That's so
I will draw with my mind, since I don't have a computer.
Okay. Forgive me while I remember this. And how do I remove the
Q.
Q. Amazing. Brilliant.
But yeah.
So,
As we see here, the heavy 9-10 line presence for Shaft
yeah.
become completely uncontested by Solo. So they've sent everything over to the 1-2-3 area. They want to get some sort of home cap push going. They want to take both A and B. B is being very heavily contested by both teams, like just trying to deny each other the presence. But other than that, like just...
Yeah, and we definitely here see the differences as well between what Shaft is bringing to the 1-2 line and what Solo is bringing to the 1-2 line.
Right.
Except it's not actually that big of an advantage because the Mothras are one, more liable to catch the Shimakaze torps that are going to be coming towards them.
Right.
And two, it's such an open space that it's extremely difficult to push through.
And this was one of the big things about this map when we found out that Hotspot was going to be included, was that it's very difficult to push through some of these key areas if there is a highly skilled torpedo boat destroyer, which, as you can see, as they were just pointing out, right here and right here, 2 Shimakazes just sit there and say, even if you're a Moskva, even if you've got radar, even if you've got high ballistic, accurate HE guns, you can't get me. I just keep walking away. And it definitely worked out for Shaft to go ahead and push up that 10 line as they were uncontested. So go ahead and see how this develops here. And what we notice also is that after a little bit of time, Shaft realized there's nothing in the decap. The decap is the Thunderdome, yes?
Yes.
It's not labeled on here, so forgive me, guys. They realized there's nothing there. There's nothing stopping us. We can just walk right in here, and it's all ours. So, that's, I think, what gave Shaft the sort of the knowledge that says, we can now start to make a horseshoe here. And as we'll see in just a moment, they start pushing Solo back up further towards the northwest as they take that 9-10 line.
Yeah, we saw the Lemoyne here turn around and beat himself on the island just to deny this entire part of the map from Solo.
Right. Yeah, and so you can already start to see the horseshoe forming a little bit. In this map, it's difficult because the borders really do stop you there on the 1 and the 10 line, but 3 caps for Shaft there. 1 for Solo. Yeah. Solo has to make a play at this point, and as you can see, where do they go? What do they do? 800, 200 point difference here. Now almost nearly 300 points difference here. And we were commentating, they have to step on the caps. They can't do that.
They do.
Because they'll be so exposed.
And they're trying to make a desperation play on the 9-10 line, but it's just too late.
Too little, too late. Yeah.
And then the Mothra here goes down and the points just take over. It was just too late.
Because then suddenly Solo has to push on to actually move into these caps, which means they have to push several torpedo destroyers. And as you can see down there, Haragumo, Shimakaze, and Daring all saying, you cannot get into our safe cap.
Yeah.
And
it was just impossible for them to get in at that point.
So, wonderful. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We need to move on and talk about our next map, which is going to be, I believe, is Northern Waters. We'll have it up here in just a moment. Very exciting stuff, though, coming in from the first game. Warrior's Path, not North. Very good. Warrior's Path, of course, a map where there's a lot of opportunities for surprise. I was going to say surprise mofo, but maybe I won't.
I actually don't know whose pick this is, but I do know that in EU, Warrior's Path was actually one of the maps that was banned a lot on the playoff stage.
Really?
So, interesting to see it here.
Yeah, well, both teams decided to ban Islands of Ice. So wait, was this picked by Solo?
I'm not sure. I don't have the list of who picked what in front of me. I do have...
Picks and bans.kingofthesea.eu. There's
bans.kingofthesea.eu, which you can publicly access, made by our one of our organizers on EU.
Yes.
Yeah, a lovely website being developed for the King of the Sea.
Well, either way, gentlemen, usually, in my experience, we oftentimes will see a smoke train run up the 9-10 line, trying to contest that C cap. You might see a destroyer or 2 plinking at each other in the B cap, and then you'll see some interesting in and out plays around to A as people open wide and use destroyers for spotting. Do you have any predictions here based on what we saw in the first match?
I mean, I thought Shaft was looking pretty strong in the first match. I don't think we should underestimate Solo at all. I think they actually showed a pretty strong showing, but they were just too late to step on the gas here. Maybe some regional differences, and obviously Hotspot being a map that was not that known. So I think we'll actually see Solo take it here.
You think this one's going to Solo? Very good. Painezor, how about you?
I'm going with the completely unbiased EU are going to win.
I can smell the unbiased in your voice.
It's a lovely aroma.
It reeks.
It reeks of Shaft.
Just putting this out there, if this does indeed go to a 2-0, we could go and then watch one game of -1S versus Bonks before we head into the next semifinal.
I would love that. I would absolutely love to see that. It would be great to
I've
get
been
an
told
NA
I'm
team.
wrong.
that was an
That's the
alarming.
beauty of live production. Well, in that case, the voice of God has told us that we have a game coming up here in just a moment. So Warriors Path here, I'm interested to see with the quad DD play that came in from Shaft. I'm interested to see if they apply some of that heavy pressure onto the B cap early. From what I remember in NA, there were a lot of teams that essentially gave up the B cap and said, I want nothing to do with this. They send the extra ships to A and C. They try to just make that horseshoe early, and they give up the extra points coming from the B cap. What do you think about, is anyone going to be taking the B cap, you think?
B cap, when I've been watching this, seems to just be the thing that's its lone. One team takes E, the other team takes C, and then a big fight happens around B and somebody wins. That's generally how it goes.
Yes. And I think we'll be seeing that here again. Maybe we'll see somewhat like the last time where Solo gets the early cap on B, and eventually Shaft moves in, sees it's empty, and takes it. So I think we might see something like that again.
Absolutely. That some of the teams, especially the ones that bring a ladder destroyers, can oftentimes take that central cap early, start racking up those points, and force their opponents to make something happen. So let's see exactly what happens. Let's throw it to Searaptor and Statsbloke for Game 2.
Game 2 with this series between Shaft and Solo. Let's have a quick look here over the team lineups. Shaft seeming to kind of, well, if it works, don't change it. They have made a couple of tweaks here. Still fielding in Ohio, swapping in a First for their second battleship. It's not a normal pick here in King of the Sea. Adding a Minotaur to the lineup, still bringing 3 Moskvas and the Nevsky, fronted by a Gearing and the Ragnar. So they've changed out the Shimakaze for a Minotaur and changed out one of their battleships. Stats, what's Solo doing at the bottom end of the map?
So Solo on the south side of the map, standard 3-cap layout on this map. We're going with Ohio, Kremlin, a triple Moskva, so very similar. Nevsky for yet another radar. How many radars would you like? Yes, all of them, please. Then we've got a Gearing, a Ragnar, and a Khabarovsk, which I don't think I've seen. I've definitely seen one in King of the Sea before, maybe not quite this late in the tournament. Henning, any insight into why they might have done that?
I actually have no clue.
Yeah, that's what I thought you would say.
What?
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Like, I can explain the Kurfürst pick, but the Khabarovsk guy is actually puzzling.
Is it possible? So normally people play with a heal. Is it possible, given whether it's with a Ragnar, is it possible that it's a smoke Kaba?
That would be interesting.
It would be interesting.
That would be a thing. There's a part of me that wonders though, if you're going to take a gunboat, a tiny little gunboat like this for the smoke and the guns, why not a Harugamo?
I know. I know. I don't get it. Oh well.
Well, let's see. Let's see how they deploy with it. We're going to be onto it very quick.
Solo are the experts. They're the ones in the ships.
You got it.
So we'll see what they do with it. Hopefully they'll impress us with this Kappa pick. Okay, so initial deployments. What are the green team doing?
Let's see. Shaft has gone fairly heavy. They've gone for a 5-4 split with 5 ships going over to A. That's the Moskva now radaring both destroyers in the cap, backed up by Ragnar and Gearing, Nevsky and Ohio. The other 4 ships have all kind of deployed over towards the BC. The Kurfürst and the Moskva hanging around the top end of the B cap. Moskva and Minotaur headed over to C. So C's going to look pretty weak for those guys. They're trying to dump a lot of fire in on these destroyers here, though, as the Ragnar and the Cab will work on the cap here today.
Yeah, I think had the Cabo been a smoke, I think we would have seen it by now, so I'm pretty sure that's a heal. I'm still slightly puzzled as to why, but I guess we'll find out. So Solo a little bit lighter on this flank. They've got the 4 ships, the 2 destroyers, the Moskva and the Ohio. They're a little bit heavier over on the BC side. So we'll see if they can make that into some kind of push. Which of course they're going to have to, because that is their strong flank. They'll be pushing into the Minotaur and the Moskva.
The more I think about the Kaba, the one thing that sort of kind of makes sense is that if you're going to use it as maybe an anti-Ragnar, it has some potential in that capacity.
I would say they use it as an alternative to Marceau, because Marceau is banned. So they want to have a fast destroyer with good guns that can relocate quickly. I think
Yeah, it
Well,
does
and
make
that's-
sense.
point.
That actually makes a lot of sense as well, right? Because you've taken with putting Marceau on the game ban list, you've taken both of the speedy French destroyers off the board. Haberovs gives you an alternative to that.
So we are seeing a classic EU meme here. Kurfürst into the middle of B.
I was just commenting. I was going to comment on that.
Yeah, so you said earlier we don't see many Kurfürsts in COTS. You're quite right, but EU do occasionally. The EU team sometimes just like to take a Kurfürst and just shove it into the middle of the map, which is exactly what Shaft have done.
Shove it in and say, "I dare you to come root me out."
Exactly, yeah. It's like a tick. It's very difficult to get out once it's in there. So we'll see what they do. They can. I mean, it's behind the island, so they can only really get it out with either some kind of torpedo rush, which they don't have anything nearby that can do that solo, or just cross map, spam and stuff. So I think they're going to find it quite hard to get Vert out of that cap.
Despite all of the ships and all the destroyer presence at A, nobody owns that cap here. The Gearing and the Nevsky, that's Flow 420 over here on the 1 line, backed up by Kamikaze's Nevsky. They have gone super wide. There comes the first smoke now to protect Kamikaze's as they try to work him into position here on the edge of the map. His teammates all playing north of the cap, just kind of hanging out, and that early Ragnar Haberovs push into A, having been denied the cap, watching these guys navigate, you kind of get the sense they're not really sure what to do with them just yet.
Yeah, put yourself into, say, the Ragnar's shoes, Nanatori. If that Ragnar turns around and tries to go into A, you've got the Nevsky radar there, you've got the Ragnar radar there, you've got the other Moskva radar there. That's potentially 3 radars which they can chain together if they want to keep you out of that cap. That is not a thing you want to be doing. And actually, Nanatori just gets radared there by Nevsky as I speak, and takes a massive hit from the Nevsky.
that first salvo was a good one. I think they were trying to bring Nanatori over there to possibly try to pick up the Nevsky, but I mean, you were never going to be able to get close enough to do that. So I had to wonder, once he saw the smoke on the edge of the map, why did he continue? There's going to be, you've watched these guys play, there's going to be a radar in there.
There's a radar, and that the Gearing is going to be out the front of the smoke somewhere spotting as well.
Absolutely.
And Gearing, assuming this is a legendary Gearing, the detection is very good, and it's certainly much, much smaller than the Ragnar. So trying to bloom spot a Nevsky, if that's what the Ragnar is trying to do, not a good plan.
It feels like Nanatori just gave up a whole bunch of HP there for not much gain, as Shaft's Ragnar's into A now.
Let's pay attention to B here, because I think we've got a tiny bit of a counter push going on. The Kremlin of Lati, who we saw in the last game, is pushing up to the island, probably trying to just get over that line to block that points income.
Yeah, just hold the points back.
Gearing of Solo is just starting to cap C here. Currently spotted. I'm guessing that's a radar out. Is that from the minor? Yeah, that is from the minor of Zil, up on the 10 line.
There we go. Solo does manage to get Lati's Kremlin in there, blocking the B points there, as instead, in response, Shaft grabs A, so they are continuing to tick up a cap here. Over 120 point lead, 7 minutes played, as Solo is still trying to break into the C cap. It feels to me a little bit over here at C, like maybe they've been a little too timid.
Yeah, Henning, I would say that Shaft have very good map control right now. If you're Solo looking at this minimap, what options do you have to try and wrest back control of the map?
Solo actually has a pretty straightforward play here to actually get C, try to push beyond that, because this GK is actually really committed, he can't get out of there anymore. So if you get full control over C, this GK can just get farmed down, which gives you control over B as well.
So you think that's plan number 1 for Solo has to be remove Vert's GK from B?
Well, yeah. First of all, get the control over C completely, maybe push a bit more north. They're actually turning away here, which I don't like. They need to get control of the channel, basically.
Go on, Searaptor.
I was going to say, speaking of farming, it feels to me like Shaft is doing a really good job. They've ripped off a good 20,000-30,000 HP off of Lati's Kremlin here at the bottom end of the B cap. just between all the spam and everything they can bring in from the A cap, they've got really good shots on him in there.
The power of the GK Hydro.
Yeah. Selly's Cabba just took a massive chunk there, down to 11, although as we've established, I think this is a heal Cabba, so being able to get a little bit of that back. Just dipping into secondary range there. Yeah, that Kremlin position is much more exposed than Vert's Kurfürst position. Kurfürst AP out on Selly.
Well, and it's exposed because of Shaft's push down the A line, right? Solo has bent and pulled these ships back. That allows them to claim that territory. They've shoved Pepegag's Ohio into the A cap. The Nevsky and the Gearing are all the way down the F line. So, and then Kamele's Moskva has basically just been taking shots for free at Lati for a while. So that position at A allows them to take this farming position on the Kremlin. And
interestingly, I would say Solo had the opportunity to do something similar up on the 10 line, and they just haven't.
They just haven't. Yeah, they really haven't.
They've pulled the Moskva back around, so you've got Monjara has come around from the C cap and is now nosing towards the B cap, rather than taking up some kind of flanking position.
I think to me right now, as I look at the map, one of the things that stands out to me is that Shaft is getting much better use out of their battleships than Solo is, right? And it's not that Lati's Kremlin position is bad. That feels a bit like they've sort of maybe had to shove him in there as like we got to get this done, right? But the Ohio, I look at the position of the Solo Ohio and I go, it doesn't feel like he's very impactful in the match from where he is right now.
We might be about to see the first ship go down from Solo here, and of the game, the Moskva underneath B is looking quite unhealthy, down to 9k.
He's trying to find a little gap in here to get some cover, but hadn't found one yet.
Solo have also been chipping away at Vert, and Niwaka's Nevsky from the smokescreen at sea has been doing some decent damage to Vert. We go, can they take down either the Kremlin or the Moskva?
Oh, it's going to be the Moskva. He had gone under 10. Well, the Moskva's going to go first. He had gone under 10k. They got him on fire. Chatman's had great shots, and there he goes.
I think the Kremlin is going to be next because that focus fire is simply just going to switch over to the Kremlin.
And Vert's position there. That you mentioned it earlier. That GK Hydro allowing them to just keep anything in that cap lit. He's just slowly inching forward to make sure they don't lose sight of Lati's Kremlin until he's off the board.
Yeah, I'm sure Lati is sitting there watching the kilometers to the Kurfürst, getting closer and closer to 6, but not quite being able to get there.
No, Lati's on double fires, and there he goes.
So Solo have now started to push up the 10 line, which, as we said earlier, maybe they should have done a little bit earlier, maybe with the Moskva. So we've got Ethanol and Niwaka now pushing up towards the D line, chasing Zill's Minotaur. Cabba taking a big
Cabba just took a huge hit. Yeah, well, he's going out here. The Minotaur's got him just absolutely dialed in terms of lead, and it's only a matter of time, and there he goes.
Yeah, I think that was right, we're going to lose unless we do something. Let's try and rush the Kurfürst. They didn't get anywhere near that, so they pushed out torps towards Chatban's Moskva instead.
And Chat's probably going to take maybe one or two of these, but it's not going to be enough to put him down.
Yeah, let's have a look. We've got
just one, it looks like. Yeah, he's going to clear out.
Yeah, it's just going to be the one. That's totally fine. Okay, let's see if Solo can do anything with this flanking force, although if I was a Gearing, I wouldn't really want to take... Oh, here we see Selly's Cabba is meeting the final end, pushing those torps out towards the Moskva. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be Ethanol's Gearing right now, trying to chase a Moskva and a Minotaur, both of which are radar.
No.
That's not a pleasant thing to have to do. 886 points, 890 points for Shaft here for a win. And I mean a series win, not just a game win.
Indeed. I just don't see... There's really just no way for Solo to get back into this game. They're about to lose the Moskva. That's going to take it even closer. You're down 4 ships. You're off pretty much all the caps at this point. I mean, you own C, but that's not enough. You don't have the firepower to break in anywhere else. I think Henning called it earlier, right? Like the 9-10 line push would have been a good play had they opted for that. sooner, right? I think maybe if you take the Kremlin up on that flank, bring him down the channel, this little channel here in between the B and the C cap, you have better options on what happens next. But that's not what happens here in game 2, and Shaft earns a sweep.
Yeah, indeed. Shaft taking this series nice, straightforward 2-0. I think just showing better map control, better use of flanking maneuvers, and as you said, better use of the battleships there. So excellent. EU, I'm happy to say, they go up 2-0. Henning, anything you want to highlight from that match?
No, I think everything was said already. Solo not pushing the advantage on C, unfortunately, cost them complete control over B because all their ships got farmed down way too fast. But it's
Okay,
basically it.
Searaptor. Shall we pass it back?
Let's do it. Let's see what the studio thinks.
Well, game 2 ending in extraordinary fashion with the first of our victories and moving on for this stream. Congratulations to Shaft. They will be moving on. Thank you very much to Solo for putting up a game there, but Shaft was dominant. Seraphis, Painezor, GK.
Now
Khabarovsk.
Yeah, wow.
Minotaur.
And I don't want to be biased here, but we've had 2 matches and both have EU winners. I don't know. Coincidence?
I'm
So
completely
glad we're not
unbiased. Hashtag EU win. Right, so I want to talk about the Khabarovsk pick because it does seem like a bit of a meme pick, but we did see both French DDs were banned. We did see the Merceau ban. We did see the Clever ban. What is the next best option? Is it Khabarovsk?
Or is it Ragnar? It seems
You need a
like
torpedo
or-
threat.
it's true.
Or is the Khabarovsk a potential counter to the Ragnar?
It's tough to know because again, the Khabarovsk has that 50mm strip along the side, which means it's very resistant to HE fire from the Ragnar. The Ragnar, of course, is basically got a 25mm hull, which I think it only ends. It extends up to, but not including the bow and the stern on the Ragnar.
Yeah, it's pretty large.
That basically means it's invulnerable to most HE fire from DDs throughout the entire deck and full body of the Ragnar. Very, very resistant. Plus 30,000 HP to start with and a potential for 15,000 to be healed. That's 45,000 potential HP for a Ragnar. Plus cruiser guns. It's wild. The thing is very, very strong.
Yes.
So, Khabarovsk, Ragnar. That's the question. What does the Kaba do that the Ragnar does?
I do know that there have been some teams who have tried to run IFHE Khabarovsk to try and counter the Ragnar to pen the 25 mil. I don't know how it went because we didn't see it in EU regionals. I think it didn't go so well. Maybe maybe Solo had a different opinion, but we saw here that unfortunately it did not work out for them. So yeah.
Well, so we saw a crime scene in the middle of the match, and it was a GK parked and allowed to sit in B and farm points the entire time.
Yeah.
That was a crime.
There was a Grosser Kurfürst in the middle of the B for quite a long period of that match. And the thing is, the way they had positioned it, you have no angles available shooting from the C cap. I don't think we have the replay yet, but...
We do.
Oh, we have the replay?
We do indeed have the replay.
Well, we can talk about this on the minimap when we eventually get down to it. But basically, what we have is we get the Grosser Kurfürst. It parks itself in the middle of the B cap, behind this island. It has full hydro control, 6 kilometers. Anything that comes into that cap, the GK is going to know about it. The GK, in the meantime, is also going to be able to get crossfire or anything. And anything that gets into range of those secondaries is going to melt. GK secondaries hurt. It doesn't matter how long you're sitting in them for or what ship you're in. GK secondary is going to start setting fires, just burning you down if you want to sit in it.
Shoot.
Excellent job restarting.
I did it.
So-
That was my fault. My bad, guys.
I'll controls in that case. So let's look at the map here, and obviously let's take a look at what's happening right there.
Yeah. So, as we can see, from C cap, you have no angles available to farm this GK. The island in the middle of the map is just that slightly bit too big to be able to lob it from very good angles, unless you get very, very deep outside the 9-10 line and C cap to get some angles out of it. From the A cap, you are slightly more exposed, but what they did is they sent down the one line. We sent this Gearing plus Nevsky, and they went so deep. Like, there was very little that could actually get into a position to effectively farm that Grosser Kurfürst without exposing itself to the combined firepower of Nevsky, Ohio, and
Ragnar.
yeah.
Exactly, but we see it here, just pushed all the way here up to the middle of the map, and they can't come close. And this GK doesn't have any threats anywhere. It's allowed to sit there
Yeah.
for free.
And you know what the crazy thing too is the Gearing Nevsky pair over here. These two make such an incredibly strong pair as the Gearing can use that long American smoke to smoke up a Nevsky as far forward as it possibly can. It stays out front, it spots, it drops torpedoes. It's a very, very difficult like wedge of ships to push away. So if your goal to try and dig that Kurfürst out of the B cap is to try and flank it, they covered their flanks.
But especially when you look at what Solo has brought here, you see Ragnar. Can it do anything against it? No, not really. Can Ohio do anything? Yes, if it can see it, but you
Right.
can't.
This
And
is
then
something-
the Cabros and the Moskva, they're too far.
And that's the
There's
problem.
just nothing that really the Kaba or the Moskva can do in that position. If they had pushed the Kaba, or excuse me, if they pushed the Moskva from this position here up to here, then it might be able to radar the Nevsky Gearing combo up there, but it's so exposed to the Ohio and to the Ragnar sitting right up here, and it just gets farmed down. So really, really nice play by Shaft. They clearly thought about this ahead of time.
Yeah, especially with the double French destroyer ban, there's not very much YOLO potential for the Gross Kurfürst because it has a turtleback, so you're not going to want to do a drive-by with a battleship. You're going to try to want to farm it down or rush it. And with no angles available to farm it down and no French destroyers for the rush potential, and the Khabarovsk is your only option here. And I'm not entirely sure what the Khabarovsk torpedo alpha is, but I don't think it's enough to take down the Gross Kurfürst.
If you land all 10 torps, it is pretty high.
Okay, sure. But you're going to have the 6-kilometer Hydra that's going to be spotting it the entire way through. It's not the most maneuverable thing in the world, and you have a lot of ships backing it up.
You can just see right there. Look at that. Like, just look at the line across the map here. Let me draw that. Like, look at the spine that is made up by Shaft's push down the 1-2 line. They just completely dominated the west side of this map. And at a certain point, you could just start to look at it and go, well, Solo has really no way of taking this back unless they push that Grosse Kurfürst out of B. And we've already explained, Shaft set it up so that you can't do that.
Yeah, they really needed to push this way much further and much quicker.
Yeah.
To kind of match the shoehorn that Shaft was...
Shoehorn? Horseshoe.
Horseshoe.
A shoehorn.
Shoehorn is a little...
It's a little thingy that
yeah.
you use to help your foot slide into a tight shoe, like that.
It's slightly different thing. But yeah, to match the horseshoe that Shaft was obviously putting them on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
So they really had to match, but they couldn't.
Well, I mean, and here's the question for us is obviously Solo decided to push their Kremlin in to try and contest the Kurfürst. They knew they needed to stop the point bleed from B cap at some point because they're sitting on 0 caps at this point into the match, which is 8 minutes into the match already. Shaft has a completely dominant position over the 8 cap, so they go, well, we need to take C, we need to stop the bleed at B, and then we need to get kills, basically. They say, well, how do we do that? You have to park the Kremlin into B. But the Kremlin's not doing anything useful in that position. He's just asking himself to get farmed down by Moskvas or even long-range fire from the Ohio. So what do you do, guys? If you're in charge here, and you're in this position, you're in the Solo shoes, Painezor, what do you do?
Ram the GK.
Ram the GK. Kremlin goes right into the GK.
That's you ram the GK, you at least get rid of the threat from the middle, and then you can possibly start trying to find other ways back into it. But you need to get rid of that Gross Kurfürst because he's holding down far too much area, holding that central position there. Like, I know it's a bit of a meme, central positioning with the battleship, but you literally have central positioning with the battleship. You have angles on all sides of the map, and you are a huge threat. Like, even with just the secondaries alone, anything within range of it, that's going to start melting them. So you just need to get rid of it, and the only options that you have available to get rid of it is either you try and rush it with the Khabarovsk, or you ram it with the Kremlin. And I would probably just, well, you take both. Take both at the same time. They can't kill both of you. You're going to get rid of it, and hopefully one of your ships will survive and you'll be able to recap it.
Yeah, and I mean, if you
I think we'll have a small intermission here from Mr. Conway.
Sorry, needing to find the button where I'm actually present. So I had to interrupt this really quickly because this was a 2-0, right? We had two options. Either we could take half an hour break, or we can jump in and see game 1 of -1S versus Bonks, which I think sounds very, very cool. Because of the large amount of community casters in that game, we don't have the full camera setup, so we will be watching just Searaptor. Quality might be a tiny bit worse visually, but I think it will have a fantastic game. But it is scheduled to start in 1 minute, so I'll throw you up to the information of -1S versus Bonks, and we'll see how it goes.
Very exciting. More content, more games. Right? Let's go. Thank you, Mr. Conway. I love hearing the voice of God come down from above. Very good. -1S versus Bonks. This is their first game in their match series, right? Very good. -1S. Obviously, this is keep wanting to say FML. FPM, not FML. FPM from Asia server. They were number 2 in COD International's last season. Bonks, of course, the glue-eating Generation Z degenerates from NA. They were number 3 this time. Very glad to see them back. They'll be going up against the Asians today. First match on Northern Waters. Gentlemen, do you have any thoughts on the map Northern Waters?
I think it's a good map.
I think it's probably my favorite map to watch competitively. Not because anything interesting happens, because it's pretty fair and like I like the standard play we get with it. I like this big. We're going to put a static cruiser here. We're going to put a static cruiser here. We're going to have some destroyer action in it. It's just a very nice balanced map, I find.
And we see again that both teams have banned Islands of Ice.
Yeah, there's number
Wow.
2 now, right?
There's a pattern here.
Wow.
That's 4 Islands of Ice bans already.
So very interesting to note here, guys, is Bonks followed suit with what happened throughout almost all of NA regional finals, which was almost every single game that weekend. Over two days, Nevsky and Venezia were banned, which made it Land of the Ragnar, as the Ragnar is only really hard countered by Nevsky and Venezia, which slapped DDs so well. They've gone ahead and banned Nevsky. -1S went ahead and banned the Ragnar. So here we go. We're going on to our first game on Northern Waters. Bonks versus -1S. I'm very excited. No Ragnars, guys. No Nevskys. The Nevsky is big.
But there will be the Marceau, which
Yes.
is going to escape.
We'll see Marceaux. We might see the Venezia that NA has been pretty afraid of, actually, I would say, as it's a pretty big ban on NA, which we haven't seen in other regions.
All right.
Nearly as much.
5 seconds, gentlemen. Let's throw it to Searaptor right now. Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, welcome back to a different series here of King of the Sea 13, the international stage. We are looking at North America's third place team. This is Bonks versus 1S, and this is game 1 of this series. We're not going to be able to bring you the whole thing, but we'll show you what we can here as we start in on Northern Waters. Bonks bringing a Montana, a Conqueror, Venezia double Moskva, Daring Shimakaze, and what? Double Harugamo. Statsbloke, talk to me about the 1S lineup.
Yeah, the 1S lineup is a lot more mobile on the destroyer end of things. We've got an Ohio, a Kremlin, a Des Moines, a Napoli, a Moskva, a Daring, and then triple Marceau. Marceau not banned for this. The series bans were Ragnar and Nevsky. Ragnar banned by 1S, Nevsky banned by Bonks. So we're going to see a lot more movement from the 1S side, I think.
So,
how
taking a
was it
look
about
here.
the initials?
Yeah, I was going to say, taking a look here at the TAC map, Heading, we can already see the Marceau splitting up, racing, trying to get that early cap advantage. We sometimes see the Marceaus playing little wolf packs. You sort of have that at A, you definitely don't have it at C. How do you kind of foresee 1S deploying these ships as the match wears on?
We usually on this map see a lot of DDs loitering in the middle of the map, in the mid game. So after they got the caps and the situation kind of stabilizes, I would expect these Marceaus, like at least 1 or 2 of them, to go towards mid, help contest B. And, well, usually you're like used to see some kind of Whaler cruiser north of B as well to kind of help support Wadering B out. And these Marceaus can easily farm these guys. Like if there's a stationary Moskva and you have 2 Marceaus, you wanna have these Marceaus farm that.
Well,
radar out from, I think that was Admiral Tester. So
it was.
Ace DR Wind is spotted in the Daring in the middle. Now these Harrows might not be very mobile, but they can certainly put out the shells very quickly.
They can certainly lay down the pain. That is true.
So Venezia sap coming in. That's very dangerous for that Daring. Luckily, none of those shells actually connect. Daring goes unspotted and is certainly going to go back in again. Although the B cap is covered by 2 radars. And, you know, vision on that B cap is really, really critical. Trying to work out a way of making sure that the destroyers either can't cap, or if they do cap, they have to pay very, very heavily or go down for it.
Oh, look at the 1-2 line.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm looking over here now. I'm watching this Marceau push. If I'm Dyer, having spotted that now, I'm kind of going, oh, I got to get out of here, man. Pop that speed boost, bail, because the last thing you want to do is find yourself under the guns of 2 Marceaus.
Yeah, the problem is if you're a Shima on your own, which he's not quite, but if you're on your own, those Marceaus can catch up with you very, very quickly.
Oh yeah, he's not completely on his own, but he is quite alone-ish on that flank.
So Roselia using the detection there to just judge where the Shima is, turning away as soon as they make contact. Pushing torps out 9 kilometer torps from the Marceau, unlike Kleber's 8. Wind in the middle in the Daring is spotted again. That's a different radar.
I think that
to run away again.
Doofy's. Yep, that's Doofy's Moskva radar from the other side, other corner of the cap circle. Doofy's radar kind of covering B and C from this position, able to pick out Astia and kind of push him off the cap yet again.
Wind not making contact with those torpedoes, fortunately, but taking a fair chunk of damage this time.
Now, we didn't talk about C very much, but it was an early cap there on the back of Moudon's Marceau, and he kind of bailed all the way to the 10 line as Boomdiata's Daring got in there and picked it up behind him. So Bonk started down a few points, not giving up the early cap advantage, but they hold a cap advantage now, sitting on B and C, seemingly content to let 1S play the 2-3 line for anything they want to do with it.
Noob CV in the 1S Kremlin just smacked Rulk in the Montana on the Bonk side for about 20k. The Montana being a little bit too broadside to the Kremlin there and paying for it.
Yeah, our Hulk on fire and healing as he kind of pulls back to the north here, taking another 8 or 9k there with that salvo.
That is going to cause the Montana just to move off very slightly, which is going to give the Napoli a little bit more confidence maybe to dip into the cap. Daring currently running behind smoke, being pushed away by Munan's Marceau.
5 minutes gone. It's basically a tie game as Munan's Marceau and Boomdiata's Daring in a bit of a gunfight. Boomdiata actually not really returning fire, just trying to get the hell out of there, taking a good hit from Noob CV's Kremlin as he does.
Yep,
if you look at the map, it's basically a tie game, but 1S's board position, they're being very aggressive on this 9-10 line.
Yeah, they've got A. There's no danger of Bonks getting A currently, unless they redeploy some destroyers. So 1S able to push this flank quite nicely, although Bonks are gonna have to put up a fight here. Doofy is quite a lot of health here, down to 17. They might be able to whittle Doofy's Moskva down.
Yeah, they probably can. He's kind of outnumbered. It just feels like everywhere I look, Bonks is under a tremendous amount of pressure. There's just the 1S, they're just being very, very aggressive. And that Kremlin position, if it hasn't already, is going to make Doofy's life real hell, because here comes the AP salvo.
Yeah, the last AP salvo didn't do very much at all. Let's see what this one does. 11. Yep, that did a little chunk.
He got a little chunk, but he's also getting shot at by the Ohio from the other side of the map.
The thing is, when you're full health, like a 3,000-4,000 volley is nothing. When you're on like 10k, it's quite a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah, you don't want to enjoy that.
Boomdia's Daring is in a gunfight with Munan. That is not a gunfight that you really want to pick.
No, you don't want to take that fight if you don't have to, as they do get Doofy off the board.
Yeah, Munan having to just beach in this little bay here. I think Munan is slightly concerned about Daring torpedoes. And is a tiny bit stuck right now, having to do a bit of an Austin Powers maneuver to try and get off the rock.
Daring
will want to go and finish the job. You think so?
Say again?
I don't think the Daring can get out of here. The Marceau is up, way too close already. And the smoke is
The only thing I've got my mind on is the Venezia. Addy's Venezia could potentially do a lot of damage to Munan. Munan is currently
we're about to find
Venezia
out.
Is not,
There's the...
Well, Venezia's turrets are turning. Shot out.
Oh, good AP salvos out of Boomdiata. I think Boomdiata realizes he's going out. He's trying to take the Marceau with him. He doesn't quite get there, but look how low he is.
Lovely shot there from Addy in the Venezia. Gets
really
the
nice
down
shot,
to 6,
but
4, 3.
Munan away for the moment. Here comes more Venezia shells. Munan is still lit. Even just one of those shells impacting at the right time. No, he turns out and dodges most of it.
Yeah, but the thing
Oh,
is,
the Kremlin shells. Monty.
if you're spotted when the shells are in the air, like when the shells are fired, if you're spotted, they're going to be accurate, right? So it doesn't matter if you go unspotted while they're in the air; they can still hit you.
Still, it's a 2-ship lead for 1S. We're only 8 minutes into this game, and 1S is kind of getting a little dangerously close to a victory here, up almost 300 points.
Diana actually took a top as well. Over on B.
Yeah, I would say 1S are currently applying a lot
they're-
of pressure, but this Sea
Yeah,
could go
Raptor's
wrong very
going
quickly.
down. Conqueror,
Oh,
the
yeah.
Conqueror over on the 4 line is going down. He's getting double teamed by the Marceaus. The Des Moines is chipping in. It's only a matter of time before he goes off the board.
Yeah, that is going to be 3 ships down for Bonks. That is not good news for the NA team.
No. And there
they
goes
they
Dyer
lose-
as well.
Yep.
Yeah. It's
No
pretty much
ships
all over
down
here
yet.
for Bonks.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
1S,
pushing off
no
all the
ships lost.
caps, and 1S, like most of their, other than Munon's Marceau, most of their ships are very, very healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. 896. We're about to see the 900 point threshold crossed here. With it's going to be 3 caps shortly. There's absolutely nothing Bonks can do. This has been a bit of a one-sided
No.
game.
No, it's been pretty one-sided. I'm a little surprised. I think maybe we watched Bonks play a lot of good games on this map in the NA bracket, but I will say that you're definitely seeing some of the differences in server philosophies, regional philosophies, let's say, in terms of how you approach the game, because most of the games that we saw in NA were not this like aggressive this quickly, as they do claim the kill back there, picking up the Napoli.
912 points just passed for 1S. No caps, no points income for Bonks. They are surrounded. They've got these 2 nasty little Marceaus up behind them. The problem is when a Marceau gets around behind you, you've either got to just take it on the chin repeatedly, or turn your turrets, in which case you can't shoot anything else.
Yep. The Marceaus are just filthy once they're in the backfield, and they're working the AB line here, playing behind Arhulk and Tester. There goes Tester. That's the game. 1S looking really good today, Stats, as they claim game number 1 here on Northern Waters.
Yeah, it's a shame we're not going to see the rest of that series. We did want to we had the time to bring you one game from this series, so we decided to. But sadly, we're not going to see the rest of this series. I wish Bonks all the best. I do hope that they level up, go 1-1, because that would be very exciting. But 1S looking really strong there.
All right, let's head back to the studio and get lined up for our next match, which I believe is coming up in just a few minutes.
My boys! You see how they massacred my boys? My boys from Bonks.
Gentlemen, what did Bonks do wrong there?
They died horribly.
We noticed something very interesting while we were watching that. There's something about the bans and what was brought instead. So you have Marceaus, which we know the Asian teams are going to want to bring, as they were such fans of the Klebbers before. Then you have the Ragnar. Then you have the Haragumo. And never the 3 shall ever meet.
Yes.
So let's talk about what exactly went there. How do you counter a Marceau?
Well, let's first talk about the other ones. The Haragumo Ragnar interaction. Haragumo with the 30mm pen. On its 100mm guns, can pen the Ragnar, and with its really high DPM and also quite high HP pool, can actually contest the Ragnar. However, it's not as good against Marceaus, because Marceaus are very fast, and with its quite floaty shells, Haragumo struggles, where Ragnar doesn't struggle as much. So you have this like rock, paper, scissors that's going on between Haragumo, Marceau, and Ragnar. That's in constant flux.
So Bonks, not knowing that they were going to be facing 3 Marceaus, although if they hadn't been out on recess all day and they had been doing their homework, they might have known that the Asian teams bring French DDs. Guys, I'm sorry. I absolutely love you guys from Bonks. I love teasing you, and I know that you guys are okay with it. So thanks. It's good content. So when 3 Marceaus come at you, would you rather have a Harugumo or would you rather have a Ragnar?
I think the Ragnar definitely is very, much more sustainable. Harugumo isn't exactly fast either, so it's not like the speed will help you there.
Yeah.
Well, nobody really brings a Harugumo just for its gun power. Usually, when you bring a Harugumo, you want to use it as a smoke train blob. Problem with that was the Nevskys being banned in this series, so I was very curious as to what they were going to put inside the smoke trains. Apparently, it wasn't very much because
They were the ones that banned the Nevskys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's tough in that sense.
It's interesting about that because, like I said, on the NA side, generally, for the last weekend, the Nevsky was banned and the Venezia was banned, which meant the 2 things most lethal to DDs, especially to the French DDs, are gone. In this matchup, Venezia was not banned. And we saw as Boomdiata in his daring puts out AP after AP salvo into that Marceau over there on the 10 line and nearly took him down, and then an ungodly firestorm came out. Just didn't quite catch that Marceau, though.
That fight was a lot closer than it had any right to be, by the way.
Yes.
Agreed.
That daring and Venezia treated really well with the Marceau there, and him living on 600 HP was incredible.
Yep. So, gentlemen, I realized this was just a fun match we got to drop in on. Wish we could watch more. We have other matches on our schedule, so let's go ahead and move on to what we have next.
We now return to our regularly scheduled programming.
That's right. Okay, so here it is. COTS
War.
Internationals 12. World winners 4. Panzer 4. Going up against Paid. And remind me, Paid used to be...
Yeah,
So,
boy.
Yeah, they used to be known as Yeboy.
Ya
part
boy.
Of, part of the O-Boy community.
Okay.
Which, fun fact, they ended up facing each other, O-Boy and Paid. Well, O-Boy, Yeboy ended up facing each other, but under different names, Shiny and Paid this time.
Ah.
And Paid ended up winning out over them.
Now,
So,
correct me if I'm wrong. That was your former clan.
That is correct. I did end up staying in Paid for about a month before I joined my colleagues here in Prague.
Clan Ouija.
Yeah, you were Monkey Enjoyer 3, I believe.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah.
As we can they only have 2 Monkey Enjoyers. What happened to Monkey Enjoyer 2? Is he not part of the roster anymore?
I guess he's not playing.
I mean, I feel like to make it complete, you need at least 3 enjoyers of Monkey.
Well, we do also have Arya Enjoyer.
Arya enjoyer? That sounds a little saucier. I don't think I wanna...
Is this some
Anakin
weeb joke that
Seawalker?
I'm too normal
I
to
love these
understand?
names. Luke Plebwalker.
Yeah, they're definitely a funny bunch.
Yeah, very honorable. All right, well, these guys seem like Zoomers. Okay,
So these are our version of bonks. Is that what
Oh,
you're saying? So
Jesus.
Paid versus bonks, we would go full Tide Pod. Is that what's happening?
full Tide Pod. You never go full Tide Pod, guys. Well, I'm very excited to see how PayPal Enjoyers comes up against Panzer War. Panzer War, again, very, very strong team. These guys are the COTS 12 international champions, and they use French destroyers to great effect. So, looking at the bans now, Islands of Ice and Warriors Path banned for maps. Gearing banned by Panzer IV. Nevsky banned by Paid. Do you know what that means, gentlemen?
It means that we're going to have a very explosive match. With these, well, let's say more slow and static. Well, not really static, but rather slower with smoke trains. Focus ships banned out. I think we're going to see a very aggressive match here. But also because both teams prefer to play a very aggressive style, I think we're going to see a lot of action very early.
I am very confused by the gearing ban. I am very confused by it. I don't see the purpose of banning gearing when there are ships that fill that role just as well. Harugumo for the smoke screens, Shimakaze for the torpedoes, Yu Yang with a legendary module for the smoke screens. I don't see the point in banning gearing.
It is interesting, and maybe it has to do with the map choice, because here on Land of Fire, this is not exactly a map that's noted for its easy torpedo lanes where you can easily displace people.
It's also not a map known for having gearings on it.
So, Land of Fire, gentlemen, we got about 25 seconds to discuss how this works on Land of Fire. Oftentimes you'll see people yelling over the fence at each other at the A-cap. C-cap tends to be almost an afterthought while people move up and down the 9-10 line. B-cap, however, Obviously, this map was where Vor won in spectacular fashion last time. This, I believe, was the game 5 map.
The triple Marceau
Yeah.
that went through every single cap. It's going to be exciting to see what they bring this time. I do think the south side on B is very favored due to the island on B on the south side, which is extremely safe in most cases. But who knows, if you have a good position on C, you can dislodge it. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to go up against who, but we'll be heading into our next game.
Off to Searaptor and Statsbloke. Good luck, gentlemen.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our regularly scheduled match here, as we are bringing you now Game 1 of Vor. This is the Southeast Asia, the Asia Server Champion team versus Paid, the EU third place team. Starting here in Game 1 on Land of Fire, Vor is bringing an Ohio, a Kremlin, a Des Moines, a Gauden Liu, I believe I got that right, Golden Lion, and we know it translates to that, double Moskva, double Daring, and a Ragnar. Stats, take us down to the south end of the map. Talk to me about the Paid lineup.
Paid, the EU thirds, as you said, they have double Ohio, double Napoli, Moskva, Daring, Shimakaze, and then a double Ragnar. Now, I think we need to talk to Mr. Henning about the Howden Liu. Why?
I actually think there's a really good idea here.
Okay.
If you remember, on Land of Fire, the A-cap usually features very stationary ships on either side of the island to kind of contest it. And as we know, the Dutch cruisers come with something called airstrikes that are really, really nasty against ships that can't really move. So I expect this pick to be utilized in the way just dislodge this ship on A.
I think one of the considerations you need to make with the Howden Liu's airstrike is that it's very long and skinny, right? And it only goes away from your ship. You can't turn that rectangle. And so you need to make sure that the thing, if you've got a plan to actually use it against a specific position, you've got to make sure that that position is nose into you or stern into you. So maybe that's designed to... Because normally we see like a cruiser on the other side of A, but usually that's like east-west facing, right? So that's not going to work.
Yeah.
But there's also like sometimes there's a cruiser underneath B somewhere. But like for me, it would make sense from the south side. If you were the south spawn, you push the Howden Liu into A, and then you can drop the cruiser that's east-west above B. Because we normally see a Des Moines or a Salem or something on that top island.
Yeah, for them to utilize it against this position, this south position at A, they're going to have to move him all the way into like D1 to get really good angles for that airstrike. So I'll be curious to see how that works out. We did have a bit of a gunfight over the B cap early on. One of the monkey enjoyers, one of our favorite names here for King of the Sea, had a little bit of a gunfight there between Ragnar and Renegade's Daring on the north side of the cap. They're still continuing to throw shells down at Classic Noun's Ragnar. Actually, he's got all kinds of shells coming at him from two different Ragnars and a Napoli here.
Yeah, Paid putting 3 destroyers to cover the B cap. I mean, they can go to C if they want to quite easily, the Daring and the Ragnar, but they are currently covering B. So Classic Noun, yeah, taking a lot of incoming there, having to just slink off slightly. I'm sure that Monkey Enjoyer will be trying to reverse into the cap, but Renegade will as well for Vor.
One of the things that I don't think it's talked about on Land of Fire a whole lot is that moving ships between B to C is much faster than moving them from B to A. Not only are the caps physically closer together for whatever reason, but the way the islands play, you've got that straight shot between the two if you want them. It's a little more challenging to move things across the map from A to B. So if you're going to kind of cluster up destroyers, doing it on the central and eastern half of the map makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, I agree. They are like half a map square closer, so that is a considerable difference. But currently nothing going anywhere near C in terms of capping it, so we'll see what happens with that eventually, because both teams are kind of concentrating on A and B. Agent Enden for Paid in the Shimakaze on the one line has just had to smoke up to escape the Daring.
Ruha trying to get that airstrike in on the Napoli sort of does, but takes a really big broadside AP hit for his trouble and doesn't get much out of his airstrike.
Yeah, this is what I was wondering, like, are they going to sit it in open water to try and get those airstrikes off, or are they going to try and push it up somewhere? I think, Howden Liu sitting in open water is reasonably vulnerable, so they're going to have to be very careful that that doesn't happen again.
Second airstrike comes up completely empty.
I think the position that they want to get that Howden Liu against is where Luke Plebwalker's Moskva is. That's the ideal position, or the Napoli, because they're both nose in currently.
I'm watching Ender and Shimakaze win a gunfight against Nibieski's Daring over here at A, simply because Nibieski is basically proxy spotted through the island, and Ender is just sitting here in smoke, just shelling the crap out of Nibieski.
Just seeing a quick replay there of the Howden Liu being absolutely smacked.
Yep.
Yeah, this Daring is still spotted.
Yeah, no, he's finally dark. Just now is he finally dark.
Yeah, Shimakaze's guns are not to be underestimated. They're very accurate. The alpha is quite high. It's just that the reload is quite slow.
But when you're getting them for free, like, why not?
Exactly. Like, if you're sitting in a smokescreen as a Shima, you can, over time, you can do some considerable damage. Okay, looks like B-Cap is going to fall to Paid, although that is heavily contested by the Ragnar and the Daring of 4. Still no one going for C. It looks like 4 might be maybe trying to position the Ohio to go in there. But the Ohio is still needed to keep Overwatch on the center right now.
Yep, 5 minutes gone here on Land of Fire. The C-Cap is lava. No one wants it. B-Cap can finally picked up by Paid. They're slowly working out to a lead here, but it's been mostly just about shooting, not much cap control here in the early going.
I think we're about to try and change that. They've got Kremlin Moskva and Howden Liu pushing down the one line gradually. They've turned nose in. Torpedoes from the Shima were a bust. And so that's going to open the door for them to push now that they know they've got that safe window when the Shima is on reload.
Kremlin salvo, right through the bow. Big hit there on Imugu. Napoli's not going to be able to hold this position for very long.
No, I think Paid, actually, now they've got B, would do quite well maybe taking one of those destroyers and going over to Charlie just to make sure that that cap is red. Because
yeah, I'm a little surprised they haven't made that move.
I guess they want to try and discourage 4 from taking B, but with this flank about to fall, I think that might have been a good idea. It might be too late now.
It's in my mind, it's not too late. They could still rotate over Sheep's Daring, for example. It would take him a bit. He's not the fastest thing on the board, but it would work. And the Des Moines, the Asphodelos' Des Moines that's over there is not in a position to radar him. He should be able to pick up C before. Well, it's too late now. I think that's your point. Yeah, I got you now.
Yeah, exactly. I think.
On B-Cap, the Ragnar's almost dead.
Oh yeah, they're about to get Classic off the board, and there he goes.
Now that kind of adds some credence to their plan of stay at B, because it means that they're going to keep B potentially. Although Sheep is kind of low right now and spotted. HE out from the Moskva.
Yeah,
and the Daring.
If Vor picks off Sheep here, I'm not sure that's gonna allow them to hold this position. They are kind of backstopped by the Ohio there, who looks like he just put a good salvo into Dark Temple, but Monkey Enjoyer and Sheep both getting pretty low here on the bottom end of the B cap as Vor pushes up.
Yeah, Sheep having to run all the way down to the island on the G line, still spotted.
Still lit. I think
Yeah,
I think Temple's he's radar's up.
It's just gone down. Sheep slamming on the brakes to make the shells go overhead. Okay, Sheep should get away. You know, you can get a bit of that health back, but you're going to be on quite low health for the rest of the game. Sheep also might have... Oh, no, he's... Okay. Sheep's smoking up. What was the ore?
The Ohio salvo. Best Naum's Ohio at 24 kilometers wipes out the Moskva way over here on the 3 line. He had reversed back, giving a little bit of ground, and that was enough just behind the island for the Ohio to drop shells in and wipe him out. So now it's a 2-ship lead here for Vor, as they've pushed into the B cap, and they're kind of slowly, well, I'd say slowly, have now pulled up short of the C cap. I guess looking for that shot on the Moskva now. He's pushing up quickly at this point, though.
Currently, Paid don't have a ship above the G line.
No, they've been pushed way back here.
Endon and the Ohio are kind of running away at A. We've got the 3 destroyers sitting underneath B. They'll definitely try and do something to try and get B back. I guess Dark Temple is a kill, potentially, for Onobraz Ohio. C is pretty much not an option right now. Ragnar radar out from Monkey Enjoyer 1. Yeah, they're going to start trying to work over Dark Temple.
Yeah.
Okay, here we're getting a replay there of, I think it's going to be the Ohio shot.
Yep, there it was. Wow, what a shot. 24 and change. Beautiful.
Okay. Dark Temple taking some incoming down to 13. So far, not too bad, but that will start to add up. Ohio taking the shots.
Once they get the fires to light, he's going to be in trouble.
Down to 7 unspotted.
They're bringing
But still
Nibieski's
taking
daring over, trying to give him a little bit of a breather with that short duration British smoke, but I'm not sure that it's going to make a difference here. Let's see what see. He's so low. No, it's not going to matter.
He's going to go down.
Going to come too late.
Yep. But 4 still have control of B. Both
Games?
of the paid destroyers very low right now.
Game's half over, and at the moment, it's all Vor here up 100 points, but both teams, even on kills, as Vor might go up on kills here if they can get Monkey Enjoyer, and they do. Well, one of the Monkey Enjoyers.
Oh, there were shells in the air for Nibieski, but they didn't connect, so the daring for 4 gets away on 500 health. With Monkey Enjoyer coming up in the Ragnar to try and take control of B. I'm guessing that Enden's Shimakaze will go into A. And there's nothing currently they can really do about Naomi in C. Cap does fall to 4.
For the moment, everything is kind of coming up Vor, but, you know, as I look at the board, I still see ways back in for paid. Ender's Shimakaze is 1. He could easily get into this cap. He runs a bit of a risk, and actually, no, he really doesn't, because behind the island, the Moskva could radar him, but they wouldn't have any shots, so it's kind of pointless. And then, yep, they've shoved one of the Ragnars and the Daring into B. They're going to be able to grab that, because if they can kill Nibieski and they're about to get a shot at it, here he comes. Monkey Enjoyer only needs a couple of these shells to connect. Does he get it? He doesn't yet. He pops the radar, and now he does. So a quick kill and a cap for paid there makes a big difference. They start to close this gap then with 8 minutes to play.
AP from the Ohio in against the Howden Liu as well. Let's see if that doesn't hit. I think the Howden Liu stopped. Daring goes down.
The Howden Liu got his revenge on Monkey Enjoyer, let me tell you, because he put one big HE salvo into him and carved away a huge chunk of his health. The airstrike's going in now. Take another decent chunk and leave a fire behind.
Okay, Ohio,
Monkey Enjoyer,
West Naomi.
This Ragnar, they get him. Blind fire in the smoke, and the Howden Leo gets his revenge. Wow.
Yep, 4 closing in now to finish off Sheep. Daring making a beeline for that smoke, knowing that Renegade has the massive health advantage.
Yeah, he knows he's got a huge health advantage. He's got to get up here and press it, and he's about to.
Onabara is pushing up towards Naomi. Naomi is actually killable by very Onabara potentially.
Yeah, very much so. They're trying to get Sheep off the board so they can reclaim the B cap. Renegade is going to take a torp in the bow.
Ooh.
I'm a little surprised by that.
There's shells in the air from the Ohio as well. Is this going to be a kill?
He's
unlucky.
Hang on, he's burning and healing. Can he stay ahead of it? Looks like he can just barely stay ahead of it. Wow.
I think Renegade will end up on not very much health at all.
No, he's not going to have much
still
left in the
capping.
tank after that.
800
This is still burning.
800, 700, 600.
Whoa, is this
Keep an
fire going to put
eye.
him down?
No,
No.
382 health.
Wow. Yikes.
Best Naomi pushing up on Onabra. This ram, of course, will massively favor 4. So Naomi will be looking for that ram. Not much that Onabra can do about this.
No, this is a bad trade for paid, but they can't stop it now.
Naomi will make contact here for the ram kill. There we go.
Now
5 ships to 3.
Over at A, it looks as if things might change there. Pepe Gaga's moved up. I think they'll be able to get this Moskva. There he goes. And I think Indern's going to go around and try to assassinate the Kremlin.
The Kremlin should be
Yeah,
fast
he-
enough here. Or is he?
He's going to have at least one salvo to deal with. There comes the second salvo. But I'm betting he takes no more than about 2 of these. He's just too quick.
Endon using the sinking ship as a bit of armor there.
Yep, one in the stern
on the
from the
tail.
first salvo, and the second salvo is going to miss completely.
Yeah, Yanaya's going to have to stop though because Sniper is here on the other side of the island. 722 points for 4 on the table.
4 versus
with-
3 here with 5 minutes to play.
Paid actually currently on less points than they started with.
Yeah,
Seawalker has been duking out with the Des Moines from 4 down on
Well-
the H line.
and player 2 is about to enter the chat because Aruha's Howden Liu is in the B cap and has got to be looking for a shot. Napoli's dark for the moment. We'll have to see how long that lasts.
Wonder if Napoli will pull off its party trick against the Howden Liu and try and do
I have
some
a hard
kind of torp
I have a hard
rush.
time imagining. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see because the Des Moines is right there. He's already well
Yeah,
within range
exactly.
of the Des Moines radar.
Yeah, Napoli
There
has
we go.
spotted that Des Moines AP is going to start adding up
And
when
yeah, the Des Moines AP coming in is going to be bad.
because Seawalker can't angle against that because he's got to get to
No.
the cap. Here we go.
No.
Okay, first volley is a little bit
Well-
too far back.
Yep.
Second volley is not.
No, that hurts. Oh yeah, he can feel it now.
Napoli is a fairly tanky cruiser, so Seawalker can take a little bit of this, but against 2 ships, I don't think
Yeah,
Seawalker is going to
he's-
last very long.
He's just pinned in here, and he's got to dodge the airstrike as well. It's only a matter of time. I mean, it's a 2v1,
Endon Shima has a third set of torps heading for Yanaya. Over on the A cap, 5 torps in the water, I think.
that's gonna be big. He's gonna take 4 of those, and that's gonna wipe him out.
Okay, that gives Paid a little bit of breathing room, but they just
But not for
lose
very
the
long.
Napoli.
Not for very long as the Napoli goes down. Now, what's interesting about this stats, right? We're down to it here, right? There's 3 minutes to play, but the paid ships that are still on the board are actually in pretty good shape. The same cannot be really said for the warships that remain.
Yeah, so I think it's safe to say in 3 minutes they cannot get a points win, so they have to kill
No.
everything.
Yeah.
And
the
they'll
problem-
never spot the daring.
Yeah, the problem is just the daring is gonna go to A10, and there's nothing they can
Yeah.
do about it.
Yeah, they'll never spot the daring, even if they can trap these ships in the middle of the board. And I'd say Aruha's position is probably forfeit. He can't get out of there without dying.
No.
I don't think.
But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. They to win this match, the Ohio has to literally start taking blind shots to try and find the daring.
Yeah.
That's just not going to happen. So
No.
they can do an honorable try and get an honorable ending and try and get Howden Liu in B. But
Liu's
I don't
got his
see what else
hydro
they
up.
can do.
Endern is spotted here as he steams full speed into the B cap, trying to have an impact here with 2 minutes on the clock. He knows he's hydroed. He knows what's about to happen, but you take the chance anyway. You make the play. They're trying to sandwich him in there and
Yep,
buy
Sniper
themselves
turning
some more
south.
time.
Just in case Uruha pushes south.
Here comes the airstrike. Is he going to take any of these? Nope, they're going to be a little too late. The main... Oh, he gets it! He got
He did get
one little bomb there right at the very end. Right on the corner of the drop. Wow.
Very strong game there for Vor. Almost a comeback at the end for Paid, but not quite able to pull that off. So 4 will go 1 up in this best of 3 series in round 2.
So before we kick back, I have to ask Hinning now. Howden Liu, thumbs up, thumbs down in this game.
I don't think it was really. It had a decisive impact in this game, honestly. Like, I didn't really see it do much. Like, it survived until the end. It didn't die. That's, I guess, something. And they got control. They got control over A, but I think it was more due to the Kremlin push, supported by 2 cruisers. Like, it wasn't really a feat that the Golden Liu has over other cruisers there. Like,
It relies a bit too much. Maybe it relies a bit too much on the enemy doing what you want them to do.
Yeah, like the second Moscow could have basically done the same there.
Okay.
Cool.
All
Well,
right,
for
let's
expert analysis,
do
let's
it.
throw it back.
All right.
382 HP. Seraphis Painezor. What did we just watch?
We watched an incredible game. I mean, the score didn't show it, but that game was close. Like, wow.
The daring surviving with its 382 health and just being able to say, you know what?
Yep.
We have the points advantage. I'm just going to be absolutely nowhere near any of you for the rest of the game. I am floating points. I am the key to my team's victory. Goodbye. Just...
At a certain point, the daring at that point after survive, he could just go, I'm going to A10. I'll see you chumps later.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys in game 2. And that's
Yeah.
exactly what happened. So, I mean, we were, this room here was back and forth the whole time because, number one, this is Panzer from Asia. This is the team that won in extraordinary fashion COTS 12. Going up against Paid, who is, I mean, they're clearly no slouches, but we thought, well, Vor's probably going to take this. It was so close, guys. At what point do you feel like it was most close where Paid had him?
I think it was right around. I mean, there was a skirmish at B. I don't exactly remember. We'll see it in the replay
Yes.
probably. But it was somewhere in the skirmish at B where I think when they took down the Moskva of Dark Temple. That's when I thought, wow, are they gonna take this? Like, that was like a good. And then we thought, no, Vor's gonna take it, and then they managed to get it back. Unfortunately, like we said, the daring was too, like, he survived, and the points just take.
It was this moment where Paid they managed to swing 2 ships in about 4 seconds. And then another skirmish, like you said, happened to be where the Ragnars began trading with the Daring, and the Daring just barely got a heal off right before he went down, and that heal let him survive through a fire, which left him at 382, which meant that he could literally just F off and he could just say, I'm good for the rest of the game. I'm the key to victory. They have to kill me in order to win, and that's exactly what happened. Vor knew as long as the Daring goes to A10, he's fine. So we almost have the replay file rendered and ready, so we can actually go over the details of this. Let's talk 2 specifics: Napoli and the Houdenleeuw or the Goedenleeuw. I'm not sure. We might have a Dutch person who can fix this for me.
Well, it's actually Houdenleeuw.
Houdenleeuw. Okay.
Houdenleeuw. Houdenleeuw.
So, gentlemen, let's go to the replay. Let's take a look at this absolutely extraordinary game. I'm gonna let Seraphis control this one here because I cannot be trusted with technology.
There we go. So let's look at the start of this game. We already see pretty aggressive deployments here with all the DDs around B here. It's actually interesting to see no cruisers around B, which we usually see like a Salem or Des Moines or even a Radar Minotaur, which we've actually seen quite a bit in EU. But no cruisers this time except for the Moskva right here, pretty far back. And let's let it play out a little bit more.
So there, Napoli on the F2. The Napoli went to DD Island. He's shouting over the fence at the Daring. The Napoli's really strong. The question that we were asking ourselves was, well, do the Houdenleeuw's bombs penetrate the deck of the Napoli? And it seems like they did. I still don't know off the top of my head what the HE penetration value is of the Houdenleeuw's bombs.
It is 37.8 millimeters. However, that doesn't go over 38 millimeters because it's just a rounding issue. And I don't know why it doesn't round, but you can't pen 30. I suppose because 37.8 is less than 38. But yeah.
Because there's still 0.2 millimeters of armor left.
Well, yes.
I think the confusion is that we're not calculating those in inches.
I still, to this day, don't know what a millimeter is. When I see 38 mm, I just assume there are 38 M&Ms and hope that they all are green.
Are we talking about the wrapper or the food?
Yes. So, gentlemen, both of these Napolis, they went out to the edges. And we can see here the Napoli actually did a pretty good job of sitting there and being solid, forcing the Houdenleeuw, the Moskva, and the Kremlin to push up. But then it does eventually take it. The question here, and thank you for stopping there, out here on the 9-10 line, we've got the Des Moines and we've got the Napoli. Now, the Napoli knows that there's this Ohio, who's a very big threat to him. The Napoli is a very strong, very well-protected cruiser, does not get overmatched from the front easily, even by 457s from the Ohio. But if it takes a hard hit in the side, the turtleback armor of Napoli is not enough to stop an 18-inch shell. So was there a time, do you feel like, either of you at this point, where this Napoli could have moved up here, taken this Des Moines?
I actually think they could have moved the Ohio in, because when we look here, I think they could have moved this Ohio in through this channel here, put him up on this rock, and just kind of prevented both this Ohio from moving forward and the Des Moines.
Okay.
So I think that was one of the things they could have done to maybe turn this game around.
It was, they got pushed back. We can keep going here because we do need to prep for the second match. And go ahead and restart this here. We do see that Paid does, here we go. They start to make their push back all of a sudden. But now they really don't have any way of applying pressure to the Sea Cap. The Sea Cap is effectively gone. And we saw, this is where the daring survives with almost nothing.
Yeah.
But the Ohios take the ram on each other. Obviously, this was not good for Paid. We called it Vor. Very smart team, very experienced. They know just reduce this, and nothing can ever take C. That's what happens. Napoli goes down. They just ran out of time. Houdenliuv wipes that Shima, who, by the way, that Shima was doing the Lord's work, I feel like, during that match. So, sorry, guys, we're actually moving at a nice brisk pace. Let's move on to the next match. Let's take, based off what we just saw there, we need to talk about Trap. So, Trap is one of the two maps that sometimes are going through COTS rotation, which are essentially the cap circles are arranged diagonally, which extends the actual play map, the actual play area of the map, by a great degree, which generally speaking makes destroyers much more valuable as you have more ground to cross and more area to deny with torpedoes. So, Painezor, what do you think about this map? How do you feel like a team like Vor, aggressive DD play, how are they going to play this?
I expect to see a very large swarm of Marceaus heading to the Sea Cap immediately. I also expect to see probably a kiting flank on the A. So we've seen this strategy used by several teams in EU as well. You send a large blob of French destroyers up the Sea Cap, and then you have A as a kiting force, usually involving something like Conqueror, we usually see, Venezia, and a destroyer spotting for them. You can run a Minotaur over there. And their job is, we want to keep a hold of C, we want to force our way into B, and we want to deny you getting out of A to get into a position to come stop us as you need to approach B as well. That's my expected thing, since Vor are known for so heavy play on the destroyers. It's a very common strategy on this map.
But we also see that Paid is also, they also do enjoy their Marceaus. So I think we're actually going to see a bit of a clash here again in the Marceau play, because this is actually Paid's map pick. So I do expect we'll be seeing some interesting strategies from Paid as well.
Who has the south spawn for this match?
Vor is spawning on Alpha, so Vor is spawning north, and Paid is spawning south.
Okay. Well, if you are expecting a swarm of Marceaus from Vor, as a person in Paid, as an actor in Paid, a paid actor, if you will, what do you do to counter a swarm of Marceaus on a map like this?
I think they can't outtrade. I don't think they can directly outtrade Vor. I think you have to outsmart them. Maybe with something like Ragnar's to fortify your Marceaus, or maybe something entirely different. Venezia is so open, so maybe we'll see some Venezia instead.
Absolutely. Trying to outsmart a team like Vor, outsmart it.
It's definitely tough.
Because they're wicked smart, you know.
You Joyzy.
Gentlemen, I think it's time to just see what's going on. Let's go check out what's Statsbloke and Searaptor. Let's watch this match.
Mm-hmm.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2 of our series in Vor versus Paid here in King of the Sea 13 as we spawn into Trap. Here in the green, spawning to the northwest, we have Vor bringing Montana, Kremlin, Des Moines, Triple Napoli, Moskva, Daring, and a Habarovsk. Stats. I've seen some weird things. What's Paid doing? Do they look better?
Pretty standard down here, I'm afraid. So we've got Paid bringing Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Minotaur, Venezia, Daring, Marceau, Shimakaze, and Ragnar. So pretty standard down this end. So let's talk to Henning about this Asia lineup here. So
what am I seeing?
But last time we saw the Cabba. we said, oh, well, that must be because Marceau is banned, so they can't bring Kleber or Marceau, so they have bringing it as but Marceau isn't banned in this series. So, Henning, have you got any idea why they might have brought a Kaba?
They're charging it into a B. I have actually no idea
Yeah.
what it's supposed to do there. Like the thing is,
look at B.
Yeah, Khabarovsk notoriously is really, really good in DD duels because of its 50 mil plating absorbing a lot of shells, even if it has less DPM. But still, it's weird.
Classic Noun is spotted. We're not going to have time to do the initial deployments because Kaba
No,
is spotted.
It's a no. Is it a no camo Kaba as well? I think it is.
No, he's running the dark blue, the solid blue color.
No, I mean like
What are the
no concealment spec. I mean like the 9.7.
Oh, now that
yeah.
I don't know.
Could be.
That I don't know.
Okay, so
They're just
Classic
gonna
Noun
shove him
planting
in here.
face into island, yeah. Contested by the Ragnar and the Marceau. Ragnar, of course, does have the radar available, potentially. Monkey and Joy is going to reverse back round the corner and try and get a little eye on Classic Noun, but this corner is deceptively deep, if you see what I mean. Radar out from the Moskva of YBB.
Counter radar coming out from Monkey and George, so B is covered in radar at the moment. Shell's looking for Monkey and Joy 1 in the Ragnar there, as not really coming up with anything.
Yeah, Monkey and Joy just casually reversing back, staying cool as a cucumber. Classic Noun is now the recipient of some shells coming in from across by Charlie Cap.
Monkey Joy 1 actually takes some damage there. Classic finally takes a little bit of damage there. He dodged 2 different Venezia salvos coming in from the south. That's a Mugu's Venezia.
With that radar down, neither destroyer has really taken a huge chunk. Monkey Joy 1 has come off a little bit worse, I would say. But nothing major.
Now, Sheep up at sea is also getting beat up.
Sheep is currently dark. Those were shells fired just a second ago. Renegade for 4 in the Daring is spotted currently. And we're seeing a big push coming over towards Bravo Charlie from 4. They've got the double Napoli just north of the B camp there, with the Kremlin and the Des Moines heading over towards Charlie.
These
Painezor
Napolis together.
spread out.
These Napolis together. This like they're just maneuvering like a squadron formation, right? One right behind the other, tucked into each other. Obviously, my assumption is they want to share the smoke when the time comes.
They look like a pair of sharks.
They
That's
do
what they
actually.
look like to me right now. Like
They really do.
Circling blacktip reef sharks, just waiting for the opportunity.
I want to get back. I want to circle back to the Napolis, right? Because we didn't get to talk about it, but triple Napoli is a lineup that I doubt we've ever seen on NA or EU. I'm speculating here about EU, but it seems logical.
I don't think so. No, I don't. We've definitely seen twos. Yeah.
Napoli is actually a specialty of the Asia server. Like if you watch the Asia finals, the Asia teams use Napoli a lot. You often see 2 or even 3 Napolis on every map. They really like the aggressiveness you can get out of them by just pushing in, and if the water gets too hot, you just smoke out.
Okay, Urha is pushing forward. I'm not sure whether it is the beginning of a charge or whether it's just going to the corner. I think this is the beginning of a charge. Yes, it is. There goes the smoke. I suspect both of these smokes will be used in a chain. There's the radar, so they can see what's happening. So they have the smoke for cover. They have the radar for the eyes. Classic Noun is also pushing out from behind the island to add some weight to this charge. Classic Noun needs to not reverse right now because there are some torpedoes coming.
Yeah, they've successfully pushed Classic up around the corner by shoving the Ragnar and the Shimikaze all the way over on the 4 line, as they're actually finding themselves under the guns of Dark Temple's Napoli, who's right there.
So I'm wondering what the destination for these 2 Napolis is.
In fact, Temple comes around the corner and catches Ender and Shimo out in the open.
Oh yeah, Ender in trouble there. Dark Temple making a simultaneous push. All 3 Napolis pushing right now. You said they were aggressive, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Look at this SAP secondary fire on the Shima.
Oh. The SAP secondaries are one of my favorite parts about Napoli, and it's something that I think is really underrated. When you get into a brawl with this ship,
yeah.
Oh yeah,
if you're a destroyer and you are close to a Napoli, you absolutely do not want to be on its side because these sap secondaries add up really quickly.
Yeah,
They're
for sure.
super
I mean,
accurate.
you see it already here on the Ragnar.
Yeah, the thing is that the Dark Temple has to make sure that the Napoli stays angled enough for those sap secondaries to fire. Which means you need to watch your broadside a little bit, but and you need to watch out for torpedoes. But there you go.
He takes a decent hit from the Venezia, Amugu, but he's still going to get it. Probably going to get into the A cap if he wants.
Yeah, there's nothing really there apart from the Minotaur's going to get a few more shells in. The Venezia is going to fire AP, interestingly, at the side of Napoli. Big chunk there on the Dark Temple.
Big hit. Yeah.
And they haven't really shut down the possibility of Agent End and Shima throwing torps against Best Naomi's Montana here. I think the plan was get rid of the destroyers and push Naomi into the cap, but the Shima is still there. Daring. So let's go back to the B cap for a second. So we've got the two Napolis just sitting side by side by the island. They're starting to move towards the gap where the Kremlin is. They're turning
away from that gap. Yeah, pulling away from that gap now. As the Habaros, that's classic now, has come out from behind his island. You have to wonder if maybe he's going to go make a charge. I gotta say that the Vor aggression with these Napolis is not only is it fun to watch, it's definitely worked out for a great board position for them as well. They're up on ships, they're up on caps. They're going to lose Dark Templar here. I mean, there he goes, Dark Temple. So he goes down. So Paid gets a kill back.
The Minotaur's actually smoke.
Say again?
The Minotaur's actually a smoke Minotaur. I did not expect that.
Yeah, I didn't either. You don't normally see that.
So I'm not sure whether that Napoli, the single Napoli push, whether that achieved what it was supposed to achieve, because they haven't got control of A. The Montana is having to move away because the Shima is still alive. I think the purpose of that push was to try and maybe get both destroyers, maybe get into A, and they didn't achieve that.
Classic's about to back up, reverse, and get into a gunfight with this Daring that the Daring is not going to enjoy. Nope. Didn't last very long.
Yeah, Daring down to 1800 there. Also up on the Sea cap, we've got a weird kind of situation here where Seawalker and Sniper are pushing in from the south of this island, and Nibiski's Des Moines is on the north side of the island.
A little strange.
Normally you'd expect to see those cruisers facing the other way, but they're actually all turned in to face the cap. Are they all going to push in at this? Ooh, this is... I mean, they can all see each other. They're all spotted right now.
One of the things that I just kind of noticed as I looked across the whole map for a bit, both of the Paid battleships are basically on the same end of the map. They've managed to grab a cap now. We're only 9 minutes in. There's still plenty of time here for them to do something. As Pepe Gaga smashes Nibieski's Des Moines in the face up here at C, takes about half his remaining HP away. As soon as Paid picks up a kill, we're gonna see this whole match turn a bit.
Yeah, Paid, as you say, they've got both the battleships down here, the Kremlin and the Ohio. Ohio is currently charging across towards Yanaya. I suspect they are trying to put enough pressure on Yanaya to give Onabra a shot. Des Moines of Seawalker obviously also putting fire in. But Sniper has got to a point now where the Des Moines of Nibiski can actually start getting AP into the side, and that is going to add up because that's 4 or 5k every few seconds.
Stern turret's going out at Nibieski. Missed to nothing.
Yeah, good turret discipline there from Sniper, keeping the rear turrets on that side to shoot the Des Moines. Sniper taking a lot of incoming. Yanaya not really taking as much as I would like to see from this charge.
Ooh. So if you have a quick look at B, the double Napolis have rotated out of the cap, and Monkey Enjoyer's Marceau has moved back in a moment with only 30 points between these teams. Paid is going to be on all the caps.
You remember what I said earlier about being sharks? Like, they can't stop, right? Because if they stop, they drown.
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah,
it's like that. Like, they can't stop moving, yeah.
It definitely feels that way. Now, I think Vor is going to pick up a cap here as Seawalker's Des Moines way up at C is looking pretty rocky.
Yep, AP in. Goes unspotted on 6k and healing.
Do you think Sniper's going to go for the ram or the close pass?
It needs to go
Turrets
for
are on the
the
wrong side for the drive-by, so it's got to be a ram, I think. Torps out from Kaba.
Well, and yeah, the Haba torpedoes are here. I think they're going to be able to prevent this. Maybe he's going to take 2 of those. Yep. Wow. Look at that. Well done by Vor to deny that ram.
Yeah, that was pushing into a lot of ships. I'm not sure what the goal of that push was. I suspect it was to try and get rid of the Kremlin. Obviously, that has not worked. And also, Seawalker has lost loads of health doing that as well.
Oh,
so.
he's next on the menu as the Napolis rotate back into B here under the smoke cover.
I'm
See what he's
surprised Vor's Des Moines actually survived it on the A8 position. Because he should have died there with the Ohio in his face.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised as well. I think Sniper kind of got trolled by the Ohio dispersion a couple of times. That's one of the disadvantages of only having, 8 guns, I suppose.
Graham is surviving at 1.7k, also unfortunate.
Yeah, Naya gets
Get
to
it?
the heel. That was close, though.
Vor now up 2 ships, climbing back into the B and the C cap, working about an 80-point lead here with 8 minutes to play. Definitely in the driver's seat for my position. They not only do they have more ships on the board, their board position in general is more concentrated. They're able to better support each other. Paid is very spread out.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit disjointed right now. The 2 Napolis have circled back into B, and they will cap that. I think Agent Enden's Shima is trying to put a little bit of pressure onto Naomi in the Montana, who has turned back south.
Yanaya's Kremlin just took half of Varianabra's remaining HP away in a single salvo. About a 30k hit.
Minotaur Fish smoking up down under south. Ooh! Under the south of B and taking incoming from the Moskva above B there for about half health. There's more AP coming. I'm not sure if this is blind. It must be. Yeah, the second volley not finding any shells on her. We're going to see a replay of that now, I think, as Fish comes up, pops the smoke, and then gets smacked by YBB's Moskva. Yeah, that will not make Fish happy, although Fish is now in a position to start farming these Napolis if they get spotted, although they have smoked.
It's still pretty tight on points. Less than 100 points separating these 2 teams with 6.5 minutes on the clock. If Paid can pick up a kill, they can potentially climb back into this, but I don't know where it's going to come from. Classic Nouns, Kaba, the Napolis are now running Monkey and Jor out of the B cap. I think they're going to bag this kill.
I would not want to be very on a bar right now. That's a lot of shells. There's torps coming. You've got Napoli secondaries. Like, everything is shooting at very on a bar right now.
Well, between
shells,
that and Monkey and Jor, yikes.
Yeah, if the shells don't do it, this Daring Torp will. Sheep is spotted. Sheep goes down. Oh, Daring Torp runs out.
Monkey and
Renegade
Jor finally does go down there, and with 2 quick kills, this is over. Vor's going to pick this up because there goes the Kremlin as well.
950 points passed for 4 Napolis circling around to exit the cap and finish off Fish's Minotaur, probably. As 4 close the gate on this match. This will, of course, be a 4 series win.
Triple Napoli Habarovsk, and they made it. This is going to sound disrespectful. I don't mean it to. They made it look easy. They made it look easy, and it wasn't. But it was so effortless the way they played these ships together. It's obvious that these guys have a ton of experience playing this comp and these ships as a team. Whenever you can see that, it's a beautiful thing to watch.
Henning, as an EU player, do you think that the EU teams struggle a little bit with this very dynamic meta that the Asia clans have?
I don't think so. Like, you can totally set up to counter these guys. Like, they're not super mobile, you kind of see where they are. So you just need to, like, react correctly to that. I honestly think this in this match, like, Paid honestly fell apart when they got no kills out of their C push. Like, if the Des Moines there dies to, like, an Ohio salvo, like, immediately, or, like, second salvo, the Ohio can also help on the Kremlin kill because he doesn't have to have his turret turns for the Des Moines. And then the entire match looks very, very different because they don't lose 2 ships for nothing.
Yeah, I agree. That that push didn't really come to anything, and that's a great shame. So, yeah, 4 taking this series 2-0. What do you say, Searaptor? Should we throw it back to the studio?
Let's see what the studio's got to say.
Well, a dominant showing from Vor, showing why they won last COTS, looking to push this up into the finals and win 13 for themselves as well. Seraphis, Painezor, we were waiting with bated breath for that Ohio to nuke that Des Moines, and it did not materialize. What happened?
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I think that Ohio just got a little bit unlucky there. The Kremlin from Vor did actually get a lot of good salvos on Des Moines from Paid.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the other way around, not as much. I think that Henning already gave a really good rundown of why this game happened as it did. If the Ohio managed to chunk out the Des Moines a lot more in the first or second salvo, I think that game would have been very different.
Absolutely. We actually have the replay available in like 10 seconds. My question to you guys, real seriously here, is how many people do you think are going to go out and buy Napoli's after this?
So we watched a Napoli press W through the middle of a car, rain down secondaries onto a Shimakaze. The Ragnar decided that he didn't want any of that. He don't want none, and then decides to leave his smoke screen and run in the opposite direction. And both of them end up being completely shredded. Let's take a look in the replay here, which I can't see because there's a big message in the way.
So, what to point out right about in here is what that was referring to. We're going to see that in just a moment here, as Napoli decides, I'm going to walk into everyone's face and I'm going to spew out sap secondaries from each side, and I'm going to show you all exactly why I was brought. And here it goes. Bonk. He lives long enough to keep that side busy, while two other Napolis just walk through the B-cap.
I actually think that here Vor is giving up a lot more space with their Napolis than they should have. I think they could have retained a lot more presence with these Napolis. They do actually go back into the B-cap, but I think actually they could have stayed.
Do you think that they sort of knew at this point we don't need to? It's an unnecessary risk, or...
Perhaps. I think that their focus obviously was maybe trying to take down this Ohio and then rotate the forces down like this.
Yeah.
So one thing I do want to say though is, how do you manage to get two destroyers caught in front of a Napoli at that range? That's...
Napoli's very stealthy. It's
two destroyers.
I mean, if we go
Fair
back
enough.
here, we'll have to go back a bit. You see that the Napoli does come around the island like this, and the DDs are already very close.
right.
And I think the Shima even just gets hard spotted just by the detection here by the Napoli. And then it's tough because Napoli is pretty fast.
And there's nothing to shoot. There's nothing to shoot the Napoli. Like there's nothing in the side. The Kremlin's out of position, can't shoot the Napoli. So there's no battleship. The closest thing was the Venezia, which tried its damnedest to hit it, but there was just nothing doing.
This J2 positioning might have been a mild mistake.
Maybe.
We have,
It's a little bit too far. I know that like this Venezia could have probably just went up a lot further, just gone up this way.
Well, before we move on to our next match, because we do have since this one went 2-0, we get to step in and we get to watch another match, which is very exciting. We don't want to miss that, but we do want to point out. I'm going to see if I can point out up here on the north side. Paid's closest chance to winning this match probably came up here. I'm going to go ahead and move this up, as the Des Moines and the Ohio are sitting here going, what do we do exactly? The Ohio says, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to charge across the sea cap. I'm going to shoot this Des Moines as I go. Bang, bang, bang. You saw that happen right there. And then he's going to take the round when the Kremlin, taking two ships out, leaving the Des Moines on the flank. It's exactly what his plan was. It worked out great until it didn't work.
Yeah, unfortunately, Des Moines just lives. If the Des Moines had died in the first or second salvo, as D'Artagnan already pointed out, the Kremlin would have died, the Des Moines would have died. Then probably the Des Moines from Paid wouldn't have died, which means that Daring wouldn't have died, and it would have escalated very differently.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, anything else to say about this, or should we move on to the next match?
Let's move on to the next
Let's
match.
do it.
There was a Kaba.
All right.
there was a Kava. Unfortunately, we didn't really see much of it.
We are watching 07 versus Magic, correct?
Yes, that is correct. We will be watching the first game of 07 versus Magic before we jump into Smile versus -1S, and then we'll be moving on to Band CV versus the winner of 07 versus Magic.
Very good. Very much looking forward to that. So 07 obviously is one of NA's top teams. They have been multiple times COTS winners. I believe they won COTS International. It's not on there, is it?
No, not in this format that we're holding it.
Not
right
in this
now.
format, but they were winners in 11, right?
Well, we don't
We have
count
it right
those.
here.
I'm sorry, that's
yes.
right, because we were doing a 2-region thing at a time.
Yes.
And we all agreed that I wasn't going to say that. So, good thing I didn't say that. But obviously, you can see here, 07 has been around for a very long time. They are stalwarts. They are the cleanup crew, man. They play a long game. They outtrade you. In NA, we always say, don't try to outtrade 07 because you won't do it. And they're going up against Magic. Magic is a... Oh, help me out, guys. I'm sorry. This is CIS, right?
They're CIS
Okay.
number 3.
This is Russia number 3 versus NA number 2. We'll be moving on to will be the bans for this matchup: Hotspot and Warrior's Path. 07 choosing to ban Hotspot. I wonder why. Warrior's Path being banned by the Russians. Ragnar coming in as the ban from 07, and Marceau from Magic. 2
No
DDs.
OP triangles.
Yeah, well, we won't be seeing the DD Mafia this time, I think.
Nope.
We might see we'll see a lot more smoke trains, I guess, with the Gearing, the Alexander Nevsky, maybe some Des Moines, or even Worcester, as we've seen it on NA a couple
Yes.
times.
Yes. So here, with 2 of these DDs missing, 2 of these mobile, hard-hitting DDs missing, I think we're going to see a much more traditional stand-up positional game here. 07 also known for its cross-mapping battleships. They have very good battleship players. We'll have to see if they can actually translate that into something here on North. Painezor, what do you think is going to be coming in from Magic? I haven't seen any of the matches played by Magic yet. Have either of you?
Unfortunately, I have been paying too much attention to the CIS region because I was a little bit busy casting EU. It's really hard to do like multiple regions at the same time.
Well, actually, Magic wasn't even sure they were going to sign up for this COTS. And then they did sign up, and it's their best COTS result yet. So, interesting to see how they do against NA's top team. Well, not for this. Not traditionally a top team, but not for this iteration.
Number 2 this time.
They're throwing shade.
I think it's worth pointing out too that because I think that Seraphis just made something really important, which if Magic wasn't even intending to play this time but chose to, and here they are. Every single team that's actually made it to COTS Internationals has done something extraordinary. Like these folks are the all-stars of each region. It's very exciting to see this happening, and I mean, you've already won if you've made it to COTS Internationals and you're playing in front of the entire world of Warships at this point. So
Yeah, but if you win this game, you get money.
yeah, money.
True.
That's true.
I actually
Absolutely.
think that they ended up beating Cloud and Lair, like a mix of the two, in the 3rd place match to get here. So definitely a big achievement.
I think it might be a good time, guys, to remind folks watching, since it's been several hours now, of what kind of drops they can get during the stream here. So for each day you watch, you can the first 90 minutes will get you one of the COTS collection containers. Those are the containers you need to collect in order to get the mission when 0.10.10 drops for the mission for the Bane of the Seas, King of the Sea camo. Other things you can pick up, COTS related, are more COTS containers in the armory for community tokens, as well as camouflages and themed commanders. So both days get you a COTS container if you watch for at least 90 minutes, which we appreciate. Our match is dropping here in just a moment, fellas. Any final thoughts before we watch 07 versus I am an absolute
Magic.
moron.
Yes.
Magic. Wow.
I think it's going to be a very different game to what we just saw in Paid vs. Vor. Paid vs. Vor, 2 extremely aggressive teams clashing very violently. I think this is going to be a more control style game. We're going to see a lot more calm play and methodical play.
I want to see Malta int.
I didn't check. Is Maltese Knight in this match?
I'm not sure. We'll find out soon.
We'll find out in a moment.
We'll find out. Let's go to Searaptor and Statsbloke.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, welcome back to King of the Sea 13 here, as we are going to be bringing you Game 1 of Magic versus 07. This is the RU server versus the NA second place team, excuse me. Here on North, Magic spawning to the north side of the map here in green, bringing double Ohio, Des Moines, Venezia, Napoli, Nevsky, Gearing, Daring, and Shimakaze. Stats, what has 07 got cooking in the oven?
07 for NA have double Ohio, a Des Moines, Salem, Venezia, double Moskva, and then double Shimokazes. I don't think we've seen 2 Shimas before today, so that's interesting. On this map, makes sense. A lot of open water to throw the torpedoes through. Lots of potentially smoke screens going to be sitting around, so that makes a lot of sense to me. Henning, we were just talking about like dynamic Asian strategy. And then we off camera we were talking about the CIS server tactics being quite similar. Would you say to EU and NA?
I would say between EU and Russia more than EU and A.
Okay.
And A usually does its own thing.
So I think, but the strategies for CIS are going to be fairly familiar to people who've watched either the NA or the EU tournaments. We're going to see maybe smoke screens, so the gearing, smoking up the cruisers over on the ACAP, for example. So something a bit more classic, a bit more what we're used to, a bit less dynamic than what we've just seen. Okay, so initial deployments, we've got the red team, so 07 are taking a bigger blob over towards the seaside. We've got Ohio, Moskva, and Salem down on the H line, with Des Moines of John, Moskva of Dolphin, and Freitas Shimakaze over towards the 9 line. So I suspect eventually we'll see a heavy 9-10 push, and then they've gone a bit lighter over towards the A side. How about Magic?
Magic is going kind of a little opposite. They've got 4 ships over here on this A flank. That's Venezia, Nevsky, and Double Destroyer. That's Gearing and Daring. And over kind of keeping a couple of ships mid. That's, let's see, Buta's Des Moines here, kind of lurking near the B cap. Sort of backed up by Dimitri's Ohio. The remainder, actually, they're keeping both their battleships kind of mid right now. That's Maximus and Dimitri. As Turbofan Shimakaze and Resurrect? I'm going to mispronounce it. Anyway, Ressa's Napoli, let's just say, headed over to the 9-10 line all by themselves. An early radar there from Dolphin Prince's Moskva does pick up Turbo Shimakaze, so 07 knows where he is at the moment.
So we've got these 2 destroyers versus 1 destroyer over on the A cap. So there's a lot of torpedoes going backwards and forwards. When you've got a Gearing, a Daring, a Shima, a Venezia, 2 Venezias, 1 on each side, that's a lot of torps going back and forth. So I think it's a fair bet that at some point someone's going to take a torp over here, I think.
I'm going to be... Yeah, and I'm going to be curious to see how 07 kind of plays this flank out, right? We're used to seeing, at least on NA, when you watch 07, you're used to seeing them stick a Shimakaze on this side of the map. I've seen Eagle play this position in the tournament before. He usually does a very good job with it, but we're only seeing a double destroyer composition out of them, and I'm trying to think back if I've seen that before, and I don't think that I have. Ordinarily, I remember seeing them play this with, I think, 3 destroyers, because they're able to rotate one over here to back Eagle up and work some torpedo angles on occasion. They're not going to be able to do that in this game.
Yeah, so Magic's got A. They've got the two destroyers there. They've got the Nevsky radar, so it's going to be very hard for Eagle to get in and get that A cap. So the question is, where do 07 get a cap from? Because you've got B, they've only got John there in the Des Moines. That's not really a valid push. That's not going to last very long at all. They've got a lot more ships over on the seaside, so they can definitely push up 9-10. That's going to take a while. So do they push the Ohio in? Do they push Marin in as they make that 9-10 push?
They have to get the Ohio actually to the 9 line and help there. They need to push 9-10 as fast as possible here. They have a clear advantage there. You can park the battleship into from the 8-9 line gap. That's usually what you do there.
Yeah, whatever they do, they're going to have to do it quickly.
Well, so they're only down 1 cap right now. We're only 5 minutes in. 1 cap doesn't tick up quick enough that it's a real extreme problem. So I think they're okay to take their time for now. You can see kind of the 9-10 push forming here. I think you're probably still 60-ish seconds away from seeing much combat over here. I'm keeping an eye on Freiss on this flank over here on the 10 line. He is running 12-kilometer torpedoes. It looked like he might have had a really good potential salvo there on the Napoli, but they all fell short by a couple hundred meters because he's been kind of playing right at the edge of the range.
Ohio of Maximus for Magic. I think briefly got a spot on Ocean's Moskva there over on the 10 line. Just AP shells just falling short. while Magic in front of the Ohios make a move on B, James for Magic just skirting the top of the cap there, throwing some conga line torpedoes out towards John the Ruthless's Des Moines on the corner.
I'll be curious to see how that works out. We've seen John fall victim to the conga line torps at least once or twice in the NA bracket.
Yeah, we've seen several cruisers on this corner fall foul to daring torpedoes.
He's actually a dangerous spot here. The Ohios are trying to get angles on him. He's kind of stuck there.
Yeah, the problem is John's got torpedoes coming from the front, Dimitri's Ohio to the front, and Maximus's Ohio to the rear.
Yeah, just waiting for him to back up too far.
Yeah, it's a very risky position, as you say. I mean, the Des Moines in the north position is kind of similar, but it's not quite the same. The islands are a little bit different. They're a little bit taller.
Yeah, and he's also not under nearly as much pressure, right? Because even if the Ohio down here, that's Ace Baby, even if that Ohio's looking right at you, and his guns are kind of looking that way, the Ohio from the south has no shot, right? That's Marin. Marin has no shot if Buddha moves back too far. So that's not a thing.
We're about to see 07 make their move into Charlie. Fries has made that transition through the gap into the cap after the Salem and the Moskva pushed the Magic Shima off the cap, or off the 9 line.
Oh, on the 2 line there, Shimmer Torps coming for the Nevsky.
Yeah, Eagle is probably running the 20 kilometers. Oh, he takes one, takes two.
Takes two.
That's a huge kill.
And with Shima Torps, 2 is enough.
That is a huge kill for 07.
That removes the radar coverage of A. That is going to make life a lot more pleasant for Eagle here.
Yeah.
Although 1-on-1 against a Gearing, is still not that nice.
Yeah, it's going to really change the dynamic of the A cap, assuming that Eagle can live through this exact moment right here as he falls under Sea Power's Gearing's guns.
Yeah, of course now that escape smoke is actually working because there's no radar to counter it.
Indeed.
Venezia was hoping there, I think, to get some nice shots into See My Power, but didn't quite manage it. So Gearing's still currently holding the cap.
07 does pick up C as James's daring grabs B, so Magic slowly building on their 80-point lead here as we're a little over 8 minutes into the game.
A little replay here of Dimitri taking some incoming from several ships in the middle, taking quite a chunk. So 2 caps. 2 caps in Magic's hands. Eagle will try to contest A. But of course, See My Power knows that that's what's going to happen and is right there.
Yeah, you have to believe the Venezia's going to have to get up here a little closer, maybe.
And you can see its ace is also pushing up as well.
Yeah, really good time for them to make this play on this flank if they can if they want to do it.
So there is a
Eagle
bit of
now
a torpedo
contesting
threat from the. There is a bit of a torpedo threat from the Gearing, but the Venezia can do a little bit of screening for Ace Baby, and also the Ohio's got quite a lot of health, so that push is not too dangerous.
Venezia blind fire going and looking for Eagle as he makes contact with See My Power. He's going to have to get either back behind the island or back into smoke. They're going to get the Gearing maybe? 800.
Is that torp going to connect?
Venezia torpedo coming in? No.
See My Power getting away on 887, but of course that's going to be it for the rest of the game in terms of hit points.
Venezia shells do connect on Eagle. He's down to 5k.
Not sure if Eagle's going to expect a daring.
No, he's probably not. I was just going to point that out.
Yeah, Magic have rotated James in as a replacement for the Gearing.
Yeah.
So Eagle is probably running radio location, right? So
yeah, he should know by now.
So you can see Eagle's like, yeah, there's something else here. I'm going to run away now.
Yeah. So the question is, does James push aggressively? Eagle knows he's there. You can tell by the way Eagle's maneuvering that his RPF tells him he's there.
Yeah, James will also, of course, have radio location and will know where Eagle is running to, and will not be keen to take those torpedoes, which will definitely be anticipated. So nice use of radio location by both teams there. Nice swap in from Magic. That's going to keep them the A cap. Because O7 right now don't have a way of getting into B unless they bring the Ohio around, which might be what they're doing.
Well, I was just fixing to point that out. Marin is kind of coming in that direction. There's not really anything to kind of stop him from getting over here and being that guy if they want him to be. Maybe even just use kind of attempt to do to Buddha what they were doing to John earlier, kind of try and zone him out with Ace and Marin.
Well, I think O7 can't push any more up the 9-10 line. That would be a little bit too risky, I think. So they do need to do something on B, and I think the logical move is to use Marin. Great health pool. Ohio will push really well. That's going to put the Des Moines of Magic in under a lot of pressure.
The Venezia is over here on the 1 and 2 line, trading blows here. Both of them getting down to under half HP, around 20k or so. Eagle Lance pushing back up onto the southwestern edge of the A cap.
I think Eagle Lance is trying to spot See My Power because See My Power is a one-shot, whereas Eagle might be able to survive getting spotted.
Yeah.
Because if Eagle doesn't fire, as soon as the gearing gets killed, the Shima would go unspotted again. So that might be what they're trying to do.
Yeah, and that's the key, right? Is that if Eagle can get the spot long enough for his teammates to take the shot, then okay. But if he fires his guns, the daring is probably going to clean him up. Or the Venezia.
Okay, replay here of the Napoli for Magic. Just dodging some torpedoes, incoming shells as well. Nice little dodge there. Second set coming. And that's going to be both sets dodged.
Beautiful ship handling.
Okay, I think 07 are ready. Marin is lined up alongside John the Ruthless south of the B cap. Yep, Marin is going to make that push. But I think Magic see it coming. They've got Maximus pushing down to counter.
Well, and the Shimakaze's come over as well. That's Turbofan is pulled all the way back off the 9 line. First salvo for Marin going in on Buddha. Solid hit. Oh, big hit from Ace.
Pulling the Shima back is going to open a little door for 07 to push around that top corner if they want to, although they obviously need to bear in mind that the Magic Napoli is right up in that top corner. Moskva also of Dolphin Princess pushing up through the gap here.
So Eagles on the cap at A as they shove Marin into B. Eagle is just chilling. In fact, the cap is contested because James is daring sitting on the opposite end, going nowhere. They're bringing James south now.
James is spotted. James knows that the Shima is there. Trying to keep an eye on both A and B caps at the same time.
Eagle smoking immediately, not willing to risk his ship. Doesn't want to get potentially blapped off the board there by the Venezia.
Okay, Turbofan is radar spotted above the B cap, so the Shima is taking a little bit of fire, but I think is mostly safe behind that island.
Marin turns, avoiding the first set of Scimitorps. Second set is also going to miss. Buddha's getting pincered as well.
Dolphin Princess with nothing on the right-hand side to stop this push.
Yeah, Buddha's getting pincered here. He's got nowhere to run.
The Moskva needs to be careful of Turbofan's torpedoes if they are available, but I think all sets are currently on cooldown. Not 100% sure about that.
Marin's secondary is now starting to work Buddha over as he waits for his bow turrets to reload. They're going to get this Des Moines. It's only a matter of time. They've just here come the bow turrets. This ought to do it. And there he goes. 07 now sitting on B, up 2 ships, still down 90 points, but they've got 5 minutes on the timer. Plenty of time to make something happen here.
That could have been worse. So Marin just took incoming from Dimitri's Ohio over on the 3 line. That could have been a lot worse. That was quite light damage considering. Marin only down less than half health currently. There we go. That's about half health now.
Yep.
Doing pretty
Marin
well.
doing great job of preserving the health of his Ohio as his teammates start to farm down Maximus, who's now getting under 30,000 HP in his. In fact, Magic's going to smoke him up, try to give him a little breather.
Eagle Lance is spotted and no smoke available. James pushing hard to try and catch up with Eagle here and keep him spotted.
Well, Magic needs this kill really badly.
4,000 and dodging SAP misses from the Venezia. 3,000 Radar out from
Makes
John
you wonder
Ruthless
if
in the middle.
Eagles. It makes you wonder if Eagles got his speed boost available, because he should. Oh, big hits onto James from the Ohio HE, but Shima should be faster with his speed boost up. There he
Yeah,
is. He's finally dark. Oh, so close. 600 HP for Eagle.
Yeah, James not quite making it and having to smoke because now very, very close to that Ohio and Venezia.
Venezia Salvo comes in, nothing doing as
Ooh.
John takes a big hit.
Yeah, John is going to have to deal with torpedoes as well. Fortunately, there is a big gap in those torps. John's still
07,
pushing forward with that radar.
very close to taking Maximus off the board as he's under 7K now and continuing to burn. I think they're going to get him here. It's a question of whether or not he can take John with him when he goes.
See My Power surviving a volley from Elgar's Venezia at long range.
we
Ohio
go.
goes down.
4 minutes to play. There's our first lead change of the game as 07 moves out into the lead on 2 caps now with a 3-ship lead. All they basically have to do now, settle in and hold what they've got and not lose any more ships.
814 points, 816 points for 07 with 2 caps ticking and 3.5 minutes left.
Oh, they get
Magic's
Matt.
Shima goes
They
down.
get Turbofan. So an extra kill speeds things up a bit as they're pulling. They just told Eagle go hide in the back of the map. He's not going anywhere
Oh.
near. He can get shot at this point.
07 without a ship loss yet. They've still got all their ships on the board. Only 5 ships remaining for Magic.
And all of those ships clustered onto the 1, 2, 3, and 4 lines. Actually, no,
Except
the
little
Napoli.
Yeah.
Except the Napoli. I just realized he was still alive in A10. Look at this.
Yeah. Yeah, the Napoli's been working from home up in the A10 square. Yeah, no, that Napoli is actually, it's very risky to have a ship off to one side because obviously it's going to be able to get your broadside and be a pain. But Magic not really able to do anything with that Napoli to stop this push over through the 9-10 line.
Yeah.
When they had to pull the ships over back towards B.
As I look back at the game, to me, one of the big and they bagged the Ohio. Beautiful broadside shot from Marin, and that's over. To me, one of the things that I look back that I think was really decisive in this game is how long it took. Both teams basically ignored B for a while, okay? And by doing that, you gave 07 the time to reorganize and come up with a B push of their own. In the sense of they did rotate. I mean, Magic rotated the Daring back and picked up B, but for those first several minutes, while 07 got organized on the 9-10 line, they weren't ticking up 2 caps. That little bit of extra missed pressure, I think, hurt Magic some.
Yeah, and I think...
to an extent that's correct, but I think the biggest problem here was Magic just losing their Nesky on A to Shimmer Torps from like 39k. That was really, really bad. They lost a lot of firepower on that. They had to rotate their gearing back, the Daring back because of that, because their gearing ended up having a bad trade, which could have been completely avoided if they just have a radar there.
Well, best of luck to both these teams. I think we need to get on with our next series now because we're not going to be following this series. We're going to be switching over to, I think, Smile versus 1S. So we will pass it back to the studio for them to have a quick chat about this and transition to the next series.
Welcome back, everybody. 07 taking that first game over Magic there on, was that Northern Waters? Was that North? That's North.
It's North, yes.
Sorry about that, folks. Well, that is definitely the 07 that we're used to playing. They don't care about the caps early. They out-trade, and they get a huge, massive HP difference. They push you out of the way, then they step on the caps, deny it, and they get kills to flip the points. That's exactly what they did. Magic making a great game. We're going to have a little bit to talk about it.
Yeah,
Seraphis Painezor.
I'll briefly talk about it. HP pool management was the name of this game. 07 did a really good job at managing all of their HP pools, not dropping a single ship here. Fantastic.
Yeah, Painezor.
Yeah, this is what we've been saying privately as well. It's like the NA style thing seems to be a very passive early game for as long as possible. And it just wasn't countered. Like, they didn't make any plays while 07 were playing so passive. They didn't upgrade their positions somewhat to, like, be able to deny 07 from ever making their way back in. And 07 just marched back in and took the game.
Yeah, they just out-traded until they forced Magic to just give ground, and then all of a sudden they're on the caps and the game's over. And kills are coming on the board. It's wild.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, folks, we don't have time to watch the replay. We have another match to get to shortly. which is going to be Smile versus -1S. So we'll get to that in just a moment. But first, we want to remind you folks a little bit about the Twitch drops. We had a little issue with our Twitch drops when we were getting them set up. So what we think we need to ask you folks to do is to make sure that you check your inventories, you make sure that you're getting the rewards, make sure you refresh. They are set up, so you should be connecting them, or sorry, you should be able to connect and start receiving them if you haven't already. Again, every 90 minutes per day gets you 1 COTS container. There are 3 available in the armory for community tokens to help you finish out that collection. And if you aren't able to finish collecting it this time, they will be available next COTS to help you complete that collection, to help you get in 0.10.10, help you get that cool King of the Sea camel. So don't miss out on that. Now, we need to move over to Smile versus -1S. Smile, obviously being the Russian team. They are the number 1 for Russia. They are going up against -1S, whom earlier we saw knocked out my boys from Bonks. So here you can see, Smile, obviously, 4 times having won COTS CIS. They have placed very high in other matches and was 2nd place in Russia last COTS 12. -1S, cute boys in dresses, of course, having played several times in the group stage, but being a mainstay Hurricane for the SEA region. So, first map, excuse me, not first map up. These are the bands. The bands, Hotspot for Smile, Islands of Ice for -1S. These tend to be not popular maps. Boo-hoo for Hotspot and Islands of Ice. Alexander Nevsky coming in as the band for Smile. Ragnar for -1S. Boys, what does that mean for our matchup here?
Marceau.
Yeah. Marceau. Okay. Wow.
We will very definitely see a lot of Marceau coming up for -1S. Because if Kleber wasn't banned, they would be running 5 Kleber strategies, is what they told us. So if Marceau's on the table, we will definitely be seeing it for them. I think even on a map like North.
Which is very weird. I'm not sure Smile would take the thing that is going to be hard countering the Marceau, but it does look about getting so.
Nevsky and Ragnar, both banned, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are the counters for the Marceau for the most part.
Well, there's one good one left, and that is the Venezia. So we'll see how Smile deals with this. They are a very experienced team with five titles.
All of you are about to eat humble pie, but okay.
Thanks, Conway.
The voice of God has told us that we must be humble. Well, I'm excited. I hope I see 4 or 5 Whiskers. That would be wonderful. Or GK. Perhaps a GK. Painezor, would you like a GK?
Sure, I'll give me 2, 3.
Let's see
give
what we
me
get
4
here.
GKs.
Let's throw it to Statsbloke, Searaptor. Boom.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our second match of the day here in round 2 of the international bracket, as we are proud to present 1S versus Smile. This is the Asia's 2nd place team. That's 1S taking on the RU champion in Smile. 1S here in the green to the north side here of North, spawning with Montana, Kremlin, Des Moines, Hanlu, Napoli, Double Moskva, and only 2 destroyers, a Lone Daring and a Shimakaze. Stats, what is Smile up to on the south spawn?
Smile, this of course is their first game of the day. They are bringing Ohio, a Des Moines, Minotaur, double Napoli, a Gearing, a Daring, and a Marceau. So 3 destroyers to the 2 destroyers of 1S. So that's going to give them 1 destroyer per cap, and it does look from the initial deployments like that is where they're going. So Henning, anything jump out from the lineups? Maybe the Hanlu?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of interested to see where it's gonna be played here. It looks like it's going towards C, so maybe it's expected to like drop some ships that are sitting on the 9-10 line, maybe? At least what I like think of here.
I mean, you do get a lot of positions on this map where there are nose-in cruisers. You know, the island underneath B, the island to the sort of 4 o'clock of B on the south side, the islands on the 9 and 10 line. There are lots of opportunities to punish spotted nose-in ships, and even unspotted, right? Because there's no difference between dropping a spotted ship and dropping an unspotted ship. The accuracy on the drop is the same.
Yep.
So that's worth bearing in mind.
Curious to see if we're going to see a little early action at C. Medzuko's Marceau charging right into the bottom of the cap. We've seen some teams come ready for this play, ready to punish it. 1S doesn't seem to be one of those. Looks like Medzuko's going to be able to pick up C very quickly here for Smile and start ticking up points.
Yeah, it looks like 1S's strategy here is to go very heavy on the A side. They are,
Yeah.
It looks like they're just expecting to kite a push on the 9-10 if it happens, but it's not going to happen. However, Smile's strategy is kind of similar. Taking 4 ships over towards the bottom of A. So we're actually going to see a bit of a deadlock, whereas I think 1S wanted to push. They might find that a little bit tricky with an Ohio, a Minotaur, a Gearing, and a Napoli there. So we'll see how that pans out.
It'll be fun to watch one way or another. A little bit of drama at B here, a couple of shells and some torpedoes going out across the cap between the daring Des Moines pair that both teams have brought to this cap. Nothing doing, a little bit of ship damage, but they do manage to push Munan off the cap.
Yeah, Yehwa's radar there, just keeping Stepan off the cap. Of course, that's not going to last forever. And is the Moskva's radar in range? Yes, the Moskva of Force is.
On the A-cap.
Minnow radar. Yeah, Minnow radar going up over here at A. Ferry's radar finding HSO here. They're going to get a good chunk of his health before he's able to get away.
Yeah, Shima at the very least being pushed off the cap. Taking a lot of incoming, a lot less than I actually expected in terms of damage. I was expecting Shima just to get nuked.
Well, he had a decent angle. He immediately turned away. The only person who had really good shots after that was the Napoli, who came in with a solid chunk. That's the thing about that Minnow AP, right? Once they show you the bow or the stern, it doesn't have many places to bite in.
Yeah, that's true. Once you see a load of AP coming out of a smoke screen, just angle and you're generally okay in a destroyer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 1S are gathering for that push onto A now. So I think HSO is going to be able to go back in anyway, because now they know that the Minos radar is down. There's no other radar in range. All they can do is, if they want to spot the Shima, all they can do is send the gearing up. But of course that's going to be mutual spotting.
A little bit of focus fire here on Zidrin's Napoli coming in from both Moskvas and the opposing Napoli north of the cap, doing a great job just kind of reminding him, hey, we outnumber you.
Okay, here we see, I think this is the first airdrop from the Howden Liu over on the 9 line, and that's going to be going down towards where DNO Gaming's Napoli is. I'm not sure whether this was a blind shot guess, or whether there was actually spotting on the Napoli. Pretty accurate, not actually managing to land any bombs. Howden Liu having another go.
Well, Dino grounded there, beached himself. This salvo probably will land a little bit. No, it looks like he dropped it a little too far forward. Yep. Doesn't get anything out of that.
But that Napoli now knows that the Howden Liu is there, and Dino is going to have to be very careful if that Napoli gets spotted like he just did, firing. Because he's going to know that Howden Liu is going to be able to keep dropping bombs over and over and over again. Lovely chunk on Yihwa's Des Moines there from Dino.
Most of the action seems to be over at A right now. Both teams seem, C's the only cap on the board taken, been ticking up for Smile here, 5 minutes gone there. That's about a little over 120 point lead, as 1S seems content to just let them have it. They're making a play for B again, pushing Munan's daring back into the top of the cap. As A continues to just trade shells, is Zidrin going to take one of these torpedoes? No, he's going to move up. He's okay.
Stepan's daring taking big hits there from Yihwa's Des Moines under radar. Munan smoking up to also add to the shells. Daring down quite considerably. Started on full health going into this cap.
Yeah. 1S trading much better than Smile here at the B cap. Doing a great job pushing Stepan out and taking away huge chunks of his HP.
Would you like to know the official Twitch chat prediction for this game?
Yeah, what does Twitch think going to happen?
Smile 74% for a win, 1S 26%.
Well, so far, chat is proving correct as Smile sits on about a 150 point lead. But lots of game to be played left. Neither team has lost a ship yet.
Okay, this group, the Smile. Go on, Ken, go ahead.
I'm surprised Smile gave up A that easily here. It's a 4v4, but there's like no resistance from Smile anymore. They are back at the H line.
It's a surprise. I'm keeping an eye on Maniac's Ohio here in the middle of the board, right? He's on the 6th line. And I just watched him dump an entire... He was looking for Rosella's Moskva, but he launched the entire salvo into the side of the island. There was no way he could get that salvo over the island.
Interesting that Ohio is also the Ohio is also in a kiting position, not in a nose-in position. So they can't currently push B. They've kited all the way off A. They're all the way down on the H line. So they don't look like they're planning on turning around to contest A right now.
No, 1S is going to bag B here in just a sec.
Yeah, so that point lead is going to start to get a lot smaller very quickly as soon as it's 2 caps. Napoli, Howden Leo has actually started to push down on DNO Gaming's Napoli, who is also aft in. So looking at the position, Smile seem to be in a very passive position right now.
If I'm honest, I'm not sure who I like in that engagement. A Howden Liu versus a Napoli.
It's not quite that, because Meds Marceau is coming over to maybe have a look at the Howden Liu. I'm not exactly sure what that plan is. Whether it's just to add shells or whether there's... Yeah, I think it's just to add some fire. I don't think there's a rush intended.
Napoli's HE there doing some good work against Imonka. A little bit of a duel, kind of a 2-on-1. I think Smile may be realizing, kind of sensing that they've got the opportunity to pick this ship off and get some points, and they're going to take it.
If they can get rid of the Howden Liu, that then opens up the Montana, because you've got a Marceau that can do a rush, you've got Napoli that can do a rush.
Yeah.
And if they go together, they can definitely take out the Montana.
And Imonka there, just, I don't know if you noticed, he took a Napoli torp. So he took a decent chunk there as one of those long-range Napoli torps did land.
Also, Schlacht... I can't say it. Schlachtschiff. I apologize to all the Germans.
Schlachtschiff.
Yes, the Napoli over on the 1 line also took a torpedo. From, I think that was... I didn't see whose torps they were, so I'm not going to guess. Okay, so it looks like Smile are making a move. They're pulling stuff off of A. They're
Big first kill for Smile.
Yeah, I think you're going to see that Montana put under pressure, because Montana is going to push into C now. And so I think you're going to see DNO and the Marceau do a 180. And make a B line.
1S does feel like they made a bit of a mistake with their Kremlin position, right? Noob CV had pushed up, kind of backing up Ihua over here north of B, and now I look over again, and he's just given up a huge chunk of HE of his health for what exactly, right? Like they didn't get anything out of it. They already owned the B cap.
Well, the enemy Ohio lost like basically the same amount of HP as well, so it's not for nothing.
Hannah in C cap is not able to cap because of being resetted continuously. The Napoli is circling around, but the Daring is coming over to provide a little bit of screening for this Montana.
Khan's throwing HE downrange at Maniac. It looks like they're trying to maybe burn out the opposing Ohio, who is getting quite low down there, under 15,000 and falling, as Noob CV has the exact same problem as he runs north, under 10,000 and falling. Noob is not detected. In fact, both of them are undetected.
Points starting to close up here. They're nearly within 100. So these 2 caps ticking for 1S is going to make them catch up eventually. And point income on Charlie is obviously not working anymore for Smile. Torps out from the Marceau. The rush has started as Med pushes around the corner. Torps
First salvos.
Hannah.
First surf set of torps is not going to do anything. They can see Medzuko as he drives into the cap. It'll be curious. I'm sure the second salvo. Well, I'm sure the second salvo is not going to land, but those look like they were led quite well, anticipating his turn.
Yeah, I'd assumed that Med was going to do an open water rush across towards the Montana, but actually all they've done is just position it behind the island.
Yep.
DNO also smoking up to avoid being broadsided by the Montana, pushing out torps into the cap as well.
Noob CV going down there, Smile bagging their second kill. 1S still on map control here, as Khan Hanna does manage to dodge every single one of those torpedoes. Well done.
Smile have got a big group underneath B. They're going to be maybe making a move on that shortly. Here we see Noob CV going down, as we just mentioned.
This is actually getting really, really dangerous for 1S here. There are 3 ships above B are getting cornered. And if they might actually lose at least the Des Moines and the Montana here if they're not careful. the daring might be able to get out, but even that is not really guaranteed here.
1S are also pushing the two Mossfars out of the A cap right now, and they're coming under heavy focus fire from the stuff underneath B. Yeah, these three cornered ships, the Montana, the Daring, and the Des Moines, they can run away to the northwest if they want to, but that of course is going to give up control of B. Fairy Smile getting some AP out there from the Minotaur south of the islands towards the Daring of Munan.
Put the radar up, but didn't get anything out of the salvo at all that I could tell. Getting some free damage on Conhana though, as Fairy is completely hidden behind that island, no line of sight on him.
Interestingly, these two Mossfars actually managing to make it all the way over to the island without taking too much damage, which is going to shut down any potential push into B from Smile. Because obviously the Des Moines is not going to want to go forward. The two destroyers are not going to want to go into a triple radar of the Des Moines and two Mossfars.
But I'm with Henning here, right? Like this little cluster of ships here north of B, they feel like they're going to get just kind of focused and farmed out.
Well, 1S have an opportunity here because both the Daring and the Gearing are currently under radar.
Yeah.
So if they can get a bit of a damage onto either these two destroyers or maybe the Des Moines.
The Montana salvo on the Des Moines was thoroughly unsatisfactory, only getting about 6,000 damage out of it. They're gonna need the general there to blink, and so far he hasn't.
1S shooting all three ships here, Des Moines, Gearing, and Daring, all receiving incoming shells. I don't think that's a lack of focus fire. I think that's just simply down to the angles that are being presented, the shots that can be taken.
Second Montana salvo in the air. This one a little better, gets about almost 10k out of it. But Conhana's continuing to push kind of deeper into the cap. He's going out in front of this torpedo salvo that I don't think he knows is coming. And I'm sure, and the Des Moines now completely enveloped by smoke. They can't see him anymore. Now he's lit again. But the Daring torpedoes are going to make a right royal mess of this.
Yeah, those two in the middle are not looking very friendly right now.
The Marceau watched the Des Moines.
Yeah, Marceau and Des Moines annihilate each other. Conhana loses a chunk to the torpedoes as
also,
Dino's Napoli pushes him.
In the J corner, down in the bottom, J1, J2, you've got Napoli against Napoli and Shima.
Oh, they've got Zidrin pinned.
Yeah, Zidrin was forced to turn around.
Nowhere for him to go.
Those torps are going to be the end of Zidrin.
There it is. 1S claims back a big kill. They actually flipped the lead right here with 5 minutes to play. They're actually in the lead for the first time this match. But their board position is very tenuous as they lose Forest Moskva here south of B.
Conhana is probably going to be next, I would guess. 8,200 points. Down to 4,000. Very quickly going down.
The Minotaur just caught the Moskva out. 2 quick kills for Smile. That's going to do it.
God, that's several ships down in a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
As we see a little replay of the Napoli taking the torpedoes there down in the bottom corner.
Yeah, now the Daring is caught as well. By Minotaur.
Yeah, 1S. 1S not able to convert that Des Moines kill. Munan is definitely going to go down to Minotaur here. Yep.
There it is. Smile's going to claim game 1. Just nice, solid, methodical play.
I love these battles that kind of the tension builds and builds and builds, and then suddenly everything happens at once. I love it.
Look at how many ships got destroyed on the B cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, just look at the black marks on
the minimap. It's like 7 markers.
Yeah. Okay, 986 points. There's only one cap ticking, but that's all it needs. 988.
Nah, this is over in seconds. The RU champions showing how and why they earned that title here, going up a game in this best of 3 series. But I gotta say, guys, 1S, they did not look bad this match. So I'm really looking forward to game 2 as we head to Northern Waters. I really want to see what 1S comes back with.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. 1S didn't, that definitely wasn't a totally one-sided match. There were a few opportunities for 1S there. Didn't quite work out in the end. So it's entirely possible that this could go 1-1.
Yeah.
So really looking forward to the next map, Northern Waters. Interesting map. I love the center cap on Northern Waters. So we'll see how this goes. We'll cast it back to the studio.
All right, game one going to Smile from CIS Russian region. Expecting a explosive slugfest of a match, gentlemen, and we didn't get it until the last couple minutes.
But when it came hard. That one.
Duking it out.
Okay,
oh, Somebody get Painezor a rag. He's a dirty boy.
No, but yeah, we had a very explosive conclusion to that match. That was really, really, really close.
It was extraordinarily close. I mean, with you gonna be okay there, Painezor?
Yep.
Would you like a cup of water? Maybe a cold shower?
Yeah, I think the latter is appropriate.
Just stop saying lewd things.
What do you mean? You're making it. You're making them lewd. It's not.
So we have a match to analyze, Sarah.
I would have legitimately, if I had not seen the teams and not seen the regions ahead of time, I would have said this was an NA match based on the way that it was about trading and it was about nothing happens for the first 12, 13 minutes in terms of kills, and then all of a sudden, bang, 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 bang. It felt almost like North American region, which I did not expect from Smile, nor did I expect from -1S, given that we watched them earlier today. Painezor, was it the map?
Not really, because that's not a common thing on this map. Like, not at least in our region. We don't really see a bunch of ships pile into the middle of B-Cap and blow each other up for no apparent reason.
No, I agree, but I do think that North is generally a bit slower and a bit more about control than other maps. I think it doesn't allow as much for those kinds of really aggressive playstyles as some other maps do.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. The 9-10 line ended up being, we thought it was going to be a major factor. It somewhat did, as we saw that Howden Leo, get torped while border humping, right?
Yeah, the border can be advantageous, but
pro
not
strategies.
always.
It's the pro strategies, you know. You've got to learn how to do the pro strategies like border surfing, otherwise you'll just never make it, right, Sarah?
Well, for a very long time there, our replay is almost ready, but for a very long time there, Smile seemed very passive. They, they weren't down too many points, but they seemed to be down on, well, I guess just space. They seem to be spatially sort of behind a little bit too far. We actually have the replay up now. We can swap over to that. Maybe we can get our two, maybe we can get Sarah and Painezor to walk us through this here.
Yeah, so let's play out the first couple of minutes a little bit. We do see that it's quite slow at the start. We also see again that there isn't actually as much focus on the 9-10 line as we would see from EU teams, for example, or NA teams for that matter as well. And we do actually see that we have a lot of ships on A, which, you know, quite uncommon, no?
Yeah, we don't really see much on the A side on EU. It's usually a very light kiting force, mostly because the 10 line is so much safer to push up, and you have so many safer options to deal with. You have your Stalingrads, your Moskvas, your Des Moines, your Salems. You can just do your general pushing force. But now with the advent of ships like Napoli, the open water push is a lot more possible. Yeah, it's not something that we're used to. But with Napoli having such good concealment and being so tanky and having a smoke sheet and disengage, you can use that one to just like spearhead any sort of push that you want.
Napoli has sort of emerged as a bit of a dark horse in this international tournament. I mean, I wasn't sure if we were going to see it and it was going to be okay, but it's been kind of decisive in a number of ways.
Yeah. Like I said already earlier in the stream, I saw it on EU. I wasn't convinced, but watching some of these international games, I am starting to become more and more convinced that Napoli is actually a pick that, if utilized correctly, can be very powerful.
Yeah, very powerful in niche situations where you say, like, I need to push a destroyer. Well, I can't, because as soon as I spot that destroyer, my secondaries light them up, you know, which we've seen already today. But even, like, really powerful against battleships if you know how to angle your armor properly.
Yeah, and especially also against the Ragnar that we've seen, because Ragnar can't actually do much against it.
It's wild. So why don't you go ahead and keep going through this?
Yeah, let's play it out a little bit further. And we actually just see that things are developing very, very slowly at the start, and then if we let it play out further.
Line there with these 4 red ships. Like, look at how far back the -1S team are. Like, look at the amount of control Smile have over all of these caps right now.
Other
The
way
other way
around.
around.
Oh, wait, hang on. Which one's green?
Minus 1S is
Minus
green.
1S is green.
Minus 1S is green, right? They have all of this map control right now. Smile, like, on the map border, on the H line, just... They look like they're completely out of position. They look like they have no way back into it.
If we draw this line up, however, we see that Smile do control all this side of the map as well. So
The big question becomes, how does Smile convert that control into the B cap?
exactly.
Yeah.
And if we let it play out a little bit further, we can see how they do this. They start moving these forces up. They kind of just give up the entire A side, and
It just sort of becomes a
slugfest in the middle, yeah.
Slugfest in the center.
And we just got an update from 07 Magic.
Oh, we did. So it turns out North America's 07 goes 2-0 over Magic. Congratulations to both teams. We'll see 07 soon. And this means something extremely important, fellas. Does anybody remember?
07 versus Ban CV.
07 versus Ban CV, ladies and gentlemen.
That
Get your
is going
popcorn,
to
grab
be
your
a-
hot dogs, or what was the French word for hot dogs we discussed the other day? Shen shui? Did I just say a bad word without knowing it? That's not a thing.
The French don't have a word for hot dog. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Conway?
You guys are very lucky that I don't have
I'm not sure, but I can tell you it's definitely not
Not shui?
chien chaud. Chaud, not shui.
Shui?
Sure, it's hot as
Sure
sure.
sounds like the Chinese word for yes. It's shu, isn't it? All right, I've embarrassed myself long enough.
How did we go from French to Chinese there? I'm confused.
Oh, I don't know. We were talking with the lovely French community manager here in Prague yesterday, and we asked him what the literal term for hot dog in French is, and he said hot dog. We said, right, but what would it literally mean in French? And I thought that he said shen shui. I was gonna say it again. So we have that update. 07 versus Ban CV will be coming up as our final match of the day. Very exciting. We also have confirmation that KSC versus Shaft, KSC being the North American first place. KSC is down 0-1 against EU's Shaft. So we'll see who comes out on top there. Vor has gone on overpaid. Ban CV 07 coming up soon. And Smile versus 1S obviously not done yet. So let's
And
move on
yes,
to our next
Smile 1S.
Somebody
Upcoming
tell
map
me
of
in the
Northern
chat,
Waters. So.
How do you say hot dog in French? And don't just say hot dog. There's a word for it. Or
I used to
perhaps
know,
two.
like, the word for dog in French, and I can't remember what it is. Chien. Oh, yeah.
See? Chien.
Chien is... What?
That's what I said.
Shen is dog.
What's hot?
Then sure. Then
Chichon. Okay, Shin Shui, Chichon. Shush all of you, okay? Because I wasn't that far off. Anyway, Northern Waters, gentlemen. We have one more match to go, at the very least, between Smile and -1S.
yes.
Let's talk about Northern Waters for a moment.
Well, Northern Waters has a bit more open space here. Also a lot more rotations that will be happening here. The caps are a lot further apart as they are when in North. So we might see a lot more GD play here, especially regarding the Marsaus that 1S does love.
Yeah.
We didn't see them as much in North, probably more due to the map than anything. So maybe we'll see them here. What do you think?
I mean, last time I said that we're going to see a lot of destroyers, that was on trap, and we ended up seeing absolutely no Marsaus at all in the game. So I'm
Swarm
going to
of
go out on a
Napoli.
limb and say we're going to see 3 golden lions, just because that means that I can't possibly be right, and then I can be consistent.
Painezor's putting all his money on 3 golden lions, folks.
Yeah.
I like that idea. I'd like to see that.
I would love to see a cheese strategy like that,
yeah.
especially if they can make it work.
It seems to me like the golden lions haven't really. I mean, they've been interesting, but they haven't been decisive.
Yeah.
I feel like in terms of like a new boat that's out that people are trying, Ragnar far more decisive than a
Napoli
golden lion.
far more decisive.
Napoli far
Yeah.
more decisive than a golden lion. But it has been interesting to see how they use it. It's a stalemate breaker. It's a break.
Actually, one of the picks that we haven't seen is Vampire.
Yeah, I was about to say, we haven't seen
Yeah.
anything of the Vampire 2 recently. We've also not seen Druid, but I don't really expect to see any Druid. Unless we expect to see like a 7 Druid Death Squad running around in like later episodes. Oh,
I
would
think
love
that'd be
to see
worth a
that.
T-shirt. If Akat's team brought 9 druids, I would. I think that'd be worth a T-shirt personally. But anyway, this is neither here nor there. Yeah, Vampire 2 is as Searaptor calls it, the Vamp Deuce.
Deuce.
We have not seen it so far in internationals.
Yeah, I think teams just prefer the more reliable daring over the Vampire 2.
To be fair, we also haven't seen very much of this map.
Which
Or
is
Islands of
true.
Ice, which, those are the two maps that we will generally be seeing the Vampire 2 on. It could just be that we haven't seen the maps that it's preferred on.
Yeah, that is true. We do see that for both Islands of Ice and Northern Waters, the B cap has been home to a couple of Vampire 2s, mostly due to the 5-kilometer hydro, the crawling smokes, that kind of stuff. So
And the very high HE DPM as well.
yeah, exactly. It has better reload than the daring, so it does actually have quite a bit better HDPM, but
Crucially, no heal is the major
Yeah.
thing, and that crawling smoke that allows it to,
And the 5-kilometer hydro.
which is nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, at all.
exactly.
Well, let's see here. I'm not sure. Whoa, hello. I'm not sure when we're going to get an update on KSC versus Shaft match 2. If that comes up, we will mention it. Other than that, did you guys? I mean, I'm still trying to figure out. Oh, TBD.
Oh,
This is
TBD. TBD versus TBD looks like a really interesting
Yeah,
game.
It does.
I am
TBD
very
versus
much looking
TBD.
forward to it.
Clan TBD is.
TBD are quite famous. They've competed in every, they were about to compete in every tournament ever, but then all of a sudden at the last minute they drop out and they're replaced, and I've never got to see them play.
Yes,
I've been
unfortunately,
really wanting to see them play.
Clan TBD was permanently banned for violating the EULA of not having consistent players because apparently everyone was in that clan. So, but this is our schedule for tomorrow, folks. In case you would like to try and plan your day a little bit around that, we will have an actual intermission tomorrow, as opposed to today when we just had a little bit too much to get through, so no intermission. The grand final, which will be a best of 5, will be tomorrow at around 17:10 UTC. If you can read as well as we can. Ladies and gentlemen,
Magically updated. We now have
semi-final number 1, Vor, the unstoppable Vor, Panzer Vor, will be the first entry onto tomorrow's schedule. Thank you, Mr. Conway.
We need a good
TBD dropping
opponent.
out already.
I know, right?
What do you think?
We need a good opponent to go against the unstoppable Vorse that you've just brought up.
Painzor, what do you think Vor's chances are against TBD?
It depends on how much preparation work they do against TBD. Now, TBD are known to be very secretive with their strategies, and finding out who their scrim partners are is going to be very difficult.
And of course, we'll be seeing Vor versus TBD at a time TBD.
Yeah.
That was a good time to remind.
The time was actually known. But yes, we'll be seeing Vor either against KSC or Shaft, the winners of either one of these matches.
I'm being beckoned to remind all of you to get as many of these COTS containers before 0.10.10 is released. You need to finish your collection this weekend, and you need to score at least 1 drop during COTS 13 in order to get the mission for this wonderful Bane of the Seas camouflage for North Carolina that will appear with the patch 0.10.10. Did I get that correct?
You did. Look, I quickly wanted to drop in because I can see that quite a few people in chat complaining about the King of the Sea 13 tournament drops. So the King of the Sea 13 tournament drops campaign is broken. It was broken. We knew this before the stream. Unfortunately, Twitch, since the recent activities that Twitch has suffered under, they've had some issues, so it's not letting us delete it. It just says no. So we just created a second one called King of the Sea International Drops. This drops campaign has exactly the same content as the other one and is definitely working. And if you check your drops inventory is there. The other one, please just ignore it. Pretend it's not there, and you will still get containers as planned. But the game is about to start, so I'm going to go back to my quiet corner here, and I'm going to let the guys tell you who's going to win this. We haven't been doing predictions. I really want you guys to you need to who's gonna win?
I'm
we
terribly
need to be
sorry.
able to make fun of you.
We've got
And
10
also,
seconds. Painzor, who
10
wins?
seconds.
The left team.
Excellent. Seraphim.
Fine, let's go.
TBD are going to win.
TBD is gonna
TBD are
win.
going to win.
Well, let's go to our casters right now, guys. Searaptor, Statsbloke, take it away, please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this game 2 of this international bracket match between Smile and 1S here in King of the Sea 13 as we spawn into northern waters. Smile is the green spawn, the north spawn this game. They are bringing double Ohio, Des Moines, double Napoli, Moskva, double Daring, and a Marceau. Stats, what is 1S doing on the bottom end of the map?
They've got Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Napoli, Moskva, and then they've gone for 4 destroyers. They've gone for a Daring, which is going to head towards B by the looks of it, and then triple Marceau, and they're splitting that 2 Marceaus towards the A cap, 1 Marceau towards the C cap, trying to go for that early cap advantage. Of course, that's going to be matched on the north side by Smile on the C cap, but they should be able to get to A, no problem at all.
We saw one S. We saw one S doing exact same
Exactly.
earlier.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. We've seen them play this map today already with basically this exact same kind of thing.
So Daring's going to contest each other in the middle. That's no surprise. Smile are not sending a radar to the middle by the looks of it.
Nope.
The Moskva is heading over towards A, so the Daring for 1S is going to be non-radared. I suspect that the Moskva, who is it, Forced, is going to head up towards the island, so Smile's Daring in the middle will be under a radar potentially. But initially, there's nothing near, so both these Darings are going to be able to just contest against each other. No other interference.
Fairy taking some early damage, trading shells here with Rosella across the C cap. Both of these Marceaus going to get pushed off the cap. I thought. Nope. Ha! Rosella pulling the handbrake.
Yeah,
And
this
is going to remain on the
Marceau.
cap.
1S Marceau, very brave there, just stopping and reversing, trying desperately not to lose the points, the cap points. That's worked out really, really well for that Marceau.
Well, on the 2-9,
Fairy-
we have the aggressive muscles again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this Daring's going to have to be rather careful. Wargaming buff clanmates in the Daring for Smile is currently spotting these Marceaus. They are going to turn south underneath the island. Of course, Daring does have the concealment advantage against these 2 ships.
So they did. So we didn't. Smile. We were talking about Smile's Moskva leaving, but Stepan turned around and snuggled up next to this island. And about D4, his radar has driven wind off the cap, as now Forced counter radar from the south is looking to do the same to Meduzko. I apologize. My brain was transposing letters. It's not going to work though. Meduzko is going to pick up the cap, I think, right here. Wow,
Yep,
he snuck it in right
just
before he got
as
slapped.
tells- Yeah, the cap coming about half a second before the reset. Wind immediately contesting that cap.
Big hits on Meduzko as well.
We're seeing the Daring of Wargaming Plus clanmates for Smile having another go at the cap here. Spotting these Marceaus, so the Daring knows exactly where they are and is facing away from the caps to run off if necessary.
Yuhas Des Moines spotted, his radar's up.
Yeah, this transition up to this island can be quite dangerous, but there's nothing directly... there's nothing with the broadside on Yihua, so that push shouldn't be too bad. Smoke being laid out by the Napoli on the Smile side for the Des Moines, so they can both push down.
The Ohio gets some chip shells into Yihua. He's actually lost about 12,000 HP for this play because he's got several people shooting at him. Oh, big hits from the Ohio there at that angle. Look at that. Yihua now down to about 12k.
Do you remember a few seconds ago where I said it should be fine? I retract
Yeah.
that statement. It's not fine.
It's never fine when there's...
It's totally not
you-
fine.
Would you like to reconsider your assessment, sir?
I would. Yes, please. Yihua is in a very dangerous position. Even having got to the island, that is going to be a very difficult position to hold.
he's going to be an easy pick target for these guys the next time they can get eyes on him because he's still burning over there. He's still shedding
Yeah.
HP.
There is actually shells coming in from across the map. Nope,
Oh.
not quite. That was a very long range shot there from Maniac in the Ohio. Okay, Ohio v Ohio, AP versus AP. Nothing much doing for Riders shells.
You know what
Also not doing much.
You know what else I like about this, about the 1-2 line right now? I don't think that DNO is going to slow down. Well, he is slowing down. For a minute, I know. As soon as I looked over there, he pulled the handbrake, of course. But I was like, I bet they move up and try to get this kill on the Des Moines, because they might be able to do it without losing a ship. Especially the Napoli. The Napoli could theoretically get up there and do it and then smoke.
Yeah, it's a shame they don't have anything across the map that can really shoot Yihua.
Yeah, they don't.
They do have to go around the island to get it, although the Daring is trying. Wargaming buff clanmates.
Buff clanmates, that's actually a really smart play, trying to get another fire there. Did get some damage in.
Yihua does
taking
get
some hits in return.
Oh, yeah, that's... Yeah, I'm not sure that was worth it.
No, probably not, but I like the attempt and I like the aggression, right? I like to see them go for it there. Tons of pressure here on Smile.
The thing that's the most shame about the situation is that Wargaming buff clanmates lost all the cap points, and so it's going to take a while to get that cap.
Yeah. But, we're 6 minutes into this game, and Smile 1S at one point owned all the caps. There's a ton of pressure on Smile here before they find themselves upside down, 300 points if they're not careful.
Daring gets the cap. Nope, gets reset again.
Yep, reset right there at the last second.
Okay, these two cruisers above the island on the one line are just circling, trying to find an angle, trying to get an angle on that Des Moines. But this Napoli's going to have to be careful because, of course, it is a Des Moines and it has improved AP angles, fast firing. Got to be very careful. Of course, Yihua also put in a heal.
South of A, Conhan is going to take a couple of Daring torps here. One on the bow, one on the belt. But, 1S has done a brilliant job of pushing these guys off every cap while still mostly preserving their health, with the exception of Yihua's Des Moines.
Yeah, the A cap is looking pretty kind of 50-50 right now, but the rest of the map is totally not. 1S are very dominant on B and C.
Absolutely. And now, I will say, having said that...
Look at B.
Yeah, I think Medusko is about to get his face melted off.
Shells coming in from across the map as well.
Well, between the Marceau, I don't know the status of the Moskva's radar. It's not. They've lost Medusko in the smoke for the moment.
Yeah.
But 100 HP in there.
Can Roselia get the blind kill?
Him.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, now 862 still spotted running. Moskva shells are in the air.
And they get
Roselia goes down.
It is a trade. So they claim the kill back, but yikes.
Yeah, so 1S actually keeping the cap, but the Marceau is still there, so Fairy for Smile is still around. Moskva, Marceau Daring, still fairly even. Okay, Yihua is finally going to go down.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it yet. I'm not seeing it yet. Yeah, I'm not seeing it yet.
So DNO just can't get far enough down without giving broadside to the Des Moines.
Yeah, plus that's some of it, and some of it is I think the Ohio position is keeping him honest as well. Yeah. They're doing a good job of forcing Conhana back. I'll give him that. Smile does pick up the A cap. That stems the bleeding a bit, but they're still over 450 points down, and we're just now 9 minutes into this game.
Yihua popping that heal, was down to 4k. Yep, still receiving damage, down to 2.5.
Ohio shells coming in for Yihua. He's moving up. He's going to dodge them.
Yeah, I think all those shells keep landing in exactly the same spot, so that Des Moines player will be very well aware of how far it can reverse.
If Yihua goes off the board,
that's a fire.
But if he takes DNO with him, that's not a bad gig for them.
No, absolutely.
He puts the fire out. He's still alive on 480 HP. There he goes. They finally get him.
Shells in the air for DNO? No.
Nope.
Okay, so finally, Smile do have dominance over A.
They finally bag a kill too. That's their first one. No, I'm not. I lied. They got Rosselli earlier. My bad.
That's a big problem for Smile now. 1S is actually winning on 1 cap here, so they could just give up B for free if they really wanted to. And, I mean, they are also probably
Yeah.
gonna kill the Ohio here.
I mean, they have such a huge lead at this point, 400 points with half the game still to go. I mean, Smile's going to have to get on it, right? They can't sit around and wait, or they're going to find themselves just staring a loss in the face and having to make desperation plays.
Well, you say that, but the Ohio will probably wish he
Yeah.
would have waited.
Yeah,
Ryder
fair.
went into that cap on pretty much full health and is now down to 35k and hugging that island for dear life, trying to stop these Marceaus from getting shells on. I think Ryder will be there for a little while, trying to get a heal in. Here we see the replay of Napoli pushing over on the Sea Cap, taking a shot in the smoke there, taking a big whack. That was Zidrin up on the 10 line.
Saving grace for Smile is they can actually block all 3 caps here. The question is, how many ships will they lose for that? Or will they be able to actually kill ships themselves?
Radar out from Stepan's Mosfar above the B cap. Wind in the Daring for 1S is currently spotted
Yeah,
south of B.
they're trying to drive Wind off the cap so Ferry can pick it up, but for the moment, Wind is content to sit in there and take the fire of the single Daring. When he moves up just far enough, though, Ferry's going to have shots. He's not going to enjoy that very much.
Yeah, Daring popping a smoke while radared a little bit early maybe on that
Yeah,
smoke. I'm not quite
that's
sure
a
what.
huge problem. Wind, that's going to cost him his ship as just like Kenny called it, Smile's now on all the caps, working that ship advantage that they've got.
Force Runus with broadside shots on the Ohio, but currently loaded for HE for the Destroyer. There we go, switching to the AP. Ohio not being able to do much to the Moskva. Torpedo stopping short. Ohio of Maniac has pushed into Charlie. And it's currently nose to stern with I Am Noob CV for 1S.
Yeah, he and Noob have been kind of pounding on each other for a bit here. You see there, Maniac going for full pins right into Noob's stern and getting them, knowing he's
Yeah,
going to bounce anything off the belt.
Thing is, Noob has had to turn quite a long way to get those front turrets on, which is very risky. If you give just too much angle...
Now, I will say this, I like Noob's position better because he's going to be able to move up and get some cover here. But he's got to live long enough to do it.
The Ohio secondaries are doing work here.
They are. Napoli shells coming in as Noob puts the fires out. He's got to live to get onto hard cover after the salvo. Another decent salvo, but he's not trading very well right now.
Yeah, and needs to accelerate and turn. Misses the Napoli volley just about.
I think the Ohio salvo is going to be able to clip him in the stern before he gets cover.
Shots coming from across the map from the Moskva to finish him.
Stepan's Moskva takes care of it. And just like that, they're up 3 ships. Smile back in this game for sure. Still down 130 points, but they're going to own all the caps here in a moment.
Yeah, and Runus is in trouble here. Force Runus up against the island, under fire from multiple angles, goes down to the Ohio. And suddenly the picture, as you just said, has changed completely.
Yeah, I really liked where 1S was, right? They had all of this pressure on Smile. But it felt like when they were only 1 ship down, it was like, okay. But I tell you, one of the things that look at the health of the Smile ships. None of those ships is all that healthy, but 1S has really struggled to convert kills in a way that Smile hasn't.
Yeah, indeed.
I think they're going to get Maniac here.
When you start to get a ship advantage, it also means that you have a guns advantage, and
yes.
A healthy ship can do just as much damage as a ship that's on 1 hit point. So that is a massive factor, the number of guns that you can bring to bear in focus fire. Maniac in the Ohio goes down for Smile.
They are going to get Maniac. That flips the lead back to 1S for just a moment at least. Smile ticking up caps faster. Only about 35 points between these two teams here. 5 minutes to play.
So Fairy in the Marceau for Smile will try to get into Charlie to stop that. There's no radar up there, so it's only really the Napoli of Schlachtschiff that can get in there and and stop Ferry from contesting. But does Smile need to? No, I don't think they do. No, they don't.
Smile, yeah, no. I would say if I'm Smile, there's no way I'm driving that Marceau over there to get spotted and shot at. It's not necessary.
So
They're going to overtake the lead here without it.
Yep. Very shortly, Zidrin pushing Torps from the Napoli down to the other Napoli of 1S. Nothing is going to connect there.
Radar
Zidrin
coming
may
up
go down
at
here.
B. Radar coming up at B. One of the Mosvas, that's Stepan, as, yep, picking up the Marceau push into the cap. Smile converting that kill. Remember, you guys earlier were like, oh, Ryder, and he's still alive. He's bagged 2 kills from that position.
Absolutely. That does give Smile the lead with that kill.
Yeah, it's about to get even worse because Munan's going to go down, and there it is.
Well, Zidrin's going to go down as well, potentially. I think the Napoli for
Yeah,
1S is going to get
But
that
even
kill.
when he
but yeah, as you say.
even when he does, it's not enough, right? Like the points are awesome. You know, that cuts your deficit to only 100 points. But with 4 minutes to play, they just don't have the ships left. They're going to lose Khan Hanna way over on the A line. In fact, I think Ryder is going to try and just go in for the ram and convert the kill. Like, why not?
Yeah, exactly. There's no point in having all the caps and all the points if you don't have the ships to control it.
There you go. So a game that Smile was way down on. They gave up a ton of board control. They slowly, methodically get the right kills at the right time, convert some critical kills, and go home with a 2-0 win.
Yep. They really did a good job getting their low HP ships to safety and switching them with their high HP ships. Like in retrospect, actually the Ohio, for example, pushing on A, he was full HP. Him pushing in relieved a lot of pressure from the 1-9, if there even was any. And he got some get angled into mid, so I guess that actually worked out really, really well.
Yeah, I think I quite often say that you think of ship hit points as a resource, and I think they spent those Ohio hit points quite well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Zath and I always talk about how you trade health for board position, right? You give up, if you want a specific board position, you have to give up health to get it. But what you've got to be able to do, or what you've got to punish your opponents, is when they get that board position, but they maybe stick a ship out just a little too far. You've got to be able to convert that kill, and 1S just not able to do that in this match as well as Smile did. They just didn't.
A bit unfortunate they couldn't trade their 1-9 Des Moines with the Napoli there. That was pretty close. But that was not the sole reason they lost here.
No, it's not. But it's just to me, it's definitely a key factor, right? Really good match for both teams. I love this series, right? I really like this series of matches. It's unfortunate that we won't get a game 3 out of it, but yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 1S giving Smile a run for their money there. I think there were a couple of moments in both those matches where we thought, well, certainly I thought in the first one, wow, 1S might actually have this. And then in this game we've just watched, 1S, we all said, oh yeah, they've
yeah, they definitely looked in the driver's seat here.
So yeah, Smile definitely, as the champions, CIS champions, having to really work hard for that win. But congratulations to Smile. They will be 2-0 in this series and going through. And also, I think the studio will have a little bit of news for you about one of the other games where EU has a vested interest. Shaft versus KSC has a result. I won't spoil it right now. And with that, back to the studio.
Well, and just like that, a big smile on the face of Smile as they proceed 2-0 over -1S. That was a much closer game, you guys, but I believe, 450 points down at some point for Smile?
Yeah, I mean, the score here doesn't show it, 2-0, but these two games were really close.
They were. I mean, it was so strange to me that neither of these two matches seemed to be the sort of aggressive playstyle that we were expecting from these two teams, outside of maybe that DM pushing up really early from -1S to take the island that very appropriately said, no Des Moines.
Well, that's the thing. That's not an aggressive play. That's kind of like what we're used to in the EU region. That's a very standard
the old
game
style,
opening.
right?
What you do is usually you bring a smoke destroyer with it, though. You drop the smoke screen for it. It parks itself up against the island. Yeah, sure, you have to run the gauntlet of usually in Ohio's guns, but you're gonna have a bit of cover before you get within radar or hydro range of that island. So seeing a Des Moines punish very early on getting to the island is not something we're not used to, but what I was very concerned about was how much health they spent on their Napoli trying to finish that Des Moines off, and just like they just couldn't get that last tiny little bit of health out of that Des Moines for a good 5-6 minutes. He was just sitting there.
Yeah, absolutely. He was sitting there behind that island after taking a huge hit early, gets a little bit of a heal off, starts sticking his nose out, and the Napoli and the Des Moines kept trading damage, and the Napoli seemed to be coming off the worst end of it.
Yeah, well, he almost ended up going down to the Des Moines there, which would have actually been pretty big for Smile if that Des Moines had lived. I think this game would have turned out very differently.
Yeah.
Well, while that was all happening though as well, they had 3 caps behind that, so they were playing off once again having absolutely 0 cap control, and then just going through one by one, deleting ships and taking the caps back.
Yeah, it was very interesting, but once again, Smile proving they were able to outtrade, they were able to outlast, and I suppose just had the superior map sense to know, hey, we can be down 450 something odd points because we will get that kill that we need that will let us roll up the map, which leads to other kills, which ends up leading to a victory.
Yeah, they had a really big HP lead. We have the replay ready here, so
all right,
I'll just start up the replay. And as we can see here, we have both of the teams already, the Des Moines walking towards the A cap. We have the double Marsals here, followed by the Des Moines. And he does indeed take a huge hit here, being down to about like 10% HP. However, that 10% is going to end up doing a lot of damage to the Napoli, as we can see here.
Yeah, so to watch this Napoli here on the one line just get chunked down by the AP of that Des Moines. So strong. But eventually, the secondaries of that Napoli do actually assist in taking that DM out and off the board, which lets Smile have the A cap.
Yeah, well, if we speed it up a bit, we do here see that Smile does step on all the caps here. So they step on both the A, they already took control of it. B, they have with the Marsal, and now see they're stepping on it with the Ohio. And they do actually manage to kill the Kremlin here and eventually convert more kills.
Yep. And at this point, it's just to make sure, they have to make sure they don't lose ships irresponsibly, which they do not. And it lets them come out victorious and moving on to the next match. So that's going to put Smile up against the winner of our next matchup, which is Ban CV versus 072 of the heavyweights from EU and NA. Very excited to see this. We've been sort of privately salivating over the idea of this, so we're excited. We already, however, we have lined up for us an interview with the first place team from NA, which is KSC. This is their very first COTS International, and they unfortunately have lost to KSC. Make bigger? Make bigger. There, made bigger. Why is it not working, Mr. Conway? How am I ruining this?
Did you break it?
I tried really hard not to break it. Coop! Coop, I didn't mean to break you. There he is.
Beautiful.
Okay. Now, do we have sound from Coop and from Aussie Zeus?
Well, if they speak, then we do. Let's just say, let's just see. We'll see.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Gentlemen, hello. So coming in from Clan KSC from the NA region, Aussie Zeus, and I am Coop, who I think might actually be my long lost brother. Coop, how are you?
I'm all right.
Good. Gentlemen, this was KSC's first COTS Internationals. You guys had an absolutely extraordinary story going through COTS NA, losing to 07 in the quarterfinals, bashing your way through all of the losers bracket against some of NA's best teams to get a second shot at 07, which you won 3-2. It was sort of the talk of the town for a while there. And now COTS Internationals, you've, unfortunately for you guys, you have passed the torch on to Shaft. So I'm curious, for one, I want to know, let's maybe start with Ozzy here. I mean, guys, what was that like to play 25 games in 2 days against NA's finest?
Yeah, so I had to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, which was fun. And we joked the day before that if we drag it out, 13 games for day 2, obviously. And we were like, you know, we'll just try hard it. 13 games, reverse sweep, that was the joke the day before. We did not intend that, and unfortunately, 6 hours later, that's how it ended up. So yeah, at the end of it, we were a mix of elation, exhaustion, adrenaline. I didn't sleep for like a day and a half after that, so it was great.
Yeah, Coop, what about you, man? It was you guys had just a hell of a slog. What was it like actually securing a spot in COTS Internationals?
It was crazy. I mean, we were just ecstatic to even make it to semifinals on NA, because that was the farthest we've ever made it. So to make it to internationals is just great for us.
How did you feel about being I Am Co-op? How did you feel about being called I Am Co-op for the whole weekend?
I think it's pretty funny. I get it all the time, so I'm just kind of used to it.
We felt so bad for you that afterwards we started calling floops flow-ops just to make sure that you didn't feel...
It's fine, we all have just a co-op way.
That was the best thing, when Zath took what you did with flow-ops and ran with it.
Yeah.
It was just hilarious. And we're doing that to him now, of course.
So here's the big question that we all want to know, because as we saw earlier, you guys unfortunately lost to Shaft, unfortunately for you guys, but we were sort of curious, did it feel different playing international teams? Because this is the first time that you guys have been in that position, right? Maybe we start with Coop this time. And Coop's cat.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, it was definitely different. Playstyle was we're not used to it. My cat will not get up. She always does this to me.
Good, man, don't worry.
It was very different from NA because they seemed a lot more ready to deal with our smoke strats, because that's what we like to try to do, and they just really played into it, and they played well.
Yeah. Ozzy, what was it like for you guys coming up against Shaft is EU, so what was it like having to play against a different server with a different meta?
It's hard to adapt, because obviously NA is very much a tactical, I always talk to the guys in KSC about a chess game. You set up your pieces, and then you play, and then you react, and then they react, and then you react. You watch some of the stuff from Asia, Russia, and EU, and half the time you just don't know what they're doing. Like, it is still a game of chess, but it's like they've taken the same chess pieces and treating them in a completely different way that we do.
Yeah.
So it's hard to adapt to that. Obviously, we like playing smoke strats. I was the silly one who suggested, taking Worcesters and so forth. But they adapted. Yeah, the Worcesters up the 10 line. You guys can blame me for that one. But they adapted really well to that sort of stuff. So, yeah, kudos to them.
Well, gentlemen, we need to go and get prepped for 07 versus Band CV. I thank you both for sticking around to have a chat with us, and for prepping cams and mics kind of last minute to provide us with this opportunity. Congratulations to both of you for making COTS Internationals, and hopefully we'll see you again in the future.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
See you guys.
Okay. Have a great night. Go to bed, Ozzy Zeus. Wonderful. Bye-bye, guys. So we need to go ahead and get ready for Band CV versus 07. This is going to... What's that word? This is going to be a slobber knocker. No?
All right.
Well, I mean, we have their competitive history on screen here. As you can see, both of these teams are veterans. Most of them always placing at least top 3 in their respective COTS, and basically always making Hurricane with multiple clan battle season wins. Both of these teams are going to put on a show.
I've never heard of either of these teams.
It's like, yeah, it's this is very exciting. We're thrilled to have it. Obviously, Band CV TWA being some of EU's absolute finest, multiple wins in their regional COTS, multiple high placement. 07 devastating strike, multiple time champions for NA COTS, multiple times placing very, very high. And this is, I believe, they have been in each COTS International, since we started doing it in this fashion. Here are the rosters. Take a look at those. There is a notable thing to mention here that on TWA's On TWA side, there is the Sneaky Snake, who does technically play for both teams.
Wait, what?
Yes, yes, that is correct.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. I want to point out, because I think Conway would really like me to point this out. There is a poll, a prediction up in the chat right now, which you should absolutely take part in. Who will win, Ban CV or 07? Am I allowed to say when it's at right now?
Yes.
Great. Well then, right now, 1.6. This is how many channel points have been spent, right? Okay. Basically 1.7 million channel points have been put in favor of Ban CV, while 550,000 for 07. So clearly a high stakes match for both teams. There are two people who have played on two different servers and actually won COTS. One of them is in this match on Ban CV called the Sneaky Snake. He won previously with Ban CV, correct?
Yes.
That was on EU. He also won previously with 07 on the NA server. And now here he is. Both teams, same game.
We should rename him the Sneakiest Snake.
The sneakiest of snakes. Or maybe the not so sneaky snake, because he's being exposed to the light of day. The other person, the only other person to have done this, is Dastert, who did so with Clan KSC this time around, and previously with
Rain.
Rain, yes.
Correct. Okay, very good. So, fun bit of trivia for you at home there. Coming up, 07 versus Ban CV. Unsurprisingly, the two maps that have been banned are Islands of Ice and Hotspot. Hotspot, not quite so hot today. The two ships being banned, Marceau and Ragnar, apparently nobody likes lollyboats, and they are out for today. Gentlemen, who are over there appreciating all the hard work I do on my jokes. What do you make of the two DD bans?
Well, from Ban CV, it's completely expected. Like, we've noticed all through regionals, they are not a fan of French destroyers. They hate their existence. They think that they interrupt. They're just too disruptive to proper strategy making. And a lot of the European teams really like to make strategies. And the Marceaus and the Clebets just come in and ruin that experience for them.
They do.
Yeah, it's a very dynamic thing. They have actually opted a lot for the Ragnar playstyle, but 07 has decided to ban that out. So I think we're going to see a much more cruiser focused play here. Mm-hmm. Or if we're going to see destroyers, probably more towards the daring.
Daring, possibly Shimakaze, maybe even gearing.
I'm really sad that this is only a best of 3. I'm really sad this is only a best of 3 because this is like highlight of the internationals for a lot of us right now.
There's a reason this is the title fight for day one, because this is
I mean, we have the time. Should we just ask them if they want to play 5 instead?
Let's go to game 7.
Look, maybe, if we can extend this to a best of 5, that would be great. Maybe, but who knows?
Maybe after one of these two teams wins, maybe those of us in this room grab a few volunteers and we challenge the winners. How about that?
Yeah, that's gonna go. That's gonna go really well. Us 5 and some.
Are you kidding? Well, anyway, they're going to be talking over there for a
We'll
moment,
get the best of Twitch chat in. This is something I've always wanted to do.
Right? The Twitch chat?
We wanted it, right?
It's like the Hunger Games. Do we have a volunteer for tribute?
The top guy, the winners of King of the Sea versus the 9 loudest, most angry people saying that they would beat all these noob island campers. I want those guys against the winners of COTS.
The last 9 people to have been chat banned, right? Your punishment, you have to face 07 or Ban CV. Yeah. Well, gentlemen, the first map is going to be Warrior's Path. This one we've only seen once today, I believe. It ends up oftentimes being a bit of a struggle to see who either takes or abandons the B cap first, as they slug back and forth at sea, usually from smoke. I suspect we'll see quite a few walls of torpedoes smoking up Nevsky's over on the sea line, and the A cap will probably just be some DDs trying to sneak in there under radar cover.
I actually think we might see smokes on both sides. On the map, both on the 1 and 2, and maybe even on the 9-10 line.
We might even see a Grosser Kurfürst up the middle of the B again.
Don't we all love a Grosser Kurfürst up the middle?
Yeah, yeah.
This is improv, guys. You can just say yeah. That's cool. I'm kidding. For those of you not knowing why we're spending time talking about a Grosser Kurfürst up the middle, is earlier we did see a Grosser Kurfürst park itself in the middle cap on B and basically stay there and be the linchpin for the entire match. It was
I do,
remarkably
however,
successful.
think that these teams are experienced enough to be able to deal with it in appropriate fashion.
I would think
If,
so
su-
too.
if such a thing happens, I don't think they
But once
will
again, the
allow
French destroyers are banned.
That is true.
Yeah. Oh, well, apparently the poll has switching. The Americans must have tuned in because the poll is now, it was at first 75% in favor of Ban CV, 25% in favor of 07, is now at 68-32 because America has woken up, I suppose. Whether that will make a difference, we don't really know. I suspect, gentlemen, I suspect this is going to be a trading game today, that we will not have a whole lot of immediate action with the fast and mobile destroyers being banned early. I suspect that we're going to see a lot of torpedo trading, some smoke farming, and just general trying to outposition and land lucky torpedoes. Would you say that's about accurate?
I'd say that is about accurate. I think we will see the staple Mosfa picks from both Ban CV and 07, who are both known to have a lot of Mosfas, but especially Ban CV has used them a lot this regionals as well, up until the finals where it was banned out. So I think they might go back to that.
I want to know what Sneaky Snake's doing now. Is he just like hiding away, just being like, right, I want no part of this, I want to make no enemies? Or is he just like, is he playing double agent? Like, is he going to secretly
I suspect that everybody who's in the 07 Discord is pinging him repeatedly over that just to copy pasta ping him, just to piss him off. But yeah, it really is interesting that there are only two people, Dastard and Sneaky Snake, who have actually managed to pull off COTS wins in two separate regions.
Yes.
And how ironic that Sneaky Snake is actually here with both of those teams in one game.
I want to see, like, who has the better copy passes in Twitch chat? That's what I want to know. I want to know. Sneaky Snake voted
We
for
have been informed that apparently Sneaky Snake voted for 07 in the Twitch poll.
Isn't he on Ban CV's roster and not on...
He's on Ban CV's roster for internationals, yes.
Wait, was he... So, was he on 07's roster for regionals?
No,
Or are you
also
only
on
allowed-
Ban CV's for
if
regionals.
You're not allowed to play in two regions in one King of the Sea.
Yeah, you're only allowed to play on one region.
That's the confusing part.
So yes, 72,333 channel points. If you want to know it exactly.
That's a lot of channel points.
Is he
Wow.
gonna throw the fight? Is he being paid off? What is happening here?
A paid actor or?
He's a paid actor. Well, folks, our match is getting started up here in just a moment. So, just if you will, take a moment to appreciate how great this is. We've been hoping to see this matchup. It should be very exciting. I'm thrilled that we have commentators like Statsbloke and Searaptor, the greatest creature, our favorite creature of land and sea.
Predictions.
What?
Let's do some predictions real quick. before
Predictions!
we get in. I'm gonna have to go with EU Pride and say Metsubi.
EU lol.
Really? You guys are so basic. Good lord. I'm going with 07 because my boys. Get him. Get him.
For any lul.
Searaptor, Statsbloke, take us in.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, warshippers of all ages, welcome to our final match of the day. Here in King of the Sea 13's international playoff bracket, we are proud to present North American second place team Devastating Strike 07, no stranger to these kinds of events, versus the EU champion. This is Ban CV, also no stranger to these kinds of events. I'm excited to see these two teams square off as we start here on Warriors Path. 07 zoning in with Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Moskva, double Nevsky, double Daring, and a Yu Yang. Okay, sure. What do you got for us, Stats, with the Ban CV lineup?
No real surprises on the south side. We've got for Ban CV, Ohio, Kremlin, double Moskva, double Nevsky, double Gearing, and then a Daring, because Mosso and Ragnar are the two bans for the series, which opens up the Gearing-Nevsky combination that quite a few EU teams, including Ban CV, are quite big fans of. Someone who knows quite a lot about Ban CV is Darth Henning, because Darth Henning is a member of Ban CV and has played with them in King of the Sea many, many times, but is not playing today. And so I just asked him off camera, would you prefer to be playing, or are you kind of enjoying the lack of pressure? So Henning, do you want to do you want to finish your answer?
Yeah, like playing this game at this stage makes you nervous as like as hell. Like your hands are starting to shake, and like especially as a battleship player, when you like aim your salvo and your crosshair just doesn't stop moving, it's sometimes a bit weird. Like I enjoy watching this a lot more. It's at least way more relaxing, and you also don't have to put like countless hours into like prepping strats and all of that. Because like people don't see that usually, but it is not surprising if you have like 4 trainings between the weekends, with like 2 or 3 hours each.
So it's a lot of commitment, and the pressure is real, right? This is a game, but this is a tournament. This is real. This is serious. These players are absolutely, especially with money on the table, these players are taking this very, very seriously.
Very much
Okay.
so. Almost as serious as those of you in chat who bet literally tens of thousands of points on one team or another. Yes, I'm looking at you, Sneaky Snake, who bet all his points on his buddies in Clan TV.
72,333 Quackens.
72,000 points on Ban CV. So hey, maybe somebody else is going home a winner today. We're going to have to see.
Okay, Eagle Lance dipping in to be capping that, immediately contested by Kaitis's Moskva for Ban CV.
Yeah, Kaitis blew a radar so that they could see where Eagle was. I'm a little surprised at that simply because it was like, well, there's only one place he's probably going to be. But anyway, they know well where Eagle Lance is.
Yeah, I wonder whether that was to try and catch Eagle exiting the cap, if they weren't going to keep Eagle in there.
Possibly.
But they are. Yeah.
Eagle is locked up on Hydro right now.
Okay, nothing else. Oh, the daring of Ban CV is just backed into, or is just about to back into A, but with Hydro running and torpedoes inbound, just dipping off the cap there to let those torpedoes go past. Gearing torpedoes heading up towards pieces of pizza from 07 in the daring on the 2 line, while Henning, I want to ask you, how do you pronounce the Ban CV Gearing's name on the 1 line?
I think we usually call him Vile.
Vile, okay.
Yeah.
Because I always say Velix. I always say Velix, and then Painezor says Vile 9. And we're having this argument. Okay, we'll
we
call
usually
the
ignore
Gearing
the
Vile.
last 2 letters.
Okay. Yes, anyway, so Vile in the Gearing for Ban CV lays that smokescreen as predicted for Kinemod's Nevsky across the 1-2 line. Something similar going over on the 10 line. For both teams, actually. Yu Yang laying a smokescreen for the double Nevsky on the 10 line for 07. And they're going to lay some fire down on Anlay in the Mossfire on the corner.
Yeah, the double Nevsky smoke train over here over on the 10 lane has already chosen its first victim. Anlay's going to have to back up and try to deny as much of that fire as he can. He's still spotted right now. I'm assuming radar must have been a radar spot.
I think it was just the island being not high enough.
You think so? Yeah, because I wasn't convinced that Fries had a line of sight to him, but he must have. 5 minutes gone. Both teams still jockeying for position. Go ahead, Stats.
There are deep water torpedoes from the Yu Yang coming towards Blood Legends Nevsky in the smokescreen. Torps from Fries. Of course, those deep water torpedoes are very difficult to spot, but Gearing is out there screening.
He's going to pick him up now for sure. Give Blood Legend a little bit of time to react.
Yeah, there you go. There's the acceleration.
Yep, he'll have
Blood
plenty
Legend?
of time to get out of the way there.
Is he going to be able to stop? Yeah, I think he can. I think he's okay.
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay, and torps being sent in the other direction, of course, so Fries will be seeing these torpedoes pop up around about now for the Gearing. One just passing the rear end of Fries there. John the Ruthless will have to deal with those other torps coming on the right-hand side.
Yep, John's going to move up a
looks
bit.
fine.
Elgar's got a gap. Everybody's okay over there. 6 minutes gone as Ban CV works out to about a 40-point lead here. Their early cap, they're ticking up A. Of course, 07's early cap of B not going anywhere because Kaitis' Moskva continues to contest. Now, they've done some work on Kaitis there. Eagle Lance hasn't taken a single point of damage, but Kaitis is down about 20k, about 15k.
Yeah, Eagle Lance has just been just ducked in behind that island, just minding his own business, really. Although Striva in the Daring has just started to get some shells on target.
Just started to chip him a little bit, but you have to figure that Kaitis' Hydro can't last forever. There. Yeah, no, it's still... I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Looking at the wrong ship.
It's worth mentioning, so Vile in the Gearing and the Nevsky of Kinemod have pushed all the way up. They've gone past the halfway line because 07 have left that 1-2 line open. The Gearing laying a further smoke there for Kinemod. Merrin taking a shot at Kinemod. Doesn't do very much. So BanCV got good control there of the A cap. B is contested. C, nothing doing yet. But 07 look like they're in a bit of a stronger position over on C. Although I've just spotted Point in the Kremlin.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think they know Point is there yet. They last time they caught eyes of him, I think Ocean Man's radar a little while ago would have shown where he was.
Oh no, he has been spotted. I was about to say the Kremlin doesn't look like he's ever been spotted, but he has been. That's fine.
No, he has been spotted at least once, but I don't think they've spotted him in that position.
No, Ace Baby in the 07 Kremlin could get a nasty shock if they don't realize the Point is pushed forward. Okay, Anlay taking further fire as that smoke with the double Nevskys, and it pushes even further down the 10 line. As Blood Legend, who's taken a fair smack. Blood Legend down to 20k. As
Eagle Lance
just smokes away.
Still perma spotted in this cap as BanCV worked up to over 120 point lead here as 07 is finally going to bag C. Ace Baby's Kremlin picking up that. Both teams now taking up a cap. 8 minutes gone. Some Gearing Torps out here looking for Marin's Ohio north of the A cap. He's got a nice gap there to fit through as he takes a shot down at is he shooting at Shriver? Yeah, I don't think he can see Angelstone. He's guessing. He's blind shooting in the smoke.
Point in the Kremlin by B is just inching and inching and inching forwards. Maybe was, I don't know, maybe thinking about trying to get a shot onto Eagle Lance.
Either that or the Des Moines. They know the Des Moines is there as well.
Henning, do you think that Point is in a very dangerous position here because Ace Baby could potentially come around the corner, right?
They have vision on Ace Baby right now, so they probably are playing off of that right now. He's not reversing already.
Yeah.
It is a very delicate position there, though.
I gotta say, guys, one of the things... Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. It's fine.
I'll say one of the things that I don't like about 07's board position, and Eagle Lance has spent almost half the game kind of trapped in this cap, they don't have much spotting, right?
MIT is in a bad spot here, actually.
Other than the Yu Yang, all the way over on the 10 line, able to spot for his Nevskys, like, pretty much nobody else. Like, Pizza's Daring isn't really doing much spotting. Maltese is getting smashed over here, north of A. In fact, he's probably going out soon.
It's you have down here.
Yeah, I'm just kind of scratching my head, like, you know, they're usually better at this in terms of vision control.
Yep, Angelstone does get the kill on Maltese.
Oh, the two Kremlins met each other on the channel.
Yeah, so Ace Baby did finally take that corner.
Mm-hmm. He's coming through the gap now.
I think Point just goes for a ram here and says, fuck that.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're BanCV, you take the ram. You look for the shot. You look for the bow punch on either the Des Moines or Eagle. Whatever you think you can get. In fact, Eagle's now forcing Kaitis to move out of there by throwing some conga line torpedoes at his old position, but it's costing him. He cost him a chunk of his HP.
Yep, Kaitis having to push quite a long way forwards there as these two Kremlins approach. Yep, that's just going to be a straight trade, Kremlin to Kremlin.
I hate that trade.
Eagle is actually down his torps now, so Kaitis can just go.
Well, he can, but that explains a little bit of Pieces' position. Pieces came around to get his conga line torps in, but even none of those have landed.
No, I like the theory. Get Eagle to go around the back of the island, push conga line torps towards the corner, push Kaitis forward to meet Pizza's torps, but none of them landed.
No, Kaitis had his hydro up, so...
I think Eagle Lance is done, yep.
Yeah, that's an assassination right there.
So Kaitis is in the cap, but I don't think he's going to get it or survive even, probably. But the Daring of Sriva will be able to circle back around and grab it if necessary.
I mean, their chance to kill Kaitis, I think, has kind of already come and gone, right? That if Ocean Man had moved up a bit, you would have had that shot. You could have just wiped him out, and Ocean could have basically gotten him for free. Ocean now trying to make that maneuver, but it's going to come a little too late as Marin shells are falling in from all the way over on the 2 line.
Problem is, Ocean had to wait for point in his scramble to actually go down. So
yeah, he had to wait for the
side.
battleship to die. 8 minutes to play, over a 300-point lead here for Band CV. Definitely in the driver's seat of this match right now. The 10-line push has worked out about as well as 07 could have wished for, I suppose, except for the fact they haven't really got any kills out of it, but they have achieved a decent bit of board control over there.
Yep, Kaitis indeed did not get the B cap, so that is also still green. But Striva in the daring is indeed circling back and is going to go into B.
I don't think Marin is going to live long as well.
No, they're going to get him eventually. It's only a matter of time. Kinemon's not going to show him the shot he wants. It's just going to slowly whittle him down. He's throwing HE at Kaitis' Moskva from that position. That's the shot that Marin just took. Between, I see, they're trying. Go ahead.
I was saying John the Ruthless is taking fire from both Anlay and Blood Legend, 90-degree angles. So that is adding up quite quickly. We might actually see John go down here shortly.
Yeah, they're trying to burn out Kaitis here. The guys on the 10 line are throwing HE at him, as well as Marin. Ocean Man's trying to move up behind him, but now he's got an Ohio in his face.
Nice talk prediction there from Striva's daring, but Ocean just managing to stop before they hit.
Ocean had his Hydra up, and there goes Marin.
And Angel Stone's pushed over to stop Ocean from pushing around that corner. Very dangerous if you're a Des Moines to have an Ohio.
3 ships down, now 4 ships down. 07 just doesn't have the board pieces to break back in here. The more I think about it, the more I like the aggressive play of pushing Eagle into that cap very quickly. But then I also think it's really it's something that we've not really seen much of, right? Band CV just they held him there for like 8 minutes, right? Between the radars and the hydros. He couldn't leave. If he left, he was just going to get gutted. And he played it I don't say rightly wrongly. He played it very conservatively. But in the end, it just didn't matter that much because he dove in there and then they really never got any points off of that cap.
Yep. It's like standard Band CV stuff. They choke you out of your caps on your positions. It's like a very, very slow and painful death. That's usually what's happening.
Well, that's typical EU play. That's what I'm used to seeing out of the EU teams.
The thing is, I don't think that it was actually the B cap that was decisive here. I think the match was won by on the A side here because 07 actually got completely smashed here. Somehow.
Yeah, they didn't achieve anything. They just started to kite. I was kind of surprised they gave up the 1 and 2 line almost immediately.
Yeah.
They let that Nevsky gearing pair just push, outside of radar range and just sit there and farm them. I don't really understand why they let the 1 and 2 line go. I guess they wanted to support the mid more, but it did open that door.
I still feel like having, and I said this earlier in the match, right? Having Eagle trapped in the B cap for so long really screwed up their spotting, right? Because you had a battleship sitting, in about F7, F6, whatever, kind of lurking in the middle of the map in one of those little channels. They couldn't see him. They didn't know he was there other than the occasional radar. They had no vision on that guy. And I just feel like that was a big missed opportunity there. Well executed by Band CV for kind of locking Eagle out and holding him there. But I also feel like 07 maybe could have recognized that sooner. I'm not sure. Hard to say. But Band CV wins games 1.
Yep, I would call that a good technical solid win there. I think Henning described it very well. Just get your claws in and then gradually tighten the grip for Band CV. So we'll see. What's the next map? The next map is Trap.
Trap.
So we'll see if 07... Yeah, I like it as well. So we'll see.
Spicy.
We'll see. Yeah, that's 07's pick. So we'll see what they can do with it and see if they can come back 1-1. So Prague, over to you.
Well, that was a decisive game 1 in TWA Band CV versus 07. That was ferociously played by Band CV. So, to the children over there giggling as their heroes won the day, what on earth happened in that match? Seraphis.
All I can say about this was, wow, actually, because this was not as close as I had expected. I expected an extremely close match, kind of similar to what we saw in Smile 1S. But yeah, Band CV was pretty strong in their showing here.
You certainly were. Painezor.
One conversation that's been happening a lot on the King of the Sea Discord. Yes?
Painezor,
Yes?
are you muted?
I don't know, maybe. Hello, can you hear me now?
Can we get an F11 in the chat for
It's
Painezor,
fine.
please?
You can hear me now. Anyway, one conversation we'll be having in the King of the Sea Discord recently is NA's seemed scaredness of putting ships bow in. And we've just seen why, is right at the start of the game, a certain Maltese knight put the int in internationals and exploded in his Moskva very early on.
I'm sorry, Maltese who?
You're disowning him.
My boy Maltese Knight. Yo.
The secret message here.
Oh, there needs to be a copy pasta.
We had a beautiful copy pasta in chat, and I will do my absolute best as a trained actor to do this some justice. The
paid actor.
Read some dramatic music.
The clock strikes as 12 as Malta looks down at his pixie clock. Tuesday, his birthday. He reflects on the biggest lie of the past 20 years, the one truth that he'll never be able to tell his 07 clanmates or friends. If they knew the truth, it could spell the end of his career. They can never know. He closes the stream and walks outside onto his balcony, sipping his wine and eating his pasta. Inhaling the sweet Sicilian air, he exhales heavily, knowing the truth. He is Sicilian Knight. Underscore.
Okay.
Because he really wants to miss out on raids when people just type in Sicilian Knight with no underscore. Thank you for being a good sport, Malta. We care about you very deeply.
Thank you, Twitch chat, for the best in fresh hot copy pasta.
This is what COTS EU or COTS EU. Wow. This is what COTS International is all about.
This is what esports is about.
This is what esports is about.
This is it.
This is what we need. We need the best quality banter between EU and NA that we could possibly get. So I need everyone in Twitch chat.
Absolutely right. So it is. I think it is worth pointing out that we did in fact make a sneaky snake.
It fell down.
He stays there.
No, I just put it back.
I have no personal and nothing personal invested in this, of course, but I'd love to see the sneaky snake. Painezor, would you mind showing our artwork to the world? We should auction this for charity.
See, guys, he's got a fake mustache and sunglasses on, and a hat. It makes him sneaky.
Buy Bugsy, age 4.
Yeah. So I think it's worth pointing out.
Sorry, don't you mean Boggy?
Oh yeah, Boggy, age 4.
For those of you who don't know this, because I feel like we made mention about this today, I carved a pumpkin, and because I have no creativity in my bones, apparently, I decided to just write my name into a pumpkin by carving out the words B-O-G-G-Y.
It's
because I forgot the Z in my own fake name. There you go, man. Well, guys, I think it's worth pointing out we still have at least one match between Band CV and 07. 07 was down 2-0 in the COTS regional finals against Clan KSC, and they came back in spectacular fashion, nearly reverse swept KSC. They played extraordinarily well. We'll just have to see how they do with their backs to the wall. Maybe we can. Oh, do we have a replay ready?
Yeah, we can.
Oh no, that's something else.
It's loading. It's loading. So
I misunderstood.
Not yet.
My apologies. Okay, so it's loading. In the meantime, can we maybe see the next map so we can, or maybe I'm jumping the gun on that one.
No, I think.
Sorry, guys, for you're Europeans, I forgot. Guns are firearms that can be held in the hand or sometimes even over the shoulder. We have them in America.
I'm refusing to make so many punchlines here.
I've been on the receiving end of plenty of American jokes, so I'm gonna try my best.
Yeah, but this is like, we have to stay professional.
Let's talk about the next map, which is Trap.
Sorry, I went over myself there. Hey, look, the replay's ready.
Let's not talk about the next map.
Seraphis, talk to us about the replay.
Right. Bring it up here. We can talk about it. So let's start the replay already, and we can see how things unfold. So we do see that BanCV has put their Mosfa in the B cap, which ends up being quite important later. Let's let it play out a little bit more. We did have a bit of a slow start.
So we did notice that 07 went ahead and took the, which is usually a pretty strong move. They pushed down the 10 line with two radar Nevskis along with, as opposed to smoke Nevskis, with Yu Yang to provide constant smoke for it, basically, as well as the threat of those deep water torpedoes against something, any cruiser or battleship opposing them. It just seemed to not work quite as quickly as they needed to, isn't that right?
No, I think BanCV did a really good job at anticipating this and countering it. Unlike in his Moskva going back very far already, basically forcing the Nevskis to push up that far. They didn't really have anything to punish him reversing something here. I think the Ohio was just a little bit too far away to really punish the Moskva for this. Probably couldn't lob the shells over the island. They couldn't really get a spot on him. So the Nevskis would have had to go down too far down to really make it happen.
And then shortly afterwards here, we'll see as the Moskva from 07 does get caught bow in the open water and gets farmed down up here. One of you pointed out that it did seem like 07 essentially decided, hey, we're not even going to make a play for A. We're going to send our daring central to try and dislodge the Moskva and the Kremlin.
It's how fast he goes down here. I think he takes a massive chunk from one of the battleships initially.
It's either the Ohio or the Kremlin indeed that does.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my goodness.
Well, this is not exactly
it
because
wasn't a dev strike.
Right,
yeah,
right.
I
We
think
can't always
he
see.
takes some damage here, but I think the replay doesn't fully get it because he doesn't get death shock. He does get
Right.
farmed down, but he does take about 50,000
Yeah.
in a single hit, and then it kind of goes quickly from there. And then we obviously see that in the middle we have some action here with the Moskva from BanCV, Kaitis.
Kaitis #1 Moskva walking through about 4 different sets of single-fire daring torpedoes and going around the corner and deleting that daring space.
That was quite
and not
extraordinary to watch
taking a
him dodge
single
that
one,
many CVs.
impressively.
Yeah. CVs? I just said dodge CVs. Dodge torpedoes. Forgive me, guys. I'm getting a little bit tired.
If you want to dodge CVs, you should play in this tournament. We don't allow them. It's great.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, I think as you can see here, at that point on, it was basically BanCV's game to roll up 07's west flank, and there's very little you can do about that. I think if we can, it's time to move on to the next map. Let's talk about that. This is do or die time for 07. Not wanting to get swept, obviously, having won their first 2 matches earlier today. So let's talk about Trap. Trap. Of course, this is the diagonal map. Sometimes we have CZA, Crash Zone Alpha as well. Trap and CZA both tend to favor destroyers, especially the types of destroyers that are good at slinging torps, as there are lots of wide open spaces here. So, Painezor, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about Trap and what you think is going to need to have to happen on 07 side to make this a 3-game series.
Well, we said earlier that this is usually a heavy destroyer map. However, in this series, we have both a Ragnar ban and a Marceau ban, so we're not going to be seeing very heavy destroyer play, or at least not little roaming gunboat squadrons anyway. So,
perhaps we'll be seeing the Napolis that Vor pulled out instead.
I don't think that either BanCV or 07 have been running very heavy Napoli compositions. I mean, it could be a little wildcard that they've been saving just in case, but it's not something I would expect from either of these two teams. I do, however, expect to see some kind of wild pushing around the very outsides of the map with like heavy cruisers.
Like all the way at like A10.
A10, yeah. What? Mr. Conway is mocking my arm movements.
Oh Lord.
That's fine. I'll just sit here with my arms folded and look really annoyed with myself for the rest of the cast.
Sarah, is TWA BanCV the type of BanCV only won because they had more points? Now that
they had more points.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. As in Point, the player on the EU team. I guess.
Yes, Point Junk.
I like how people just call him Point Junk anyway, just because his name looked like that for so long. It's just Point Junk. Well, gentlemen, it's time to throw to the casters. We're going to watch this and see if 07 can make it to Game 3. Statsbloke, Searaptor, take it away.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2 of this match in King of the Seas International Playoffs between Ban CV and 07. Ban CV spawning here on the northwestern side of Trap, bringing in Ohio, Yamato, Double Moskva, Nevsky, Stalingrad, Gearing, Daring, and Shimakaze. Stats, talk to me about the 07 lineup. What are they bringing?
07 playing on the southeast side of this diagonal map, which means that the caps are a very long way away. They are starting with Ohio, Kremlin, Venezia, Double Moskva, a Stalingrad, a Daring, a Shimakaze, and a Harugama. Nothing surprising there. Henning, anything you want to pick up about the picks or the strats?
This is actually really standard from both sides here. Like, Ban CV obviously going for, if you pick a cruiser, you take a Razor cruiser. And if we have the option, it's gonna be a 12 Raider. Which is a thing.
Looks like initially 07 are going quite heavy on the north. They're taking a pack of 4. They've got Harry, Stalingrad, Moskva, Kremlin, Moskva, heading up towards Charlie. Ohio is in the middle. Daring looking at the B cap, and Shima and Venezia are the only ships currently going towards A. And it looks like Ban CV are a little bit more evenly spread out, with a group of 3 going over towards A.
I think to me the interesting ship in the line in the 07 lineup is the Venezia, right? Like, Venezia on NA seems to almost routinely draw bans. Teams don't want to deal with it, they don't want to fight it, whatever reason. But Venezia is highly effective, of course, with those SAP shells against the very tanky Russian supercruisers, the Moskvas and the Stalingrads. And then, of course, obviously able to slap a destroyer around if you could spot one. The difference is, of course, she's totally reliant on her teammates for spotting, which kind of potentially explains the pairing with the Shimakaze. But I am a little surprised to not see a Venezia playing where there's a radar.
Yeah. That's actually a big issue here. They don't have a radar here, and they're gonna fight against 2 radars on their own, so I'm pretty sure this Venezia is not gonna see anything, honestly.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, go ahead.
I'd say the Gearing's just going to lay a smokescreen. The Nevsky and the Moskva are going to sit inside it. The Gearing's going to spot the Venezia potentially, and the radars are going to spot the Shima. So yeah, no, I don't see how this is anything other than Ban CV's cap right now. Which means that 07 are going to have to make something happen with this massive pack of ships they're sending up to the 10 line.
Oh,
Here comes the Nevsky radar. Already banging up Fries here, pushing him off the cap.
Yep, while laying that smokescreen all the way across for Kinemod, while Kaitis actually takes the island. I don't know if is Kaitis actually in range of... No, so Kaitis is not quite in range of the Daring on the B cap.
So interesting to note, Ban CV did spot one of the Moskvas on the 10 line, so maybe they have an idea what's coming here, because this is actually really unusual.
Yeah,
Look at
07's
this
going
10
for a
line.
super mega ultra heavy push up the 10 line. I don't think I've ever seen them do this.
It's a really weird minimap right now. If you look, like, if you put your hand over the 10 line, it looks empty from an 07 point of view. So
Like, it's like 350,000 HP on
Okay,
the 10 line.
So Henning, your Ban CV, which is not hard for you to imagine, you see that there's nothing at B and A really, so you know something's up. How do you respond to this push when you realize it's happening?
You need to get more info.
Yeah.
But you have a broad idea. Like, considering these not even contested yet, that there's something going on either below B or on C.
Well, they can see the smokescreen now.
Yeah, I think they kind of have an idea. Like, Blood Legend, for example, has a very interesting position here because of that already.
And what I find interesting is they're using Eagle Lance's smoke just to cover the gap, right? The ships are not going into the smoke. They're just using it to mask their advance as they move up behind.
I suspect that Ace Baby and the Kremlin will turn in while the cruisers go around. John might even turn in where Eagle is going.
Yeah, I would actually covering this
And look at that eagle! Look at that eagle with the perfect smoke screen covering the entire gap. Well done. Look at that.
That's practiced. I tell you right now.
That has been well thought out. I promise.
Eagle Lance has done that several times in training to work out exactly when to press the button, I guarantee it.
Yep.
So Harugamo with a legendary upgrade is able to lay that beautiful long smoke screen.
Yeah, it looks like John's going to set up right there where Eagle is. You think they push them? Actually, you know, Ace looks like he's going to keep going. You think you push both of them around the top of the cap? I mean, this is the play for 07. They have nothing else going on the map than this.
They're gonna fall behind on points drastically if they don't.
Oh no, and they have to know that going into this match. That's why this is their strat. I'm curious to see how they're going to make it work because they have to know that they're going to start down at least 200 points by the time they're able to do much here. John the Ruthless of Stalingrad just poking out of that smoke. Go ahead.
I was going to say just down on the other rest of the map. A is obviously in green hands. B is still contested, but Triarch being pushed off the cap there. Daring probably Striva will probably take it before Triarch can reverse back into the cap.
Oh, Blood Legend just lost all his HP to a
yeah
from the Ohio.
Blood just got smacked.
I think Marin locked them.
You think so? I mean, Marin's got his plane up. It could have happened. Oh, yeah, there's a little saddle cut in this island. Yeah, I think it's exactly what happened.
Yeah, we're gonna. Oh no, here's snack. Oh yeah, here's the replay. Yeah, Blood Legend got smacked from.
Beautiful shot.
From towards John the Ruthless. Yeah.
Beautiful shot.
Torps out towards Ace Baby from M. Brandis's Shimakaze, but nothing up there right now.
6.5 minutes gone. 07 does finally manage to get on the C cap and kind of slow the bleeding a bit, but they are still over 250 points down and continuing to fall further behind as they've pushed just a ton of health, a ton of firepower up here into the extreme northeastern corner of the map.
Yeah, I would say they need to make sure that this push keeps its momentum. They need to try and get Blood Legend if they can.
They're trying.
They need to do that without overextending. The problem is that the more time elapses, the more time BanCV have to respond to this. Because they have options, like Anlay is there facing this direction. So, that they can get Snackman into a better position. So they need to make sure that they do something decisive very quickly, otherwise they're just going to get stuck.
More Ohio shells coming in for Blood Legend.
Yeah, but Eagle Lance adding that Harugumo firepower as well.
Yeah, it's the Harugumo that's going to seal the deal if they can get it. Right now they've got him radared, but in a minute they're going to lose him on the radar.
Ace Baby is actually pushing quite hard on that island now, so I think even if the radar's down. But M. Brandis is obviously seeing this Kremlin coming.
Oh yeah, he's drooling at this.
Oh yes. Tight channel, battleship heading towards it. Yes,
that's
please,
right.
Says the Shimakaze.
Delicious Soviet battleship.
So I wonder whether Ace Baby's spidey sense is tingling right now. Torpedoes in the water.
Have a look down on the J line. Fries is getting pushed very, very hard by Vile and Kinemodzhnevsky. In fact, Fries might end up being the first kill of this match. He's just trying to hang on to his dear life by his fingernails. He's not going to do it.
It's actually really bad. They can chase down the Venezia now.
Yeah.
Yep. Venny's going to have to run across these torps as well.
Actually, maybe the Ohio can save him because the Nevsky doesn't want to push too far into him.
07 now down a ship as they can continue to try to execute what I assume is this wheel around the top of the sea cap, but both the Moskvas, Maltese, and Ocean Man have kind of slowed down a bit, waiting for Ace to push up and claim the kill on Blood Legend, which he does.
So, as we quite often see on this map, you end up with one team pushing around the top and one team pushing around the bottom, and then they all agree to just meet in B for a massive brawl. I think we might.
I wouldn't mind a massive brawl. Yeah, I'm in. Let's do it.
Let's do it. So I think we will start to see that because they're not going to push through the spawns, right? So, well, unless they do, I mean, we've got the Gearing and the Nevsky pushing the Venezia. So, and I think if you're Elgar in the 07 Venezia, you're going to want to try and pull the Gearing and the Nevsky as far away from the caps as possible.
Absolutely.
Because you're one ship and you're pulling two ships.
That's right.
So I think Elgar will keep kiting. But I think we might see Vile and Kinemod turn north in a second.
07 now realizing that they can't continue to let two caps tick up, excuse me. They've shoved Eagle Lance's Harugumo into the B cap to kind of hold it down a bit. But their push around the top of the map continuing. Both the Moskvas have moved up now, as Ace took a bit of a breather there after killing Blood Legend, and now he's pushing up as well.
Angelstone taking quite a lot of income fire there from the destroyers, down to 57.
He took a top as well. It might have been a perma
yeah.
yeah.
He took a Harugumo torp. He is flooding and burning simultaneously. The flood just expired.
Angelstone just going unspotted there, and undoubtedly will just sit there and try and get a heal in while they wait for this push to arrive.
Yeah.
Because I think Ban CV have just said basically, so the Shima and the Ohio that are left, obviously the Shima is there to throw torpedoes towards, and the Ohio is just going to kite.
I understand that you can't be too hasty. You have to wait for your pieces to get into position, but there's 9 minutes to play, and Ban CV's about to be touching 800 points. Like, they're basically there. They're going to get there. So you don't have much time. You've got maybe 2 to 3 minutes to start bagging a kill or making impactful plays. And I'm not sure where they're going to get a kill. Angelstone seems to be the pick, but that's my point. They're pulling him out already. They're going to rotate him back. And what are you going? You got to be able to try and keep eyes on him if you're going to make that play. And they don't really have a ship to do that.
You need to go for Unlight here because he's the only bow-on ship that you can actually realistically kill, but it's gonna take a while. He's still full HP.
He's full HP. If they could push him back, Marin would have a shot from his position, but I doubt Unlight's gonna make that mistake.
Maybe just gonna face tank this.
Yeah, you have to burn down a bow on Stalingrad. Like, have fun with that.
Radar out from Anleitung in the Stalingrad above B. That catches pretty much everything. Both the destroyers and the cap are spotted. Marin is spotted.
Marin is on super mega ultra fire there, getting. I mean, he's a little below half HP. We've seen him do a great job managing his ship's health, but starting to get a little uncomfortable there, as Shriver's conga line torpedoes and the Daring are coming his way.
Another note: Ban CV actually has such a big advantage that they don't even need B anymore.
They really don't.
150 points.
Yeah, I wonder whether they'll get to a point where they take Striva out just to make sure that the Daring doesn't go down.
It's a 300-point lead here for Ban CV. 7 minutes to play. Couple of potentially impactful things happening here, as Marin is going to take at least 2 of these conga line torpedoes. 1 on the bow, 2 on the bow. I thought the second one might hit the belt, but not so much.
They're trying to make a play with their own Daring on B here.
Good try, but look at, man, that is risky. He has nobody to support him if Shriver decides to come around the corner.
His job is to spot the Stalingrad of
I was going to say, I think he's trying to get keep the Stalin locked up on Hydro.
Yeah, he's just inside his Hydro range. So that was definitely the job.
That is ballsy, but they've got to make this play, right? Because we're almost to 900 points here.
Yeah, and Striva is facing the wrong way to push around and try and stop him. So Anlay is going to continue to take fire from mainly it's Ace Baby is probably the biggest risk here.
Well, they're doing a great job of farming Enlai out, but they need the kill. They can't, like, every second that Enlai lives is just less time. Oh, he will, but it's just less time that 07 has to deal with things.
900 points just passed with one cap definitely always ticking because there's absolutely no way that 07 can get A.
That's my point. It's not going to stop with Enlight. They're going to need another kill almost immediately to get back into this.
Well, they've got to get a kill every, 30 seconds or so they can keep up with the points.
Something along those lines, yeah.
Problem is if all Ban CV ships are winning now, and Unlight dies, Ban CV is still winning with that, even with B flips.
Yep.
Good hit.
I think they can literally just turn around and run.
Yep.
Baron snuck a shell in. They do get Anlai. So they're 07 now on a ship lead. Triarch spotted. Well, he was spotted until Shriver smoked up. But now they've got to turn the jets on and get down the 5-6 line over here with the rest of these ships. But I'm with you. They need more kills, and I just don't think they're going to let them into A. Shriver is probably the logical choice because he's kind of hung out.
Put it this way:
time to get into A.
If Ban CV all turned around right now and ran to A, just ran into the corner, ran to the border, someone from 07 has to get into A to stop the points ticking.
They've got to get Shriver, but his cover is really good right there.
So yeah, it's going to be very hard to make that happen. Yep, Shriver is just hugged up against that island there. Vile is there to catch any of those destroyers that try and make a run for A. The Mossvar is sitting in the gap, in the entrance to A. I just don't see. The Venezia is turned around down at the bottom of the map, Elgar, and he's pushing.
He's pushing back. I mean, if they could spot Shriver and put the Venezia spotter up, like maybe get a good lucky salvo in there, but Shriver's position right now is just too good. The Moskva-Stalin thing just feels like it kind of stalled out for the last few minutes.
Maybe they can get Snackman on A1, actually. He's running out of map.
Yep.
Yeah, but you've got
32 with a heal.
You've got maybe a minute to chew through 35,000 HP. Like, you better get on it. You don't have a lot of time. And Brandis is putting the smoke up. They actually can't see Snackman. They have no eyes on him.
That is great play there.
That is brilliant.
What's that? You're running out of map. Don't worry. I've got you.
Don't worry.
Triarch is actually fighting Shriver right now, but Shriver has more HP. He might actually just win this fight.
Shriver has more HP and a whole lot of shells coming in for Triarch as both Darings blow smoke here in the middle of the B cap, trying to stay alive. 07 looking for a kill to stay in this game and stay in this match, but I don't know where they're going to get it. They're running out of time. I think it took so long for this push to come together.
960 points reached for Ban CV for a 2-0 win in this series against 07.
Big hit on Maltese.
He's been taking a lot of hits, actually, as he comes across on that push.
Well, he put his radar up trying to catch Shriver. They do have Shriver now radared in the smoke for a few seconds. But is it going to be enough? Like, that's the kill they have to get. And, man, I don't know how they're going to get it.
980.
Maybe 15, 20 seconds, maybe? They better hurry up.
8,986 points. This is going to come down to the wire whether they can get this kill.
Yeah,
988.
990.
They know they have to bag this kill. There's the Venezia salvo. They get nothing out of that. Shriver's just sitting bow on as now he's healing a bit. 996. He's getting low. Finally. 998. They got him.
Oh.
It's still
998. It's still not enough, but it keeps them in the game a little longer.
Oh, the Kremlin took a bunch
could
of
still happen.
Searaptors.
Ace has got another salvo coming in. He's going to dodge those. They need to bag one of these kills in time to keep things going. They have a 2-ship lead. They will be able to convert the B cap. But, man, they've got to keep killing ships or Ban CV's just going to win the game.
My T side is almost dead here. He's at 10.9k and spotted. Or gets dark.
Yeah, and 07, that's the thing. 07 can't lose a ship. They cannot lose a ship.
No. Are there any shells heading for Maltese? Oh, yeah, there are.
Snackman's getting low. 2k, burning. Going out. 07, there's the lead change right there. The lead change.
That's a lead change and 2 points ticking for 2 caps ticking for 07.
But he's spotted again. He's at 1.3k.
Maltese cannot die here. If he dies, that's going to be another lead change back. They can't afford that. They've got to get a kill now.
With 2.5k.
Got to get a kill. No, the Shima's going out. They've got to bag the kill on the Shima, but he smokes. Shells going in. Not enough.
Nope.
42 seconds on the timer.
They can blind fire. They know.
He
ought
to quad the Kremlin.
They've got to kill this Shimakaze if they want to win the game. Here comes the Kremlin salvo. They get him! 30 seconds on the timer, but Ace has to live. Yeah. But Ace is going to die. Oh, no!
Back man. 964.
And now that's it. There's nowhere else they can get a kill. There's 15 seconds on the timer. They got to get a kill. There's nowhere to get one. They can't see the Nevsky. He's the most likely choice, and they can't see him. Wow, what a finish!
There goes the clock. We forgot about the clock. There goes the clock.
No, I've been keeping an eye on it. Wow.
Amazing game that was.
Wow, what a finish.
Absolutely
CV goes
fantastic.
2-0, but man, 07, what a fight there at the end. What a claw. I still think that if they had maybe been just a little quicker on the pushes, it might have made a difference.
Wait,
I don't
you
know
look at
that.
the end there where they managed to get Ban CV up against that map border, and that caught 3
Yes.
of their ships.
Yeah.
As you said,
Yeah.
if they'd done that a little bit earlier,
Yeah.
maybe they could.
Maybe.
Well, we saw them; they were really close. Because then they would have had the 2 caps. That would have been ticking. They would have had a points lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could easily have gone the other way.
Because Ban CV wins this game despite being down 2 ships, right? That's how long they had all that board control.
That's the risk you take if you go for such a heavy
Wow.
10-line push.
Woo! What a finish.
What a game. With that, we will go back to Prague for some final analysis, and I think we'll be seeing you guys in a second as well.
Absolutely.
Well, folks, there you have it for day 1. An absolutely nail-biting finish to Game 2 between TWA Ban CV from EU and 07 devastating strike from NA. That was right down to the wire. Gentlemen.
We were screaming like,
No.
wow.
Mr. Conway was dreaming.
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Conway. At some point he screamed, "Malta, you potato."
But yeah, this was...
I love you, Malta.
Wow, this game was so close.
So, I thought it was over. I thought it was over a good 10 minutes ago when we saw 07 had went all the way around the corner of the map and they were being held off in the middle by Shriver, just in his daring, just sitting there doing laps around the island, hugging it like the best. And like everything else was scattering to the wilds. It's like, how are they going to pick up any kills? And then they picked up a load of kills, and then the kills went back, and then the kills went forward, and the kills went back, and then it was just far closer than it had any right to be.
Yeah, at some point we just saw that the HP deficit was pretty small, but the points deficit was so big. Ban CV had, I think it was 750 points to 07's 400, so there was a really big discrepancy in points, and they almost managed to win it back. Almost.
It was so close several times. I mean, we obviously at a certain point we sort of went, God, what is 07 thinking making this push around the corner? It did end up becoming something, not like it actually resulted in something. It just took forever, which meant that literally it got to 998 and 07 secured the kill on Shriver in the middle. And then it was still up to another kill. They had to get another one, which they managed to secure. And then it literally came down to it's Ace Baby, whose Kremlin literally, I think this might have been the farthest I've ever seen a Kremlin travel in one match. Starts at H8, goes up to A10, and then goes all the way over to A2.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy ran a marathon.
I mean, there were 2 Kremlins that ended up dying in like A1, A2, so...
Yeah, and it was up to Ace Baby to land a blind shot with HE and smoke against a DD, which he did, but he died to the return torpedoes, which was just too much to put it off. So here we go, guys. I'm going to let Seraphis take it from here while we rewatch this.
Yeah, so we see indeed that 07 is going for this very hard push. I actually think here, critically, Blood Legend does end up taking a pretty big chunk from the Ohio down here, which does end up being very decisive in making sure that this push does kind of work out in the long run. As if Blood Legend would have been much healthier here, I think they would have struggled.
One thing that was very strange was down over on the south side, the Venezia of 07 and Phrysis Shimakaze, somehow they did do the proper thing, which was to fall back and wait for an attempt to make a playback maybe towards A or B, which clearly, as we were watching this, would have been absolutely critical for 07 to be able to have that option, to have Phrysis torpedoes at 20 km, or I believe he was using the 20s, I'm not sure now that I think about it, to have those torpedoes from Shimakaze to be able to start pushing things out of the way to help maybe get Shriver out of that position earlier would have been absolutely critical, but they just didn't have it, as somehow Phrysis got caught, perhaps by a gearing with a speed boost, I'm not sure, but he got caught, and he got taken down by that Nevsky and that Moskva.
Yeah, and then if we let it run a little bit further, and then it's around this point where we say, okay, how does 07 come back? Because the points difference, as we can see here, is about 300, but the HP difference was actually not that big. I think it was 40,000.
Right.
So how do you come back in this position? Well, if we let it play for a bit, we do see that they end up pushing Angel Stone here away from the B cap, which allows them to take down this Stalingrad. And that was almost their way back in as they...
right, one at a time.
Yeah,
Down
exactly.
they go. They had to get this daring out
This
of the way
daring
because he was blocking them from gaining
and
points.
Ohio and Shimakaze here in the corner end up being very critical here in the next moments. As we see, the points also almost, as we saw it there,
Yeah.
running up to 998 before, and we see them going back and forth a couple times.
Yeah. It was that Shimakaze's last gasp as it's Ace Baby's Kremlin goes up to the A1 corner, takes out both of these ships, kills the Ohio, and then he has to blind shoot the Shima, which he does, but he dies to the return torpedoes. And that was it. I think there were maybe 12, 13, 14 seconds or something like that left on the game clock.
Yeah, it's like 14 seconds when it happened, so...
Yep. Because by this
So
point,
close.
07 had control. They just took too long to take control.
Yeah.
Very disappointing. We would have loved to see a game 3 between these two. I think this match shows exactly what things get to be like at the end with two incredible teams. So congratulations to Ban CV. I would love to get our fantastic casters back in before we move on to other business and wrap up for the night. So can we get Searaptor and Statsbloke back? Gentlemen, hello.
Are you not entertained?
I think everybody's pretty entertained after that. Gentlemen, fantastic job casting today. Between when we were not casting and the matches were going on, we would huddle up around our TV here in the studio and watch you two. You guys both did an absolutely extraordinary job. Searaptor, man, like which parts of today were the most exciting for you? You got any highlights?
For me, it was absolutely watching the Asia teams and that kind of aggressive play. You know, Napoli is a ship that's if this is her first King of the Sea, she's been available. She's still fairly new to the game, maybe 3 or 4 months old now. It's a ship that I've personally have kind of struggled with. Like, what is the deal with this thing? But they have obviously, as a server, as a strat, they've just warmed to that thing. They've found a place for it. They make it work. Watching them, stats liken them to sharks swimming around the map. And I love that analogy, right? Because you watch them, they move in tandem, they coordinate their movements. When you catch out a destroyer, you have not only your HE, but your SAP secondaries to just chew them up. And it was tons of fun to watch them not only use like multiples of that ship, but use it really well in a strategy and a style of play that we don't often see here on the NAEU side of things, which tends to be much more methodical, much slower. The Asia teams were just more like, no, we're going to get in your face and we're going to fight you and make you earn it.
The Sharks, man. Statsbloke. How about you? Any moments that stuck out to you?
It's got to be that thing we just watched, surely. I mean, like pushing 07, like ramming Ban CV up against the map border and then killing a bunch of them. And the matches you get where it's the points are one way and then they flip back and then they're getting closer and closer and closer to 1,000. Those are always the best games. And because they're the most exciting to watch, right? So as a viewer and as a caster, those are the games you want to see. But I also really loved the Napoli Wolfpack. I don't think they went further than like 50 meters away from each other that entire game going around trap. So that was really fun to watch as well. And one of the big things about watching the internationals is watching the different metas of the different servers come together. And because the game is the same on all 4 regions, and so literally the only difference is people. It's people that make that meta difference, and I find that fascinating. That culture can make people play differently on different servers, and it's always really interesting to watch them come together.
And how ironic is it that SEA server known as C contains the Sharks?
Yes.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your casting. It has been a pleasure. We will see you tomorrow for day 2, where we find out who will be the final victor in COTS 13 Internationals. So we'll take it back here to Surface and Painezor, if you don't mind, real quick.
We actually have another guest who we can interview.
Okay, good.
We will be having Blood Legend back over if he's ready.
Who?
Blood Legend.
Kidding.
What about the secret guest? Who just not talk about him?
Ah,
TBD, right? Yeah.
TBD.
Hello, Blood Legend. Welcome back.
Welcome back, yeah, indeed.
So, what have
Here
you
I
been
am
up to
again.
since we last talked?
Just clutched an incredibly intense series, I'm guessing.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, that was something.
Well, congratulations. Was there? You guys played extraordinarily well. First game, there was pretty much no doubt that you guys had control of that the entire time. Second game, it just started to slip out of your fingers, and you held onto it like a slippery fish. Was there a moment in that game where you all sort of unconscious went, "Oh crap"?
Well, for me in particular, it was the moment when I got like 40k from Marin across the map.
Yeah, we haven't had a replay of that.
Let me just explain the situation, right? So there's two ways of playing that rock. Either you commit to shooting 910, which was the way I did it, or you just stay parallel to that rock, and it takes a whole lot longer to dig me out. So obviously I should have done that, and I didn't, which then again caused a lot of trouble because the push happened too soon, and then you get into all these issues where we were just for the last 5 minutes or so, we're just trying to manage in comms. Okay, what do we need to do in order to just drag this to 1,000 points? So it was just multiple things happening. We knew the daring inside VCAP was the critical point after Unlight died in his Stalin, and then it was intense. Like as intense it was for you guys watching, it was 100 times worse for us. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as Darth Ending or Quacksire the Pond, as he's now known, said, shaky hands.
Yeah, not really shaky hands, but more just like, okay, what do we do and how do we manage to get it done? And there's multiple ways of doing it, and you need to decide within a fraction of not a second, but you need to be really thinking on your feet. And yeah, it's a lot of input from a lot of people that think, okay, this is how we're going to do it, or know that, and then you have to basically decide. And yeah, comms were super hectic, like they always are in these COTS games, and you just have to manage. And we did, just ever so slightly, with the Torps killing the Kremlin, but yeah, it was insane.
Which was literally the thing. You needed 2 torpedoes to kill that Kremlin. You got them both just at the last second there. But congratulations. Sarah, Painezor, did you guys have any further questions?
I have a question. Blood Legend, are you aware that the Sneaky Snake bet against you guys? He bet 70,000 channel points on 07 winning the series.
I guess the ratio was just too good for him, man.
The other teams remaining in COTS 13 all paid us to tell you that, just to maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Just,
I'm kidding. Shouldn't joke.
He's gonna go on the world tour. He's gonna play for the nation team next and the CIS team. He's gonna get title in all 4 regions.
Next time he's
can't
played
get rid
for
of
CIS.
Snake. He's our NA mascot, so.
Well, so tomorrow we have, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow we have Ban CV versus Smile. Ban CV versus Smile, and Vor versus Shaft. Again, who do you think you're going to be ending up in? You think you're going to end up against Vor or Shaft at the end?
Tough call. I mean, we know how strong Shaft are, and I've said before when we did this interview a couple of hours ago that Vor is, you don't really have a lot of information. But now, obviously, they've played some games, so we can look at that. I'd say probably Shaft is more uncomfortable to play against because we've played so much against each other that we know each other kind of inside out. So that's the reason why I would prefer to play Vor, but yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to it no matter what. You are up against Smile tomorrow, so good luck. Good luck also to Smile, and thank you to everybody who's played today. Unless there's anything else, Blood Legend, go get some sleep. Thank you very much for coming and talking to us again.
I will. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Mr. Conway.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this kind man next to us here has produced all of this with, I suppose, the exception of the special cameras from St. Petersburg.
No. A big shout out, by the way, to the St. Petersburg video team. I know there are still a few of you in chat that are, like old school cameras, but I really like, I was here watching it, right? And I really enjoyed watching it. I think it was really easy to follow, and I think especially like things like having replays from things like across the map that you missed, and it's just very, very valuable. And I think it's getting better and better. But yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure. But we're not quite done yet, right? We need to kind of quickly have a look at the schedule. We do have this drops issue that unfortunately, we have, and some of you may have noticed, there is a drops campaign called King of the Sea Tournament, 13 tournament drops. That is not working, and test boat 1 is not live, in fact. But this campaign was broken, so we created a new one called King of the Sea 13 International Drops. So you are going to get your Twitch drop today, or have gotten it already, most likely. And tomorrow there will be another King of the Sea container available for you. And of course, if you have your King of the Sea collection completed, or if you complete it tomorrow, and if you have gotten any of the drops during King of the Sea 13, you will get the mission to earn the Bane of the Sea skin for North Carolina, which is really awesome. But I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm a little bit sad that we don't have any representatives from NA with us tomorrow.
I am also sad about that.
It's a little sad.
It's worth noting that every matchup that was played today resulted in a 2-0.
Every single
result.
one.
Every
yes.
single. So,
which is actually quite, like we played 8 separate series today, and they all went to 0.
Yep, absolutely. F11 in the chat for NA. We will not be seeing them tomorrow, but well played to everybody who did show up and try hard today.
Yeah. Look, I'll duck out again. I'll bring up the schedule and the roster, the brackets, and you can talk people through.
Yes,
absolutely.
We already briefly discussed it with Blood Legend, but we'll be seeing Smile versus Band CV tomorrow, and Vor versus Shaft.
Yep. So there we have it, folks. There's the bracket. Obviously, the winner of Shaft versus Vor, will go on to face the winner of Band CV versus Smile. Very exciting, as Vor, Band CV, and Smile are all familiar faces in They are all familiar faces in the competitive community. These folks have been up here to the top and won COTS regionals multiple times. Shaft, the relatively newcomer to this, putting 2 EU teams into the Final Four, compared to 1 for SEA and 1 for CIS. Again, no NA this time, unfortunately, but those guys played great games. It was great to see them.
Yeah,
so,
Shaft is also the only non-regional winner that has made it to the semifinals of the international tournament.
And this time we might actually have a final that isn't all Asia. So we might have an actual final between 2 regions.
In fact, it's guaranteed that we do not have a final that is completely SEA teams, but we could have technically a final that is all EU teams.
Well, I wouldn't have a problem with that personally. I'm quite happy with that. How about you?
Actually, I do would like to see 2 regions face off in the finals. Although
okay, pick your favorite, Band CV or Shaft. Who do you want to get knocked out?
Although I wouldn't scoff at a EU final, but I do like to see.
That's a lot of backtracking you're doing right there.
There's a lot of back patting going on.
Yeah.
Here. Well, I suppose at this point it might be, unless there's something I'm missing. Shall we talk about start times tomorrow?
Those?
Yes, the one that he already put up, that I was waiting for him to put up, that he already put up.
But that
Don't worry, guys.
Time the stream starts.
So tomorrow, God damn it, tomorrow for the semifinals, which will be Vor versus Shaft first. This will be starting at 8:20 a.m. CST, American time, 13:20, 1:20 in the afternoon UTC, which I believe is British time. That's the new fancy term for Greenwich time, right?
Yes.
UTC? Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm not as dumb as I look. So after that, we'll be casting Band CV versus Smile at 9:30 CST, 14:30 or 2:30 p.m. UTC. Then we will have a quick intermission with some very exciting announcements. May I at least allude to what the announcements are to be? I don't want to get in super big trouble.
Allude away.
Allude away. We have some exclusive information regarding new ships coming up tomorrow. I can't say what it is exactly. It will be released in a dev blog after we are done. But I believe you'll want to hear about this, so please do check in for at least that, if not the entire show, but we encourage you to watch all of it. At least get your COTS container as well. So don't miss that. And then, as we were saying earlier, later on in the day, TBD will be facing TBD, who will also be going on to play TBD. TBD is everywhere, you guys. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you all very much for sticking with us and having a good time. Thank you for participating in chat. Thank you for participating in the predictions. Those will be back tomorrow. Thank you also to, I suppose not just the adjudicators. Thank you to the referees, to the adjudicators, to the coordinators, to everybody who helps put this together. They will be back in full force tomorrow to help this be the best show it possibly can be.
Yes. And a special thanks to Riedemel, who's also with us here today and
Hiding in the corner.
hiding in the corner and helping us out manage wherever we need management to step in. So
He has
thank
his
you.
own little desk right behind Mr. Conway. It's really cute.
Thank you, Rita Mill. We appreciate you being here. It's Boggy. Thank you. Well, without further ado, folks, I believe that's it for us. Unless anyone has anything else for the good of the order.
This is where I would say something funny, but I can't think of anything. No.
Works for me.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. We will see you tomorrow.
Cool.